Iamblichus on the Mysteries of the Egyptians, Chaldeans, and Assyrians, translated from the Greek by Thomas Taylor. Introduction. It appears to me that there are two descriptions of persons by whom the present work must be considered to be of inestimable worth: the lovers of antiquity and the lovers of ancient philosophy and religion. To the former of these it must be invaluable, because it is replete with information derived from the wise men of the Chaldeans, the prophets of the Egyptians, the dogmas of the Assyrians, and the ancient pillars of Hermes. And to the latter, because of the doctrines contained in it, some of which originated from the Hermaic pillars, were known by Pythagoras and Plato, and were the sources of their philosophy. And others are profoundly theological, and unfold the mysteries of ancient religion with an admirable conciseness of diction, and an inimitable vigor and elegance of conception. To which also may be added, as the colophon of excellence, that it is the most copious, the clearest, and the most satisfactory defense extant of genuine ancient theology. This theology, the sacred operations pertaining to which called theurgy are here developed, has for the most part, since the destruction of it, been surveyed only in its corruptions among barbarous nations, or during the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, with which, overwhelmed with pollution, it gradually fell, and at length totally vanished from what is called the polished part of the globe. This will be evident to the intelligent reader from the following remarks, which are an epitome of what has been elsewhere more largely discussed by me on this subject, and which also demonstrate the religion of the Chaldeans, Egyptians, and Greeks to be no less scientific than sublime. In the first place, this theology celebrates the immense principle of things as something superior even to being itself, as exempt from the whole of things, of which it is nevertheless ineffably the source, and does not therefore think fit to enumerate it with any triad or order of beings. Indeed, it even apologizes for giving the appellation of the most simple of our conceptions to that which is beyond all knowledge and all conception. It denominates this principle, however, the one and the good, by the former of these names, indicating its transcendent simplicity, and by the latter its subsistence as the object of desire to all beings. For all things desire good. At the same time, however, it asserts that these appellations are in reality nothing more than the parturitions of the soul, which, standing, as it were, in the vestibules of the adytum of deity, announce nothing pertaining to the ineffable, but only indicate her spontaneous tendencies towards it, and belong rather to the immediate offspring of the first God than to the first itself. Hence, as the result of this most venerable conception of the Supreme, when it ventures not only to denominate it, though ineffable, but also to assert something of its relation to other things, it considers this as preeminently its peculiarity, that it is the principle of principles. It being necessary that the characteristic property of principle, after the same manner as other things, should not begin from multitude, but should be collected into one monad as a summit, and which is the principle of all principles. The scientific reasoning from which this dogma is deduced is the following. As the principle of all things is the one, it is necessary that the progression of being should be continued, and that no vacuum should intervene either in incorporeal or corporeal natures. It is also necessary that everything which has a natural progression should proceed through similitude. In consequence of this, it is likewise necessary that every producing principle should generate a number of the same order with itself, viz., nature, a natural number; soul, one that is psychical, i.e., belonging to soul; and intellect, an intellectual number. For if whatever possesses a power of generating generates similars prior to dissimilars, every cause must deliver its own form and characteristic peculiarity to its progeny, and before it generates that which gives subsistence to progressions, far distant and separate from its nature, it must constitute things proximate to itself according to essence, and conjoined with it through similitude. It is, therefore, necessary from these premises, since there is one unity, the principle of the universe, that this unity should produce from itself, prior to everything else, a multitude of natures characterized by unity, and a number the most of all things allied to its cause. And these natures are no other than the gods. According to this theology, therefore, from the immense principle of principles, in which all things causally subsist, absorbed in superessential light and involved in unfathomable depths, a beauteous progeny of principles proceed, all largely partaking of the ineffable, all stamped with the occult characters of deity, all possessing an overflowing fullness of good. From these dazzling summits, these ineffable blossoms, these divine propagations being life, intellect, soul, nature, and body, depend. Monads suspended from unities, deified natures proceeding from deities. Each of these monads, too, is the leader of a series which extends from itself to the last of things, and which, while it proceeds from, at the same time abides in, and returns to, its leader. And all these principles, and all their progeny, are finally centered and rooted by their summits in the first great all-comprehending one. Thus all beings proceed from, and are comprehended in, the first being, all intellects emanate from one first intellect, all souls from one first soul, all natures blossom from one first nature, and all bodies proceed from the vital and luminous body of the world. And lastly, all these great monads are comprehended in the first one, from which both they and all their depending series are unfolded into light. Hence this first one is truly the unity of unities, the monad of monads, the principle of principles, the God of gods, one in all things, and yet one prior to all. No objections of any weight, no arguments but such as are sophistical, can be urged against this most sublime theory, which is so congenial to the unperverted conceptions of the human mind that it can only be treated with ridicule and contempt in degraded, barren, and barbarous ages. Ignorance and impious fraud, however, have hitherto conspired to defame those inestimable works in which this and many other grand and important dogmas can alone be found. And the theology of the ancients has been attacked with all the insane fury of ecclesiastical zeal and all the imbecile flashes of mistaken wit by men whose conceptions on the subject, like those of a man between sleeping and waking, have been turbid and wild, fantastic and confused, preposterous and vain. Indeed, that after the great incomprehensible cause of all, a divine multitude subsists, cooperating with this cause in the production and government of the universe, has always been, and is still admitted by all nations and all religions, however much they may differ in their opinions respecting the nature of the subordinate deities, and the veneration which is to be paid to them by man. And however barbarous the conceptions of some nations on this subject may be, when compared with those of others. Hence, says the elegant Maximus Tyrius, you will see one according law and assertion in all the earth, that there is one God, the King and Father of all things, and many gods, sons of God, ruling together with him. This the Greek says, and the barbarian says, the inhabitant of the continent, and he who dwells near the sea, the wise and the unwise. And if you proceed as far as to the utmost shores of the ocean, there are gods, rising very near to some, and setting very near to others. The deification, however, of dead men and the worshipping men as gods formed no part of this theology, when it is considered according to its genuine purity. Numerous instances of the truth of this might be adduced, but I shall mention for this purpose as unexceptionable witnesses the writings of Plato, the golden Pythagorean verses, and the treatise of Plutarch on Isis and Osiris. All the works of Plato, indeed, evince the truth of this position, but this is particularly manifest from his laws. The golden verses order that the immortal gods be honored first, as they are disposed by law. Afterwards, the illustrious heroes, under which appellation the author of the verses comprehends also angels and daemons, properly so called, and in the last place, the terrestrial daemons, i.e., such good men as transcend in virtue the rest of mankind. But to honor the gods as they are disposed by law is, as Hierocles observes, to reverence them as they are arranged by their demiurgus and father. And this is to honor them as beings not only superior to man, but also to daemons and angels. Hence, to honor men, however excellent they may be, as gods, is not to honor the gods according to the rank in which they are placed by their Creator, for it is confounding the divine with the human nature, and is thus acting directly contrary to the Pythagorean precept. Plutarch, too, in his above-mentioned treatise, most forcibly and clearly shows the impiety of worshipping men as gods. So great an apprehension indeed, says Dr. Stillingfleet, had the heathens of the necessity of appropriate acts of divine worship, that some of them have chosen to die, rather than to give them to what they did not believe to be God. We have a remarkable story to this purpose in Arrian and Curtius concerning Callisthenes. Alexander, arriving at that degree of vanity as to desire to have divine worship given him, and the matter being started out of design among the courtiers, either by Anaxarchus as Arrian, or Cleo the Sicilian, as Curtius says, and the way of doing it proposed, viz. By incense and prostration, Callisthenes vehemently opposed it, as that which would confound the difference of human and divine worship, which had been preserved inviolable among them. The worship of the gods had been kept up in temples, with altars and images and sacrifices and hymns and prostrations and such like. But it is by no means fitting, says he, for us to confound these things, either by lifting up men to the honors of the gods, or depressing the gods to the honors of men. For if Alexander would not suffer any man to usurp his royal dignity by the votes of men, how much more justly may the gods disdain for any man to take their honors to himself? And it appears by Plutarch that the Greeks thought it a mean and base thing for any of them, when sent on any embassy to the kings of Persia, to prostrate themselves before them, because this was only allowed among them in divine adoration. Therefore, says he, when Pelopidas and Ismenias were sent to Artaxerxes, Pelopidas did nothing unworthy, but Ismenias let fall his ring to the ground, and stooping for that was thought to make his adoration, which was altogether as good a shift as the Jesuits advising the crucifix to be held in the mandarin's hands, while they made their adorations in the heathen temples in China. Conon also refused to make his adoration as a disgrace to his city. And Isocrates accuses the Persians for doing it, because herein they showed that they despised the gods rather than men by prostituting their honors to their princes. Herodotus mentions Sperches and Bulis, who could not with the greatest violence be brought to give adoration to Xerxes, it was against the law of their country to give divine honor to men. And Valerius Maximus says, the Athenians put Timagoras to death for doing it. So strong an apprehension had possessed them that the manner of worship which they used to their gods should be preserved sacred and inviolable. The philosopher Sallust also, in his treatise on the gods and the world, says, it is not unreasonable to suppose that impiety is a species of punishment, and that those who have had a knowledge of the gods and yet despise them will in another life be deprived of this knowledge. And it is requisite to make the punishment of those who have honored their kings as gods to consist in being expelled from the gods. When the ineffable transcendency of the first god, which was considered as the grand principle in the heathen religion by the best theologists of all nations, and particularly by its most illustrious promulgators, Orpheus, Pythagoras, and Plato, was forgotten, this oblivion was doubtless the principal cause of dead men being deified by the pagans. Had they properly directed their attention to this transcendency, they would have perceived it to be so immense as to surpass eternity, infinity, self-subsistence, and even essence itself, and that these in reality belong to those venerable natures which are, as it were, first unfolded into light from the unfathomable depths of that truly mystic unknown, about which all knowledge is refunded into ignorance. For, as Simplicius justly observes, it is requisite that he who ascends to the principle of things should investigate whether it is possible there can be anything better than the supposed principle. And if something more excellent is found, the same inquiry should again be made respecting that, till we arrive at the highest conceptions, than which we have no longer any more venerable. Nor should we stop in our ascent till we find this to be the case. For there is no occasion to fear that our progression will be through an unsubstantial void, by conceiving something about the first principles which is greater and more transcendent than their nature. For it is not possible for our conceptions to take such a mighty leap as to equal, and much less to pass beyond, the dignity of the first principles of things. He adds, this, therefore, is one and the best extension of the soul to the highest God, and is, as much as possible, irreprehensible, viz. To know firmly that by ascribing to him the most venerable excellences we can conceive, and the most holy and primary names and things, we ascribe nothing to him which is suitable to his dignity. It is sufficient, however, to procure our pardon for the attempt, that we can attribute to him nothing superior. If it is not possible, therefore, to form any ideas equal to the dignity of the immediate progeny of the ineffable, that is, of the first principles of things, how much less can our conceptions reach that thrice unknown darkness in the reverential language of the Egyptians, Tziv, which is even beyond these? Had the heathens, therefore, considered as they ought this transcendency of the supreme God, they would never have presumed to equalize the human with the divine nature, and consequently would never have worshipped men as gods. Their theology, however, is not to be accused as the cause of this impiety, but their forgetfulness of the sublimest of its dogmas, and the confusion with which this oblivion was necessarily attended. But to return to the present work. To some who are conversant with the writings of Porphyry, who know how high he ranks among the best of the Platonists, and that he was denominated by them on account of his excellence of the philosopher, it may seem strange that he should have been so unskilled in theological mysteries, and so ignorant of the characteristics of the beings superior to man, as by his epistle to ANEBO he may appear to have been. That he was not, however, in reality thus unskillful and ignorant is evident from his admirable treatise on abstinence from animal food, and his Aformai pros ta noeta, or Auxiliaries to Intelligibles. His apparent ignorance, therefore, must have been assumed for the purpose of obtaining a more perfect and copious solution of the doubts proposed in his epistle than he would otherwise have received. But at the same time that this is admitted, it must also be observed that he was inferior to Iamblichus in theological science, who so greatly excelled in knowledge of this kind that he was not surpassed by anyone and was equaled by few. Hence he was denominated by all succeeding Platonists the divine, in the same manner as Plato, to whom, as the acute Emperor Julian remarks, he was posterior in time only, but not in genius. The difficulties attending the translation of this work into English are necessarily great, not only from its sublimity and novelty, but also from the defects of the original. I have, however, endeavored to make the translation as faithful and complete as possible, and have occasionally availed myself of the annotations of Gale, not being able to do so continually because, for the most part, where philosophy is concerned, he shows himself to be an inaccurate, impertinent, and garrulous smatterer. The Epistle of Porphyry to the Egyptian ANEBO. Porphyry to the prophet ANEBO greeting. I commence my friendship towards you from the gods and good daemons, and from those philosophic disquisitions which have an affinity to these powers. And concerning these particulars indeed, much has been said by the Grecian philosophers, but, for the most part, the principles of their belief are derived from conjecture. In the first place, therefore, it is granted that there are gods. But I inquire what the peculiarities are of each of the more excellent genera by which they are separated from each other, and whether we must say that the cause of the distinction between them is from their energies or their passive motions, or from things that are consequent, or from their different arrangement with respect to bodies, as, for instance, from the arrangement of the gods with reference to ethereal, but of daemons to aerial, and of souls to terrestrial bodies. I also ask why, since all the gods dwell in the heavens, theurgists only invoke the terrestrial and subterranean gods. Likewise, how some of the gods are said to be aquatic and aerial, and how different gods are allotted different places and the parts of bodies according to circumscription, though they have an infinite, impartible, and incomprehensible power. How there will be a union of them with each other if they are separated by the divisible circumscriptions of parts, and by the difference of places in subject bodies. How do theologists, or those who are wise in divine concerns, represent the gods as passive, to whom on this account it is said erect folly are exhibited, and obscene language is used? But if they are impassive, the invocations of the gods will be in vain, which announce that they can appease the anger of the divinities and procure a reconciliation with them, and still more, what are called the necessities of the gods will be vain. For that which is impassive cannot be allured, nor compelled, nor necessitated. How therefore are many things in sacred operations performed to them as passive? Invocations, likewise, are made to the gods as passive, so that not daemons only are passive, but the gods also, conformably to what Homer says, and flexible are e'en the gods themselves. But if we assert with certain persons that the gods are pure intellects, but that daemons, being psychical, participate of intellect in a still greater degree, will pure intellects be incapable of being allured, and will be unmingled with sensible natures. Supplications, however, are foreign to the purity of intellect, and therefore are not to be made to it. But the things which are offered in sacred rites are offered as to sensitive and psychical essences. Are therefore the gods separated from daemons through the former being incorporeal, but the latter corporeal? If, however, the gods are incorporeal alone, how will the sun and moon and the visible celestials be gods? How likewise are some of the gods beneficent, but others malefic? What is it that connects the gods in the heavens that have bodies with the incorporeal gods? What is it that distinguishes daemons from the visible and invisible gods, since the visible are connected with the invisible gods? In what do a daemon, hero, and soul differ from each other? Is it in essence, or in power, or in energy? What is the indication of a god, or angel, or archangel, or daemon, or a certain archon, or soul being present? For to speak boastingly, and to exhibit a phantasm of a certain quality, is common to gods and daemons, and to all the more excellent genera, so that the genus of gods will in no respect be better than that of daemons, since the ignorance of and deception about divine natures is impiety and impurity. But a scientific knowledge of the gods is holy and beneficial. The ignorance of things honorable and beautiful will be darkness, but the knowledge of them will be light. And the former, indeed, will fill men with all evils through the want of erudition and through audacity, but the latter will be the cause to them of every good. I wish you, therefore, to unfold to me the truth respecting these particulars. And in the first place, I wish you to explain to me distinctly what that is which is effected in divination. For we frequently obtain a knowledge of future events through dreams, when we are asleep, not being, at that time, in a tumultuous ecstasy, for the body is then quiescent, but we do not apprehend what then takes place, in the same manner as when we are awake. But many, through enthusiasm and divine inspiration, predict future events, and are then in so wakeful a state as even to energize according to sense, and yet they are not conscious of the state they are in, or at least not so much as they were before. Some also of those who suffer a mental alienation energize enthusiastically on hearing cymbals or drums, or a certain modulated sound, such as those who are corybantically inspired, those who are possessed by Sabazius, and those who are inspired by the mother of the gods. But some energize enthusiastically by drinking water, as the priest of Clarius and Colophon, others by being seated at the mouth of a cavern, as those who prophesy at Delphi, and others by imbibing the vapor from water, as the prophetesses in Branchidae. Some also become enthusiastic by standing on characters, as those that are filled from the intermission of spirits. Others, who are conscious what they are doing in other respects, are divinely inspired according to the fantastic part. Some, indeed, receiving darkness for a cooperator, others certain potions, but others incantations and compositions, and some energize, according to the imagination, through water. Others in a wall, others in the open air, and others in the sun, or in some other of the celestial bodies. Some also establish the art of the investigation of futurity through the viscera, through birds, and through the stars. I likewise ask concerning the mode of divination, what it is, and what the quality by which it is distinguished. All diviners indeed assert that they obtain a foreknowledge of future events through gods or daemons, and that it is not possible for any others to know that which is future than those who are the lords of futurity. I doubt, therefore, whether divinity is so far subservient to men as not to be averse to some becoming diviners from meal. But, concerning the causes of divination, it is dubious whether a god, an angel, or a daemon, or some other power is present in manifestations or divinations, or certain other sacred energies, as is the case with those powers that are drawn down through you, priests, by the necessities with which invocation is attended. Or does the soul assert and imagine these things? And are they, as some think, the passions of the soul, excited from small incentives? Or is a certain mixed form of subsistence produced from our soul, and divine inspiration externally derived? Hence it must be said that the soul generates the power which has an imaginative perception of futurity through motions of this kind, or that the things which are adduced from matter constitute daemons, through the powers that are inherent in them, and especially things adduced from the matter which is taken from animals. For in sleep, when we are not employed about anything, we sometimes obtain a knowledge of the future. But that a passion of the soul is the cause of divination is indicated by this, that the senses are occupied, that fumigations are introduced, and that invocations are employed, and likewise, that not all men, but those that are more simple and young, are more adapted to prediction. The ecstasy also of the reasoning power is the cause of divination, as is likewise the mania which happens in diseases, or mental aberration, or a sober and vigilant condition, or suffusions of the body, or the imaginations excited by diseases, or an ambiguous state of mind, such as that which takes place between a sober condition and ecstasy, or the imaginations artificially procured by enchantment. Nature, likewise, art, and the sympathy of things in the universe, as if they were the parts of one animal, contain pre-manifestations of certain things with reference to each other. And bodies are so prepared that there is a pre-signification of some by others, which is clearly indicated by the works performed in predicting what is future. For those who invoke the divinities for this purpose have about them stones and herbs, bind certain sacred bonds, which they also dissolve open places that are shut, and change the deliberate intentions of the recipients, so as from being depraved to render them worthy, though they were before depraved. Nor are the artificers of efficacious images to be despised. For they observe the motion of the celestial bodies, and can tell from the concurrence of what star with a certain star or stars predictions will be true or false, and also whether the things that are performed will be inanities or significant and efficacious, though no divinity or daemon is drawn down by these images. But there are some who suppose that there is a certain obedient genus of daemons which is naturally fraudulent, omniform, and various, and which assumes the appearance of gods and daemons and the souls of the deceased, and that through these everything which appears to be either good or evil is affected. For they are not able to contribute anything to true goods, such as those of the soul, nor to have any knowledge of them, but they abuse, deride, and frequently impede those who are striving to be virtuous. They are likewise full of pride, and rejoice in vapors and sacrifices. Jugglers likewise fraudulently attack us in many ways, through the ardor of the expectations which they raise. It very much indeed perplexes me to understand how superior beings, when invoked, are commanded by those that invoke them, as if they were their inferiors, and they think it requisite that he who worships them should be just. But when they are called upon to act unjustly, they do not refuse so to act. Though the gods, likewise, do not hear him who invokes them if he is impure from venereal connections, yet at the same time they do not refuse to lead anyone to illegal venery. I am likewise dubious with respect to sacrifices, what utility or power they possess in the universe, and with the gods, and on what account they are performed, appropriately indeed, to the powers who are honored by them, but usefully to those by whom the gifts are offered. Why also do the interpreters of prophecies and oracles think it requisite that they should abstain from animals, lest the gods should be polluted by the vapors arising from them? And yet the gods are especially allured by the vapors of animals? Why is it requisite that the inspector, who presides over sacred rites, ought not to touch a dead body, though most sacred operations are performed through dead bodies? And why, which is much more absurd than this, are threats employed and false terrors by any casual person, not to a daemon or some departed soul, but to the sovereign sun himself, or to the moon, or someone of the celestial gods, in order to compel these divinities to speak the truth? For does not he who says that he will burst the heavens, or unfold the secrets of Isis, or point out the arcanum in the Adatum, or stop Baris, or scatter the members of Osiris to Typhon, or that he will do something else of the like kind, does not he who says this, by thus threatening what he neither knows nor is able to effect, prove himself to be stupid in the extreme? And what abjectness does it not produce in those who, like very silly children, are possessed with such vain fear and are terrified at such fictions? And yet Chaeremon, who was a sacred scribe, writes these things, as disseminated by the Egyptians. It is also said that these, and things of the like kind, are of a most compulsive nature. What also is the meaning of those mystic narrations which say that a certain divinity is unfolded into light from mire, that he is seated above the lotus, that he sails in a ship, and that he changes his forms every hour according to the signs of the zodiac? For thus, they say, he presents himself to the view, and thus ignorantly adapt the peculiar passion of their own imagination to the god himself. But if these things are asserted symbolically, being symbols of the powers of this divinity, I request an interpretation of these symbols. For it is evident that if these are similar to passions of the sun, when he is eclipsed, they would be seen by all men who intently survey the god. What also is the design of names that are without signification? And why of such are those that are barbaric preferred to our own? For if he who hears them looks to their signification, it is sufficient that the conception remains the same, whatever the words may be that are used. For he who is invoked is not of the Egyptian race, nor, if he was an Egyptian, does he use the Egyptian, or, in short, any human language. For either all these are the artificial contrivances of enchanters and veils originating from our passions, which rumor ascribes to a divine nature. Or we ignorantly frame conceptions of divinity, contrary to its real mode of subsistence. I likewise wish you to unfold to me what the Egyptians conceived the first cause to be, whether intellect or above intellect, whether alone or subsisting with some other or others, whether incorporeal or corporeal, and whether it is the same with the demiurgus or prior to the demiurgus. Likewise, whether all things are from one principle or from many principles, whether the Egyptians have a knowledge of matter or of primary corporeal qualities, and whether they admit matter to be unbegotten or to be generated. For Charon indeed, and others, do not think there is anything else prior to the visible worlds, but in the beginning of their writings on this subject admit the existence of the gods of the Egyptians, but of no others, except what are called the planets, the gods that give completion to the zodiac, and such as rise together with days. And likewise, the sections into decans and the horoscopes. They also admit the existence of what are called the powerful leaders, whose names are to be found in the calendars, together with their ministrant offices, their risings and settings, and their significations of future events. For Charon saw that what those who say that the sun is the demiurgus, and likewise what is asserted concerning Osiris and Isis, and all the sacred fables, may be resolved into the stars and the phases, occultations and risings of these, or into the increments or decrements of the moon, or into the course of the sun, or the nocturnal and diurnal hemisphere, or into the river Nile. And, in short, the Egyptians resolve all things into physical, and nothing into incorporeal and living essences. Most of them, likewise, suspend that which is in our power from the motion of the stars, and bind all things, though I know not how, with the indissoluble bonds of necessity, which they call fate. They also connect fate with the gods, whom, nevertheless, they worship in temples and statues and other things as the only dissolvers of fate. Concerning the peculiar daemon, it must be inquired how he is imparted by the Lord of the geniture, and according to what kind of efflux or life or power he descends from him to us, and also whether he exists or does not exist, and whether the invention of the Lord of the geniture is impossible or possible. For if it is possible, he is happy, who, having learned the scheme of his nativity and knowing his proper daemon, becomes liberated from fate. The canons also of genethliology, or prediction from the natal day, are innumerable and incomprehensible, and the knowledge of this mathematical science cannot be obtained, for there is much dissonance concerning it, and Charon and many others have written against it. But the discovery of the Lord, or lords, of the geniture, if there are more than one in a nativity, is nearly granted by astrologers themselves to be unattainable, and yet they say that on this the knowledge of the proper daemon depends. Farther still, I wish to know whether the peculiar daemon rules over some one of the parts in us, for it appears to certain persons that daemons preside over the parts of our body, so that one is the guardian of health, another of the form of the body, and another of the corporeal habits, and that there is one daemon who presides in common over all these. And again, that one daemon presides over the body, another over the soul, and another over the intellect. and that some of them are good, but others bad. I am also dubious whether this daemon is not a certain part of the soul, such, for instance, as the intellectual part, and if so, he will be happy who has a wise intellect. I see likewise that there is a twofold worship of the peculiar daemon, the one being the worship as of two, but the other as of three. By all men, however, the daemon is called upon by a common invocation. I farther ask whether there is a certain other latent way to felicity, separate from the gods, and I am dubious whether it is requisite to look to human opinions in divine divination and theurgy, and whether the soul does not devise great things from casual circumstances. Moreover, there are certain other methods which are conversant with the prediction of future events, and, perhaps, those who possess divine divination foresee indeed what will happen, yet are not on this account happy. For they foresee future events, but do not know how to use this knowledge properly. I wish, therefore, that you would point out to me the path to felicity and show me in what the essence of it consists. For with us Greeks, there is much verbal contention about it because we form a conjecture of good from human reasonings. But by those who have devised the means of associating with beings more excellent than man. If the investigation of this subject is omitted, wisdom will be professed by them in vain, as they will only disturb a divine intellect about the discovery of a fugitive slave or the purchase of land, or, if it should so happen, about marriage or merchandise. And if they do not omit this subject, but assert what is most true about other things, yet say nothing that is stable and worthy of belief about felicity, in consequence of employing themselves about things that are difficult but useless to mankind, in this case, they will not be conversant either with gods or good daemons, but with that daemon who is called fraudulent. Or, if this is not admitted, the whole will be the invention of men and the fiction of a mortal nature. Iamblichus on the Mysteries, and the answer of the preceptor Abomen to the epistle of Porphyry to ANEBO, and a solution of the doubts contained in it. Section 1. Chapter 1. Hermes, the god who presides over language, was formerly very properly considered as common to all priests, and the power who presides over the true science concerning the gods is one and the same in the whole of things. Hence our ancestors dedicated the inventions of their wisdom to this deity, inscribing all their own writings with the name of Hermes. If therefore we participate of a portion of this god, adapted and commensurate to our powers, you do well to propose your theological doubts to the priests as friends, and to make these doubts known to them. I also very properly conceiving that the epistle sent to my disciple ANEBO was written to me, shall give you a true answer to your inquiries. For it would not be becoming that Pythagoras and Plato, Democritus and Eudoxus, and many other of the ancient Greeks, should have obtained appropriate instruction from the sacred scribes of their time, but that you, who are our contemporary, and think conformably to those ancients, should be frustrated of your wish by those who are now living and who are called common preceptors. I, therefore, thus betake myself to the present discussion, and do you, if you please, conceive that the same person to whom you sent the letter returns you an answer. Or, if it should seem fit to you, admit it to be me who discourses with you in writing, or some other prophet of the Egyptians, for this is of no consequence. Or, which I think is still better, dismiss the consideration whether the speaker is an inferior or a superior character, but direct your attention to what is said, so as readily to excite your mind to survey whether what is asserted is true or false. In the first place, therefore, we shall divide the genera of the proposed problems in order that we may know the quantity and quality of them. And, in the next place, we shall show from what theologies the doubts are assumed, and according to what sciences they are investigated. For some things that are badly confused require a certain distinction. Others are conversant with the cause through which they subsist and are apprehended. Others, which we propose according to a certain contrariety, draw our decision on both sides, and some things require from us the whole development of mystic doctrines. Such, therefore, being the nature of the subjects of discussion, they are assumed from many places and from different sciences. For some things introduce animadversions from what the wise men of the Chaldeans have delivered, others produce objections from what the prophets of the Egyptians teach, and there are some that, adhering to the theory of philosophers, make inquiries conformably to them. There are now likewise some that, from other opinions which do not deserve to be mentioned, elicit a certain dubitation, and others originate from the common conceptions of mankind. These things, therefore, are of themselves variously disposed, and are multiformly connected with each other. Hence, through all these causes, a certain discussion is requisite for the management of them in a becoming manner. Chapter 2. We shall, therefore, deliver to you the peculiar dogmas of the Assyrians, and also clearly develop to you our own opinions, collecting some things from the infinite writings of the ancients, but others from those particulars which were comprehended by the ancients in one treatise, and pertain to the whole knowledge of divine natures. If also you should propose any philosophic inquiry, we shall discuss it for you according to the ancient pillars of Hermes, which Plato and Pythagoras knew before, and from thence constituted their philosophy. But such things as exhibit foreign inquiries, or which are contradictory and contentious, we shall assist mildly and aptly, or we shall demonstrate their absurdity. Such likewise as proceed conformably to common conceptions, we shall endeavor to discuss in a way perfectly known and clear. And things, indeed, which require the experience of divine operations to an accurate knowledge of them, we shall explain as far as this is possible to be effected by words alone. But such as are full of intellectual theory, we shall develop with a view to the purification of the soul. But indications of this theory worthy of notice may be mentioned, by which it is possible for you, and those who resemble you, to be conducted by intellect to the essence of real beings. And with respect to such things as become known by a reasoning process, we shall leave no one of these without a perfect demonstration. But in all things we shall give to each that which is appropriate. And such questions, indeed, as are theological, we shall answer theologically, such as are theurgic, theurgically, but such as are philosophical, we shall, in conjunction with you, philosophically explore. Of these, also, such as extend to first causes, we shall unfold into light by following them conformably to first principles. But such as pertain to morals, or to ends, we shall fitly discuss according to the ethical mode, and in a similar manner we shall examine other things methodically and appropriately. Let us therefore now betake ourselves to your inquiries. Chapter 3. In the first place, therefore, you say, it must be granted that there are gods. Thus to speak, however, is not right on this subject, for an innate knowledge of the gods is coexistent with our very essence, and this knowledge is superior to all judgment and deliberate choice, and subsists prior to reason and demonstration. It is also united from the beginning with its proper cause, and is consubsistent with the essential tendency of the soul to the good. If indeed it be requisite to speak the truth, the contact with divinity is not knowledge. For knowledge is, in a certain respect, separated from its object by otherness, but prior to the knowledge, which as one thing knows another, is the uniform connection with divinity, and which is suspended from the gods, is spontaneous and inseparable from them. Hence, it is not proper to grant this, as if it might not be granted, nor to admit it as ambiguous, for it is always uniquely established in energy. Nor are we worthy thus to explore it, as if we had sufficient authority to approve or reject it. For we are comprehended in it, or rather we are filled by it, and we possess that very thing which we are, or by which our essence is characterized, in knowing the gods. I shall likewise say the same thing to you concerning the more excellent genera that follow the gods, I mean daemons, heroes, and undefiled souls. For it is necessary to understand respecting these, that there is always in them one definite reason of essence, and to remove from them the indefiniteness and instability of the human condition. It is likewise requisite to separate from them that inclination to one side of an argument rather than another, arising from the equilibrium of a reasoning process. For a thing of this kind is foreign from the principles of reason and life, and rather tends to secondary natures, and to such things as pertain to the power and contrariety of generation. But it is necessary that the more excellent genera should be apprehended uniformly. The connaissant perception, therefore, of the perpetual attendance of the gods will be assimilated to them. Hence, as they have an existence which is always invariably the same, thus also the human soul is conjoined to them by knowledge, according to a sameness of subsistence, by no means pursuing through conjecture, or opinion, or a syllogistic process, all which originate in time, an essence which is above all these, but through the pure and blameless intellections which the soul received from eternity from the gods, becoming united to them. You, however, seem to think that there is the same knowledge of divine natures as of anything else, and that one thing rather than another may be granted from opposites in the same manner as it is usual to do in dialectic discussions. There is, however, no similitude whatever between the two kinds of knowledge. For the knowledge of divine natures is different from that of other things, and is separated from all opposition. It likewise neither subsists in being now granted, or in becoming to be, but was from eternity, uniformly consubsistent with the soul. And thus much I say to you concerning the first principle in us, from which it is necessary those should begin who speak or hear anything about the natures that are superior to us. Chapter 4. With respect to your inquiry, what the peculiarities are in each of the more excellent genera by which they are separated from each other. If you understand by peculiarities the specific differences under the same genus which are distinguished by opposite qualities, as the rational and irrational under animal. We by no means admit peculiarities of this kind in things which neither have one common essence, nor an equal contradistinction, nor receive a composition from something common, which is indefinite and defines the peculiarity. But if you apprehend the peculiarity to be, as in prior and secondary natures differing in their whole essence and whole genus, a certain simple condition of being, definite in itself, in this case, your conception of peculiarities will be reasonable. For these peculiarities of things, which have an eternal subsistence, are simple and entirely exempt. The inquiry, however, proceeds imperfectly, for it was necessary in the first place to inquire what the peculiarities are of the more excellent genera according to essence, in the next place, what they are according to power, and thus afterwards, what they are according to energy. But, as your question now stands, with respect to the peculiarities by which these genera are separated, you alone speak of the peculiarities of energies. Hence, you inquire concerning the difference in the last things pertaining to them. But you leave uninvestigated such things as are first and most honorable in them, and which are the elements of their difference. In the same place, also, something is added concerning efficacious and passive motions, which is a division by no means adapted to the difference of the more excellent genera. For the contrariety of action and passion is not inherent in any one of them, but their energies are unrestrained, immutable, and without habitude to their opposites. Hence, neither must we admit in them motions of such a kind as arise from action and passion. For neither do we admit in the soul a self-motion, which consists of the mover and that which is moved, but we conceive that it is a certain simple essential motion, subsisting from itself, and not possessing a habitude to another thing, and exempt from acting on and suffering from itself. Who, therefore, can endure that the peculiarities of the genera superior to the soul should be distinguished according to active or passive motions? That also which is added by you, or of accidents, is foreign from these genera. For in composites and things which exist together with or in others, or are comprehended by others, some things are conceived to be precedaneous, but others consequent, and some as essences, but others as afterwards acceding to essences. For there is a certain co-arrangement of them, and incongruity and interval intervenes. But in the more excellent genera all things must be conceived into eini, i.e., in merely existing. And wholes have a precedaneous subsistence, are separate by themselves, and have not their hypostasis from, or in others, so that there is not anything in them which is accidental. Hence the peculiarity of them is not characterized from accidents. At the end, likewise, of your inquiry, you introduce a distinction according to nature. For your question asks, how essences are known by energies, by physical motions, and by accidents. The very contrary, however, to all this takes place. For if energies and motions were constitutive of essences, they would be the lords of the difference which is between them. But if essences generate energies, the former being separate prior to the latter, will impart to motions, energies, and accidents that by which they differ from each other. This, therefore, subsists contrarily to what you suppose, for the purpose of discovering the peculiarity which you now investigate. In short, whether you think that there is one genus of the gods, one of daemons, and in a similar manner of heroes, and souls essentially incorporeal, or whether you admit that these are severally many, you inquire what the difference of them is according to peculiarities. For if you apprehend that each of these is one and the same genus, the whole arrangement of scientific theology is confounded. But if, as truth requires, you admit that they are genetically distinguished, and that there is not in them one common essential definition, but that those of them which are prior are exempt from those that are inferior, it is not possible to discover their common boundaries. And even if this were possible, this very thing would destroy their peculiarities. In this way, therefore, the object of investigation cannot be found. He, however, he who directs his attention to the analogous sameness which exists in superior natures, as, for instance, in the many genera of the gods, and again in daemons and heroes, and in the last place in souls, will be able to define their peculiarities. Hence, through this, it is demonstrated by us what the rectitude is of the present inquiry, and what its accurate distinction, and also in what manner it is impossible, and in what manner it is possible for it to subsist. Chapter 5. In the next place, let us direct our attention to the solution of your inquiries. There is, therefore, the good itself which is beyond essence, and there is that good which subsists according to essence. I mean, the essence which is most ancient and most honorable, and by itself incorporeal. And this is the illustrious peculiarity of the gods, which exists in all the genera that subsist about them, preserving their appropriate distribution and order, and not being divulsed from it, and at the same time being inherent with invariable sameness in all the gods and their perpetual attendants. In souls, however, which rule over bodies, and precedenteously pay attention to them, and which, prior to generation, have by themselves a perpetual arrangement, essential good is not present, nor the cause of good which is prior to essence. But to these a certain participation in habit proceeding from essential good exceeds, just as we see that the participation of beauty and virtue is very different in these souls from that which we behold in men. For the latter is ambiguous, and accedes to composite natures as something adventitious. But the former has an immutable and never-failing establishment in souls, and neither itself ever departs from itself, nor can be taken away by anything else. Such, therefore, being the beginning and end in the divine genera, conceive two media between these extreme boundaries, vis-a-vis the order of heroes, which has an arrangement more elevated than that of souls, in power and virtue, in beauty and magnitude, and in all the goods which subsist about souls, and which, though it entirely transcends the psychical order, yet at the same time is proximately conjoined to it through the alliance of a similar formed life. But the other medium, which is suspended from the gods, though it is far inferior to them, is that of daemons, which is hot of a primarily operative nature, but is subservient to and follows the beneficent will of the gods. It likewise unfolds into energy the invisible good of the gods, being itself assimilated to it, and gives completion to its fabrications conformably to it. For it renders that which is ineffable in the good of the gods effable, illuminates that which is formless in forms, and produces, into visible reasons or productive forms, that which in divine good is above all reason. Receiving also a connascent participation of things beautiful, it imparts and transfers it in unenvying abundance to the genera posterior to itself. These middle genera, therefore, give completion to the common bond of the gods and souls, and cause the connection of them to be indissoluble. They also bind together the one continuity of things from on high as far as to the end, make the communion of wholes to be inseparable, cause all things to have the best and a commensurate mixture. In a certain respect, equally transmit the progression from more excellent to inferior natures, and the elevation from things posterior to such as are prior. Insert in more imperfect beings order and measures of the communication which descends from more excellent natures, and of that by which it is received. And make all things to be familiar and co-adapted to all, supernally receiving the causes of all these from the gods. You must not therefore think that this division is the peculiarity of powers, or energies, or of essence, nor assuming it separately, must you survey it in one of these. But by extending it in common through all the genera, you will give perfection to the answer concerning the peculiarities of gods, daemons, and heroes, and also of those in souls which are now the subjects of your inquiry. Again, however, according to another mode of considering the subject, it is necessary to ascribe to the gods the whole of that which is united, of whatever kind it may be, that which is firmly established in itself, and which is the cause of impartible essences, the immovable, which also is to be considered as the cause of all motion, and which transcends the whole of things, and has nothing in common with them, and the unmingled and the separate, understood in common in essence, power and energy, and everything else of this kind. But that which is now separated into multitude, and is able to impart itself to other things, and which receives from others, bound in itself, and is sufficient in the distributions of partible natures, so as to give completion to them, which also participates of the primarily operative and vivific, having communion with all real and generated beings, receives a commixture from all things, imparts a contemperation to all things from itself, and extends these peculiarities through all the powers, essences, and energies in itself. All this we shall truly ascribe to souls, by asserting that it is naturally implanted in them. Chapter 6. What, therefore, shall we say concerning the media? I think, indeed, that from what has been before said, they will be manifest to everyone, for these give completion to the indivisible connection of the extremes. Nevertheless, it is necessary to be more explicit. I consider, therefore, the daemoniacal tribe to be multiplied, but unitedly to be commingled, but in an unmingled manner, and to comprehend all other things of a subordinate nature according to the idea of that which is more excellent. But again, the tribe of heroes supernally presides over a more obvious division and multitude, and likewise over motion, commixture, and things allied to these. It also receives gifts of a more excellent nature, concealed as it were inwardly. I mean union, purity, a firm establishment, impartible sameness, and a transcendency above other things. For one of these middle genera is proximate to the first, but the other to the last of the extremes. But it reasonably follows, according to continuity of alliance, that the medium, which begins from the most excellent natures, should proceed to such as are less excellent, but that the medium which primarily produces a contact with the last of things should also, in a certain respect, communicate with the natures that transcend it. From these media also, the completion may be seen of the first and last genera, and this entirely connascent in a similar manner, in existence, in power, and in energy. As we have, therefore, in these two ways, perfectly completed the division of the four genera, we shall deem it sufficient in the others to exhibit the extreme peculiarities alone, for the sake of conciseness, and because what remains, that is the comprehension of the media, is in a certain respect evident. But the media themselves, as being known from the extremes, we shall omit, making a definition of the extremes in the shortest way as follows. Chapter 7. Of the extremes, therefore, one is supreme, transcendent, and perfect, but the other is last in dignity, deficient, and more imperfect. And the former, indeed, is capable of accomplishing all things at once, uniformly in an instant. But the latter is neither able to effect all things, nor at once, nor suddenly, nor impartibly. The former also generates and governs all things, without being inclined towards them. But the latter is naturally disposed to verge, and be converted to the things which it generates and governs. And the former, indeed, as primordial in cause, precedes all things in power. But the latter, being suspended from the will of the gods, as from a cause, is from eternity consubsistent with it. The former, likewise, according to one vigorous acme, comprehends the ends of all energies and essences, but the latter passes from some things to others, and proceeds from the imperfect to the perfect. Farther still, to the former that which is highest and that which is incomprehensible pertain, and also that which is better than all measure, and is in such a manner formless as not to be circumscribed by any form, but the latter is vanquished by inclination, habitude, and propensity, and is detained by appetites directed to that which is less excellent and by familiarity with secondary natures. Hence, in the last place, it is formalized by all various measures derived from them. Intellect, therefore, which is the leader and king of all beings, and which is the demiurgic art of the universe, is always present with the gods, with invariable sameness, perfectly and without indigence, being purely established in itself, according to one energy. But soul participates of a partible and multiform intellect, having its attention directed to the government of the whole. It also providentially attends to inanimate natures, becoming at different times ingenerated in different forms. From the same causes, therefore, order and beauty itself are consubsistent with the more excellent genera, or, if someone had rather admit it, the cause of these is consubsistent with them. But with soul, the participation of the intellectual order and divine beauty is always present, and with the former, indeed, the measure of wholes, or the cause of this, perpetually concurs. But soul is terminated by the divine boundary, and participates of this in a partible manner. To the former also, empire over all beings, through the power and domination of cause, may be reasonably ascribed. But soul has certain distinct boundaries, as far as to which it is able to have dominion. Such, therefore, being the different peculiarities in the extremes, it will not be difficult to understand what we have now said, and to perceive the middle peculiarities of daemons and heroes, which are allied to each of the extremes, possessing a similitude to each, departing from both to the medium, and embracing a concordant communion commingled from them and connected with it in appropriate measures. Such, therefore, must be conceived to be the peculiarities of the first divine genera. Chapter 8. But neither must we admit that cause of the distinction of these genera which you subjoin, viz., that it is an arrangement with reference to different bodies, as, for instance, of gods to ethereal bodies, but of daemons to aerial bodies, and of souls to such as are terrene. For such an arrangement as this, which resembles that of Socrates to a tribe, when he is a senator, is unworthy of the divine genera, because all of them are essentially unrestrained and free. To which may be added that it is dreadfully absurd to ascribe to bodies a principal power of giving a specific distinction to the first causes of themselves. For bodies are in servile subjection to these causes, and are ministrant to generation, and farther still, the genera of the more excellent natures are not in bodies, but the former externally rule over the latter. Hence, they are not changed in conjunction with bodies. Again, they impart from themselves to bodies every such good as they are able to receive, but they themselves receive nothing from bodies, so that neither will they derive from them certain peculiarities. For if they were as the habits of bodies, or as material forms, or were in some other way corporeal formed, it would perhaps be possible for them to be changed together with the differences of bodies. But if they are separate from bodies, and essentially pre-exist unmingled with them, what reasonable distinction, produced from bodies, can be transferred to them? To which also may be added that this assertion of yours makes bodies to be more excellent than the divine genera, since the former afford a seat to superior causes, and insert in them peculiarities essentially. He, therefore, who co-arranges allotments, distributions, and consociations of governors with the governed, will evidently assign a principal authority to more excellent natures. For because the presiding powers are such as we have shown them to be, on this account they have such an allotment, and give to it an essential specific distinction, but they are not assimilated to the nature of their receptacles. It is necessary, therefore, to admit a thing of this kind in partial souls. For such as is the life which the soul received, prior to its insertion in a human body, and such as the form which it readily exerted, such also is the organical body which it has suspended from itself, and such the consequent corresponding nature which receives the more perfect life of the soul. But with respect to more excellent natures, and which, as wholes, comprehend the principle of parts in these, inferior are produced in superior natures, bodies in incorporeal essences, things fabricated in the fabricators, and, being circularly comprehended in, are directed and governed by them. Hence, the circulations of the celestial bodies, being primarily inserted in the celestial circulations of the ethereal soul, are perpetually inherent in them. And the souls of the worlds, ayahs of the spheres, being extended to their intellect, are perfectly comprehended by it and are primarily generated in it. Intellect also, both that which is partial and that which is universal, is in a similar manner comprehended in the genera that are more excellent than intellect. Since therefore second are always converted to first natures, and superior are the leaders of inferior essences, as being the paradigms of them. Hence, essence and form exceed to subordinate from superior natures, and things posterior are primarily produced in such as are more excellent, so that order and measure are derived from primary to secondary beings, and the latter possess that which they are from the former. But the contrary must not be admitted, viz., that peculiarities emanate from things less excellent to the natures which precede them. Hence, through these things, such a corporeal form division as you introduce is demonstrated to be false. It is, indeed, especially necessary not to propose anything of this kind. But if this should appear to you to be requisite, yet you must not think that what is false deserves to be discussed. For such a discussion does not exhibit a copiousness of arguments, but he wearies himself in vain, who, proposing things that are false, endeavors afterwards to subvert them as things that are not true. For how is it possible that an essence, which is of itself incorporeal, and which has nothing in common with the bodies that participate of it, should be distinguished from other things by corporeal qualities? How can that which is not locally present with bodies be separated by corporeal places? And how can that which is not enclosed by the partible circumscriptions of subjects be partibly detained by the parts of the world? What also is that which can prevent the gods from being everywhere? And what can restrain their power from extending as far as to the celestial arch? For to effect this must be the work of a more powerful cause, which is able to enclose and circumscribe them in certain parts. But truly existing being, and which is essentially incorporeal, is everywhere, wherever it may wish to be. And that which is divine, and which transcends all things, would, if what you say were admitted, be transcended by the perfection of the whole world, and, as a certain part, would be comprehended by it. Hence, it would be inferior to corporeal magnitude. I do not, however, see after what manner these sensible natures could be produced and specifically distinguished if there was no divine fabrication, and if no participation of divine forms extended through the whole world. In short, this opinion wholly subverts sacred institutions and the theurgic communion of the gods with men, since it exterminates from the earth the presence of the more excellent genera. For it says nothing else than that divine dwell remote from earthly natures, and that this our place of abode is deserted by them. According to this assertion, therefore, neither can we, that are priests, learn anything from the gods, nor do you rightly inquire of us as knowing more than others, since we shall differ in no respect from other men. No one, however, of these assertions is sane, for neither are the gods detained in certain parts of the world, nor are terrene natures destitute of their providential attention. But the divinities are characterized by this, that they are not comprehended by anything, and that they comprehend all things in themselves. But terrestrial natures possess their existence in the pleromas of the gods, and when they become adapted to divine participation, then prior to their own proper essence, they immediately possess the gods, which latently pre-existed in it. Through these things, therefore, we have shown that the whole of this division is false, that the method employed by you of investigating peculiarities is irrational, and that to suppose the government of the gods is fixed in a certain place is by no means to apprehend the whole essence and power which is in them. It would have been proper, therefore, to have omitted the opposite inquiry made by you about this distribution of more excellent natures, as not contradicting in any respect true conceptions. Because, however, it is necessary rather to direct the attention to true science, but not to dispute with men. On this account, we also shall adapt the present inquiry to a certain rational and theological apprehension. Chapter 9. I consider you, therefore, as asking, for it is your inquiry, why, since the gods dwell in the heavens alone, there are invocations by theurgists of terrestrial and subterranean gods. For what you assert in the beginning is not true, that the gods circumvolve in the heavens alone, since all things are full of them. You also inquire how some of the gods are said to be aerial, and different gods are allotted different places and circumscribed portions of bodies, though they possess infinite, impartible, and incomprehensible power. And how, likewise, there will be a union of them with each other, as they are separated by divisible circumscriptions of parts, and by difference of places and subject bodies. Of all these, therefore, and an infinite number of other similar questions, one and the best solution will be obtained by surveying the mode of divine allotment. A divine nature, therefore, whether it is allotted certain parts of the universe, such as heaven or earth, or sacred cities and regions, or certain groves, or sacred statues, externally illuminates all these in the same manner as the sun externally irradiates all things with his rays. Hence, as light comprehends the things which are illuminated by it, thus also the power of the gods externally comprehends its participants. As likewise, the solar light is present with the air in an unmingled manner. But this is manifest from no light being left in the air when once that which illuminated it has departed, though heat is still present with it, when that which heated it is entirely withdrawn. Thus also the light of the gods illuminates separately, and being firmly established in itself, wholly proceeds through all beings. Moreover, the light which is the object of sensible perception is one, continuous and everywhere the same, whole, so that it is not possible for any part of it to be separate and cut off from the whole, nor to be enclosed in a circle, nor at any time to depart from its illuminating source. After the same manner, therefore, the whole world being partible is divided about the one and impartible light of the gods, but this light is everywhere one and the same whole, and is impartibly present with all things that are able to participate of it. Through an all-perfect power fills all things, and by a certain causal comprehension, encloses and terminates the whole of things in itself, and is everywhere united to itself, and conjoins ends to beginnings. This too, all heaven and the world imitating, revolve with a circular motion, are united to themselves, and lead the elements which are carried round in a circle. Hence the world causes all things to be in each other, and to tend to each other, makes the end of one thing to coalesce with the beginning of another, as, for instance, earth with heaven, and produces one connection and concord of wholes with wholes. Will not, therefore, he who surveys this conspicuous statue of the gods, thus united to itself, be ashamed to have a different opinion of the gods, who are the causes of it, so as to introduce among them sections and separations and corporeal form circumscriptions? I, indeed, should think that everyone would be thus disposed. For if there is no ratio, no habitude of symmetry, no communion of essence, nor a connection either in capacity or in energy, between that which is adorned and the adorning cause. If this be the case, there will neither be found in the world a certain extension according to interval, nor local comprehension, nor partible interception, nor any other such like connascent equalization in the presence of the gods with mundane natures. For in things which are of a kindred nature according to essence and power, or which are in a certain respect of the same species, or homogeneous, a certain comprehension or conservation may be discovered. But in such things as are entirely exempt from all mundane wholes, what opposing circumstance or transition through all things, or partible circumscription, or local comprehension, or anything else of this kind can justly be perceived? I think, therefore, that the several participants of the divinities are of such a nature that some partake of them ethereally, others aerially, and others aquatically, which also the art of divine works perceiving employs adaptations and invocations conformable to such a division. And thus much concerning the distribution of the more excellent genera into the world. Chapter 10. After these things, you again subjoin another division for yourself, in which you separate the essences of the more excellent genera by the difference of passive and impassive. But neither do I admit this division. For no one of the more excellent genera is passive, nor yet impassive in such a way as to be contradistinguished from that which is passive, nor is naturally adapted to receive passions, but liberated from them through virtue or some other worthy condition of being. But because they are entirely exempt from the contrariety of action and passion, and because they are not at all adapted to suffer, and have essentially an immutable firmness, on this account I place the impassive and the immutable in all the divine genera. For consider, if you are willing, the last of divine natures, viz., a soul purely liberated from bodies. What does such a soul want with the generation which is in pleasure, or the restitution which is in it to a natural condition, since such a soul is above nature and lives an unbegotten life? Why also should it participate of the pain which leads to corruption and dissolves the harmony of the body, since it is beyond all body, and the nature which is divided about body, and is entirely separate from the harmony which descends from the soul into the body? But neither is it in want of the passions which precede sensation. For neither is it detained in body, nor enclosed by it, so as to require corporeal organs, in order to apprehend certain other bodies which are external to these organs. And in short, being impartible, and abiding in one and the same form, and also being essentially incorporeal, and having no communication with a generated and passive body, it cannot suffer anything either according to division, or according to a change in quality, nor can have anything which is allied to any kind of mutation or passion. But neither does the rational soul, when it exceeds to body, either itself suffer, or the reasons which it imparts to the body. For these reasons are forms, and being simple and uniform, they receive no perturbation in themselves, and no departure from their proper mode of subsistence. That which remains, therefore, or the participant of the rational soul, becomes the cause of suffering to the composite. Cause, however, is not the same with its effect. Hence, as soul is the first origin of generable and corruptible composite animals, but is itself by itself ingenerable and incorruptible. Thus, also, though the participants of the soul suffer and do not wholly, i.e. truly, possess life and existence, but are complicated with the indefiniteness and diversity of matter, yet the soul is itself by itself immutable, as being essentially more excellent than that which suffers, and not as possessing impassivity, in a certain deliberate choice, which verges both to the impassive and the passive, nor as receiving an adscitious immutability in the participation of habit or power. Since, therefore, we have demonstrated that it is impossible for even the last genus of the more excellent order of beings, viz. The soul, to participate of suffering, how can it be proper to adapt this participation to daemons and heroes, who are perpetual, and the attendants of the gods, and who always invariably preserve the same divine order and never desert it? For we know this indeed, that passion is something disorderly, confused, and unstable, never having any proper authority of its own, but being devoted to that by which it is detained, and to which it is subservient for the purposes of generation. This, therefore, rather pertains to some other genus than to that which always exists and is suspended from the gods, and which, in conjunction with them, observes the same order and accomplishes the same period. Hence, daemons are impassive, and all the more excellent genera which follow them and the gods. Chapter 11. How therefore, you ask, are many things performed to them in sacred operations, as if they were passive? I reply that this is asserted through an ignorance of sacerdotal mysticism. For of the things which are perpetually effected in sacred rites, some have a certain arcane cause, and which is more excellent than reason. Others are consecrated from eternity to the superior genera as symbols. Others preserve a certain other image, just as nature, which is effective of invisible reasons, expresses certain visible formations. Others are adduced for the sake of honor, or have for their end some kind of similitude, or familiarity and alliance. And some procure what is useful to us, or in a certain respect purify and liberate our human passions, or avert some other of those dire circumstances which happen to us. It must not, however, be on this account granted that a certain portion of sacred institutions is employed in the service of gods or daemons, as if they were passive. For an essence which is by itself perpetual and incorporeal is not naturally adapted to receive a certain mutation from bodies. Nor, even though we should admit that this essence is especially in want of such things, will it require the aid of men to a sacred worship of this kind, since it is itself filled from itself, and from the nature of the world, and the perfection which is in generation. And if it be lawful, so to speak, prior to being in want, it receives the self-sufficient through the never-failing wholeness of the world and its own proper plenitude, and because all the more excellent genera are full of appropriate good. Let this, therefore, be a lenitive for us in common concerning the worship of the undefiled genera as being appropriately co-adapted to the beings that are more excellent than we, and because pure things are introduced to pure and impassive things to impassive natures. But directing our attention to particulars, we say that the erection of the phalli is a certain sign of prolific power, which, through this, is called forth to the generative energy of the world, on which account also many phalli are consecrated in the spring, because then the whole world receives from the gods the power which is productive of all generation. But I am of opinion that the obscene language which then takes place affords an indication of the privation of good about matter, and of the deformity which is in material subjects prior to their being adorned. For these being indigent of ornament, by so much the more aspire after it, as they in a greater degree despise their own deformity. Again, therefore, they pursue the causes of forms, and of what is beautiful and good, recognizing baseness from base language. And thus, indeed, the thing itself, viz., turpitude, is averted, but the knowledge of it is rendered manifest through words, and those that employ them transfer their desire to that which is contrary to baseness. Another reason also of these things may be assigned. The powers of the human passions that are in us, when they are entirely restrained, become more vehement, but when they are called forth into energy, gradually and commensurately, they rejoice in being moderately gratified, are satisfied, and from hence, becoming purified, they are rendered tractable and are vanquished without violence. On this account, in comedy and tragedy, by surveying the passions of others, we stop our own passions, cause them to be more moderate, and are purified from them. In sacred ceremonies, likewise, by certain spectacles and auditions of things base, we become liberated from the injury which happens from the works effected by them. Things of this kind, therefore, are introduced for the sake of our soul, and of the diminution of the evils which adhere to it through generation, and of a solution and liberation from its bonds. On this account also, they are very properly called by Heraclitus remedies as healing things of a dreadful nature, and saving souls from the calamities with which the realms of generation are replete. Chapter 12. You also say that invocations are directed to the gods as to beings that are passive, so that not only daemons are passive, but likewise the gods. This, however, is not the case, for the illumination which takes place through invocations is spontaneously visible and self-perfect, is very remote from all downward attraction, proceeds into visibility through divine energy and perfection, and as much surpasses our voluntary motion as the divine will of the good transcends a deliberately chosen life. Through this will, therefore, the gods, being benevolent and propitious, impart their light to theurgists in unenvying abundance, calling upwards their souls to themselves, procuring them a union with themselves, and accustoming them, while they are yet in body, to be separated from bodies, and to be led round to their eternal and intelligible principle. But it is evident from the effects themselves that what we now say is the salvation of the soul. For the soul in contemplating blessed spectacles acquires another life, energizes according to another energy, and is then rightly considered as no longer ranking in the order of man. Frequently, likewise, abandoning her own life, she exchanges it for the most blessed energy of the gods. If, therefore, the ascent through invocations imparts to the priest purification from passions, a liberation from generation, and a union with a divine principle, how is it possible to connect with it anything of passion? For an invocation of this kind does not draw down the impassive and pure gods to that which is passive and impure, but, on the contrary, it renders us, who have become passive through generation, pure and immutable. Neither do the invocations which implore the gods to incline to us, conjoin the priest to them through passion, but procure for them the communion of an indissoluble connection through the friendship which binds all things together. Hence, it does not, as the name seems to imply, incline the intellect of the gods to men, but, according to the decision of truth, renders the will of man adapted to the participation of the gods, elevates it to them, and co-harmonizes the former with the latter through the most appropriate persuasion. On this account also, Such names of the gods as are adapted to sacred concerns and other divine symbols are able, as they are of an anagogic or elevating nature, to connect invocations with the gods themselves. Chapter 13. Moreover, the pacifications of anger will become manifest if we understand what the anger of the gods is. This, therefore, is not, as it appears to be to some, a certain ancient and inveterate rage, but an abandonment of the beneficent care of the gods, from which we turn ourselves away, withdrawing, as it were, from meridian light, hiding ourselves in darkness, and depriving ourselves of the beneficent gift of the gods. Hence, pacification is able to convert us to the participation of divinity and the providential care of the gods, from which we were divulsed, and to bind together, commensurately, participants and the participated natures. So far, therefore, is pacification from accomplishing its work through passion, that it separates us from the passive and tumultuous abandonment of the gods. But the oblation of victims, when some evil is present in places about the earth, procures a remedy for the evil, and secures us from the incursion of any mutation or passion. Hence, whether a thing of this kind is effected through gods or daemons, it invokes these as the expellers of evil, and our true saviors, and through them exterminates all the injury which may exceed from the calamities. Those powers, also, who avert genesiurgic and physical punishments, do not expel them through passions. And if someone should think that the suppression of the guardian care of the gods introduces a certain spontaneous injury, in this case the persuasion arising from pacification recalls the benevolence of the more excellent genera to a providential attention to our affairs, and takes away our privation of good, being itself perfectly pure and immutable. Chapter 14. Farther still, with respect to what are called the necessities of the gods, the whole truth of this is that necessities are peculiar to and subsist in such a way as accords with the nature of the gods. Hence, they do not subsist as if they were externally derived or were the effect of violence, but after such a manner as the good ought to be from necessity, so the gods entirely exist and are by no means otherwise disposed. This necessity, therefore, is mingled with beneficent will, and is the friend of love. Through an order adapted to the gods, possesses identity and immutability, and because it is contained in one boundary, abides in this and never departs from it. Hence, through all these particulars, the contrary to what you infer takes place. For it happens that a divine nature is incapable of being allured, is impassive and uncompelled, if there are in reality such powers in theurgy, as we have demonstrated there are. Chapter 15. After this, you pass on to another division into contraries, viz., the division of gods with reference to daemons. For you say that the gods are pure intellects, but you propose this opinion as an hypothesis, or you narrate it as a dogma adopted by certain persons, and you infer that daemons are psychical essences participating of intellect. Neither, therefore, am I ignorant that this is the opinion of many philosophers. But to you, I do not think it is proper to conceal what appears to me to be the truth. For all such opinions are full of confusion, since they wander from daemons to souls, which also participate of intellect, and from the gods to an immaterial intellect and energy, which the gods entirely excel by a priority of nature. Why, therefore, is it requisite to attribute to them these peculiarities, which are by no means appropriate? And thus much concerning this division, for it would be superfluous to make any further mention of it. But it is requisite that your doubts respecting this distinction should be properly considered, as the discussion of them pertains to the sacerdotal province. Farther still, having said that pure intellects are inflexible, that is not to be changed or altered, and unmingled with sensibles, you doubt whether it is requisite to pray to them. But I think it is necessary to pray to no others than these. For that in us, which is divine, intellectual, and one, or intelligible, if you are willing so to call it, is most clearly excited in prayer, and, when excited, vehemently seeks that which is similar to itself and becomes copulated to perfection itself. But if it should appear to you to be incredible that an incorporeal nature can be capable of hearing sounds, and it should be urged by you that for this purpose the sense of hearing is requisite, that it may apprehend what is said by us in prayer, You willingly forget the excellency of primary causes, which consists in both knowing and comprehending in themselves at once the whole of things. The gods, therefore, do not receive prayers in themselves through any corporeal powers or organs, but rather contain in themselves the energies of pious invocations, and especially of such as, through sacred ceremonies, are established in and united to the gods. For then, in reality, a divine nature is present with itself and does not communicate with the intellectual conceptions in prayer as different from its own. Supplications, however, you say, are too foreign to the purity of intellect to be offered to the gods. But this is by no means the case. For on this very account, because we fall short of the gods in power, purity, and everything else, we shall act in the most opportune manner by invoking them with the most vehement supplications. For the consciousness of our own nothingness, when we compare ourselves with the gods, causes us to betake ourselves spontaneously to suppliant prayer. But from supplication, we are in a short time led to the object of supplication, acquire its similitude from intimate converse, and gradually obtain divine perfection, instead of our own imbecility and imperfection. If indeed it is considered that sacred prayers are sent to men from the gods themselves, that they are certain symbols of the divinities, and that they are only known to the gods, with whom, in a certain respect, they possess the same power, how can it any longer be justly apprehended that a supplication of this kind is sensible and not divine and intellectual? Or what passion can exceed to a thing of this kind, the purity of which the most worthy human manners cannot easily equal? You say, however, that the things which are offered in supplications are offered as to sensitive and psychical natures. And indeed, if the offerings consisted of corporeal and composite powers alone, or of such things as are merely subservient to corporeal organs, your assertion would be true. But as the offerings participate of incorporeal forms, of certain reasons and more simple measures, the aptitude of them is to be surveyed according to this alone. And if a certain alliance or similitude is present which is either proximate or remote, it is sufficient to effect the contact of which we are now speaking. For there is not anything which in the smallest degree is adapted to the gods, to which the gods are not immediately present and with which they are not conjoined. The connection, therefore, of supplications with the gods is not as with sensitive or psychical natures, but as with divine forms, and with the gods themselves as gods, i.e. as superessential hyparxes, so that we have sufficiently spoken in opposition to this division. Chapter 16. The difference which separates gods from daemons by the corporeal and incorporeal is the next thing that follows in what you have written. This being much more common than the former difference, and yet it is so far from expressing the peculiarities of their essence that it does not afford a conjectural knowledge of them, nor of any accidents which pertain to them. For neither is it possible from these things to apprehend whether they are animals or not, and whether they are deprived of life, or are not at all in want of it. Farther still, neither is it easy to conjecture how these names are predicated, whether in common or of many different things. For if in common, it is absurd that a line and time, God and daemons, fire and water, should be under the same incorporeal genus. But if of many things, what reason is there when you speak of the incorporeal, that you should rather manifest by it gods than points, or when you speak of the corporeal, that you should not be thought to speak of the earth rather than of daemons? For neither is this very thing defined whether gods and daemons have bodies, or are carried in bodies as in a vehicle, or use them, or comprehend them, or are alone the same with body. But perhaps it is not proper to examine this distinction very minutely, for you do not propose it as your own decision, but you exhibit it as the opinion of others. Chapter 17. We will exchange, therefore, this division for the doubt which may be adduced by you against the present opinion. For, it may be said by you, how, conformably to what we assert, can the sun and moon and the visible natures in the heavens be gods, if the gods are alone incorporeal? To this we reply that the celestial divinities are not comprehended by bodies, but contain bodies in their divine lives and energies, that they are not themselves converted a body, but they have a body which is converted to its divine cause, and that body does not impede their intellectual and incorporeal perfection, nor occasion them any molestation by its intervention. Hence, it does not require an abundant attention, but follows the divinity spontaneously and after a certain manner, self-motively, not being in want of manual direction, but through an anagogic tendency, being itself uniformly co-elevated by itself to the one of the gods. It may also, if requisite, be said that a celestial body is most allied to the incorporeal essence of the gods. For as the latter is one, so the former is simple. As the latter is impartible, so the former is indivisible. And as that is immutable, so this is unchanged in quality. If likewise it is admitted that the energies of the gods are uniform, a celestial body also has one circulation. To which may be added that it imitates the sameness of the gods, by a perpetual motion which is invariably the same, and which subsists according to one reason and one order. It also imitates a divine life, by the life which is connascent with ethereal bodies. Hence, this celestial body does not consist of things contrary and different, as is the case with our body. Nor does the soul of the celestial gods coalesce with the body into one animal from two things. But the celestial animals of the gods are entirely similar and united, and are throughout wholes, uniform, and incomposite. For things of a more excellent nature are always transcendent in them after the same manner, and things of an inferior nature are suspended from the dominion of such as are prior, yet so as never to draw down this dominion to themselves. But all these are congregated into one co-arrangement and perfection, and after a certain manner, all things in the celestial gods are incorporeal and holy gods, because the divine form which is in them predominates and inserts everywhere throughout one total essence. Thus, therefore, the visible celestials are all of them gods, and after a certain manner incorporeal. Chapter 18. Your next inquiry doubts how some of the gods are beneficent, but others malefic. This opinion, therefore, is assumed from the predictors of nativities. It is, however, entirely remote from the truth. For all the gods are good, and invariably the causes of good, and all of them are uniformly convolved to one good according to the beautiful and good alone. The bodies, likewise, which are subject to them possess immense powers, some of which are firmly established in the divine bodies themselves, but others proceed from them into the nature of the world and into the world itself, descending in an orderly manner through the whole of generation, and extending without impediment as far as to things which have a partial subsistence. With respect to the powers, therefore, which remain in the heavens in the divine bodies themselves, there can be no doubt that all of them are similar. Hence, it remains that we should discuss those powers which are thence transmitted to us and are mingled with generation. These, therefore, descend with invariable sameness for the salvation of the universe, and connectedly contain the whole of generation after the same manner. They are likewise impassive and immutable, though they proceed into that which is mutable and passive. For generation being multiform, and consisting of different things, receives the one of the gods, and that in them which is without difference, with hostility and partibility, conformably to its own contrariety and division. It also receives that which is impassive, passively, and in short, participates of them according to its own proper nature, and not according to their power. As therefore, that which is generated, or has a subsistence in becoming to be, participates of being generatively, and body participates of the incorporeal corporeally. Thus also, the physical and material substances which are in generation participate of the immaterial and ethereal bodies which are above nature and generation in a confused and disorderly manner. Hence, they are absurd who attribute color, figure, and contact to intelligible forms, because the participants of them are things of this kind. As likewise are those who ascribe depravity to the celestial bodies, because their participants sometimes produce evils. For the participation from the first could not be a thing of this kind unless the recipient had some mutation. But if that which is participated is received as in another and different thing, this other thing in terrene natures is evil and disorderly. The participation, therefore, becomes the cause of the abundant difference in secondary natures, and also the commixture of material substances with immaterial effluxions. And besides these, another cause is this, that what is imparted in one way is received in another by terrestrial substances. Thus, for instance, the efflux of Saturn is constipative, but that of Mars is motive. But the passive, genesiurgic receptacle in material substances receives the former according to congelation and refrigeration, but the latter according to an inflammation which transcends mediocrity. Do not, therefore, the corruption and privation of symmetry arise from an aberration which is effective of difference, and which is material and passive. Hence, the imbecility of material and terran places, not being able to receive the genuine power and most pure life of the ethereal natures, transfers its own passion to first causes. Just as if someone having a diseased body, and not being able to bear the vivific heat of the sun, should falsely dare to say, in consequence of looking to his own maladies, that the sun is not useful to health or life. A certain thing of this kind also may take place in the harmony and crasis of the universe, for the same things may be the salvation of the whole through the perfection of the things inherent and the recipients, but may be noxious to the parts through their partible privation of symmetry. In the motion, therefore, of the universe, all the circulations preserve the whole world invariably the same, but some one of the parts is frequently injured by another part, which we see is sometimes the case in a dance. Again, therefore, corruptibility and mutability are passions connascent with partial natures, but it is not proper to ascribe these to wholes and first causes, either as if they existed in them, or as if they proceeded to terrestrial substances from them. Hence, through these things it is demonstrated that neither the celestial gods nor their gifts are effective of evil. Chapter 19. In the next place, therefore, we shall answer your question, what it is which conjoins the gods that have a body in the heavens with the incorporeal gods. What this is, therefore, is evident from what has been before said. For if these gods, as incorporeal, intelligible, and united, ride in the celestial spheres, they have their principles in the intelligible world, and intellectually perceiving the divine forms of themselves, they govern all heaven according to one infinite energy. And if they are present with the heavens in a separate manner, and lead the perpetual circulations of them by their will alone, they are themselves unmingled with a sensible nature, and exist together with the intelligible gods. It will be better, however, to answer you more particularly as follows. I say, therefore, that the visible statues of the gods originate from divine intelligible paradigms and are generated about them. But being thus generated, they are entirely established in them, and being also extended to, they possess an image, which derives its completion from them. These images likewise fabricate another order. Sublunary natures are in continuity with them according to one union, and the divine intellectual forms, which are present with the visible bodies of the gods, exist prior to them in a separate manner. But the unmingled and supercelestial intelligible paradigms of them abide by themselves in unity and are at once all things, according to the eternal transcendency of themselves. There is, therefore, one common indivisible bond of them according to intellectual energies, and there is also this bond according to the common participations of forms, since there is nothing which intercepts these, nor anything which comes between them. For indeed, an immaterial and incorporeal essence itself, being neither separated by places, nor by subjects, nor defined by the divisible circumscriptions of parts, immediately concurs and is connascent with sameness. The progression also from and the regression of all things to the one and the entire domination of the one congregates the communion of the mundane gods with the gods that pre-exist in the intelligible world. Farther still, the intellectual conversion of secondary to primary natures, and the gift of the same essence and power imparted by the primary to the secondary gods, connects the synod of them in indissoluble union. For in things of different essences, such as soul and body, and also in those of a dissimilar species, such as material forms, and those which are in any other way separated from each other, the connascent adventitious union is derived from supernal causes, and is lost in certain definite periods of time. But by how much the higher we ascend and elevate ourselves to the sameness both in form and essence of first natures, and proceed from parts to wholes, by so much the more shall we discover the union which has an eternal existence, and survey the essence, which has a precedaneous and more principal subsistence, and possesses about and in itself difference, and multitude. Since, however, the order of all the gods is profoundly united, and the first and second genera of them, and all the multitude which is spontaneously produced about them, are consubsistent in unity, and also everything which is in them is one. Hence, the beginning, middles, and ends in them are consubsistent according to the one itself, so that in these it is not proper to inquire whence the one exceeds to all of them. For the very existence in them, whatever it may be, is this one of their nature. And secondary genera, indeed, remain with invariable sameness in the one of such as are primary, but the primary impart from themselves union to the secondary genera, and all of them possess in each other the communion of an indissoluble connection. From this cause, therefore, the perfectly incorporeal gods are united to the sensible gods that have bodies. For the visible gods also are external to bodies, and on this account are in the intelligible world, and the intelligible gods, through their infinite union, comprehend in themselves the visible gods, and both are established according to a common union and one energy. In a similar manner, also, this is the illustrious prerogative of the cause and orderly distribution of the gods, on which account the same union of all the divinities extends from on high as far as to the end of the divine order. But if this deserves to be doubted, the contrary would be wonderful, viz., that there should not be this union of the visible and intelligible gods, and thus much concerning the contact with and establishment of the sensible in the intelligible gods. Chapter 20. After this, you again resume the same inquiries, of which what has been already said may be considered as a sufficient solution. Since, however, it is necessary, according to the proverb, frequently to speak of and consider things that are beautiful, neither shall we pass over these particulars as if they had been now sufficiently answered. But by repeatedly discussing them, we may, perhaps, obtain from all of them a certain perfect and great scientific good. For you doubt what it is which distinguishes daemons from the visible and invisible gods, since the visible are conjoined with the invisible divinities. But I, beginning from this as the first thing, shall demonstrate what it is in which they differ. For because the visible are united to the intelligible gods, and have the same idea with them, but daemons are far distant from them according to essence, and scarcely adumbrate them through similitude, on this account they are separated from the visible gods, and they differ from the invisible gods, according to the difference itself of the invisible. For daemons indeed are invisible, and by no means to be apprehended by sense, but the gods transcend rational knowledge and material intelligence, and because they are unknown and unapparent to these, they are thus denominated, but are said to be invisible in a way very different from that in which this is asserted of daemons. What, therefore, have the invisible gods, so far as they are invisible, more excellent than the visible gods? Nothing. For that which is divine, wherever it may be, and whatever allotment it may possess, has the same power and dominion over all the natures that are arranged under it. Moreover, though the invisible gods should become visible, yet they rule over invisible daemons. For neither the place, which is the recipient of divinity, nor a certain part of the world, produces any mutation in the dominion of the gods. But the whole essence of the gods remains everywhere the same, indivisible and immutable, which all subordinate beings similarly venerate in the order assigned them by nature. By the assistance also of this reasoning, we may discover another difference between gods and daemons. For both the visible and invisible gods, indeed, comprehend in themselves the whole government of whatever is contained in all heaven and the world, and in the total invisible powers in the universe. But those powers that are allotted a daemoniacal prefecture, distributing certain divisible portions of the world, govern these and have themselves a partible form of essence and power. They are, likewise, in a certain respect, connoissant with and inseparable from the subjects of their government. But the gods, though they may ride in bodies, are entirely separated from them. The providential attention, therefore, to bodies produces no diminution in those to whom body is subservient, for it is connectedly contained by a more excellent nature, is converted to it, and is not the cause of any impediment to it. But the adhering to a genus theurgic nature and the being divided about it necessarily give to daemons a more subordinate condition. In short, that which is divine is of a ruling nature and presides over the different orders of beings. But that which is demoniacal is of a ministrant nature, and receives whatever the gods may announce, promptly employing manual operation, as it were, in things which the gods intellectually perceive, wish, and command. The gods, therefore, are liberated from the powers which verge to generation, but daemons are not entirely purified from these. And thus, much concerning this distinction, and we trust that from the former and the present exposition, the difference between gods and daemons will become more known. Chapter 21. The division, however, of the passive from the impassive which you adopt may perhaps be rejected by someone as not adapted to either of the more excellent genera through the causes which we have before enumerated. And it also deserves to be subverted, because it is inferred that these genera are passive from what is performed in religious ceremonies. For what sacred institution, what religious cultivation, which is conformable to sacerdotal laws, is effected through passion, or produces a certain completion of passions? Is not each of these legislatively ordained from the first, conformably to the sacred laws of the gods, and intellectually? Each also imitates both the intelligible and celestial order of the gods, and contains the eternal measures of beings and those admirable signatures which are sent hither from the demiurgus and father of wholes, by which things of an ineffable nature are unfolded into light through arcane symbols. Things formless are vanquished by forms. Things more excellent than every image are expressed through images, and all things are accomplished through a divine cause alone, which is in so great a degree separated from passions that reason is not able to come into contact with it. This, therefore, is nearly the cause of our aberration to a multitude of conceptions. For men being in reality unable to apprehend the reasons of sacred institutions, but conceiving that they are able, are wholly hurried away by their own human passions, and form a conjecture of divine concerns from things pertaining to themselves. In so doing, however, they err in a twofold respect, because they fall from divine natures, and because, being frustrated of these, they draw them down to human passions. But it is requisite not to apprehend after the same manner things which are performed both to gods and men, such as genuflections, adorations, gifts, and first fruits, but to establish the one apart from the other, conformably to the difference between things more and things less honorable, and to reverence the former, indeed, as divine, but to despise the latter as human, and as performed to men. It is proper likewise to consider that the latter produce passions, both in the performer and those to whom they are performed, for they are human and corporeal formed, but to honor the energy of the former in a very high degree, as being performed through immutable admiration and a venerable condition of mind, because they are referred to the gods. Section 2. Chapter 1. It is also necessary to demonstrate to you in what daemons, heroes, and souls differ from each other, and whether this difference is according to essence, or according to power, or according to energy. I say, therefore, that daemons are produced according to the generative and demiurgic powers of the gods, in the most remote termination of progression and ultimate distribution into parts. But heroes are produced according to the reasons or effective principles of life in divine natures, and from these, the first and perfect measures of souls receive their termination and distribution into parts. Since, however, the nature of daemons and heroes is thus generated from different causes, it is also necessary that the essence of the one should be different from that of the other. Hence, the essence of daemons is effective and perfective of mundane natures, and gives completion to the superintendence of generated individuals. But the essence of heroes is vital and rational, and is the leader of souls, and with respect to the powers of each, those of daemons must be defined to be prolific, inspective of nature, and of the bond by which souls are united to bodies. But it is requisite to attribute to heroes vivific powers, which are the leaders of men and are liberated from generation. Chapter 2. It follows, therefore, that in the next place we should define the energies of them, and those of daemons indeed must be surveyed as occupied about the world, and more widely extended in their effects, but those of heroes as less extended, and as converted to the order of souls. Hence, these being thus distinguished, soul succeeds, which proceeds as far as to the end of the divine orders, and being allotted from these two generous certain portions of powers is redundant with partible additions and other prerogatives derived from itself. It also produces at different times different forms and reasons and manners, which originate from different sources, and, according to each part of the world, employs various lives and ideas, becoming connoissant with and likewise receding from whatever natures it pleases, being assimilated to all things and at the same time, through difference being separated from them, drawing forth reasons allied to real beings and generated natures, and connecting itself with the gods, according to other harmonies of essences and powers, than those by which daemons and heroes are united to the divinities. It likewise possesses the eternity of a similar life and energy in a less degree than daemons and heroes, yet through the beneficent will of the gods and the illumination imparted by them, it frequently proceeds higher and is elevated to a greater, that is, to the angelic order, when it no longer remains in the boundaries of soul, but the whole of it is perfected into an angelic soul and an undefiled life. Hence also, soul appears to comprehend in itself all various essences and reasons and forms or species of every kind. If, however, it be requisite to speak the truth, soul is always defined according to one certain thing, but adapting itself to precedenious causes, it is at different times conjoined to different causes. So great, therefore, being the difference between the energies of daemons, heroes, and souls throughout, it is no longer proper to doubt what it is which separates them from each other, but they are to be distinguished by the peculiar nature of each. And so far as they are able to form one conjunction, so far the communion of them must be surveyed. For thus it will be possible truly to comprehend and define separately the conception which ought to be formed of them. Chapter 3. Let us, however, now proceed to the appearances of the gods and their perpetual attendants, and show what the difference is in their appearance. For you inquire, by what indication the presence of a god, or an angel, or an archangel, or a daemon, or a certain archon, i.e., a ruler, or a soul, may be known. In one word, therefore, I conclude that their appearances accord with their essences, powers, and energies. For such as they are, such also do they appear to those that invoke them, and they exhibit energies and ideas consentaneous to themselves and proper indications of themselves. But that we may descend to particulars, the phasmata or luminous appearances of the gods are uniform. Those of daemons are various. Those of angels are more simple than those of daemons, but are subordinate to those of the gods. Those of archangels approximate in a greater degree to divine causes. But those of archons, if these powers appear to you to be the cosmocrators who govern the sublunary element, will be more various but adorned in order. But if they are the powers that preside over matter, they will indeed be more various and more imperfect than those of the archons properly so called, and those of souls will appear to be all various. And the phasmata, indeed, of the gods will be seen shining with salutary light. Those of archangels will be terrible, and at the same time mild. Those of angels will be more mild. Those of daemons will be dreadful. Those of heroes, which you have omitted in your inquiry, but to which we shall give an answer for the sake of truth, are milder than those of daemons. But those of archons, if their dominion pertains to the world, produce astonishment, but if they are material, they are noxious and painful to the spectators. And those of souls are similar to the heroic phasmata, except that they are inferior to them. Again, therefore, the phasmata of the gods are entirely immutable, according to magnitude, morph, and figure, and according to all things pertaining to them. Those of archangels approximate to those of the gods, but fall short of the sameness of them. Those of angels are subordinate to these, but are immutable. And those of daemons are at different times seen in a different form, and appear at one time great but at another small, yet are still recognized to be the phasmata of daemons. Moreover, those of such archons as are leaders are immutable, but those of such as are material are multiformly changed. Those of heroes are similar to those of daemons, and those of souls imitate in no small degree the daemoniacal mutation. Farther still, order and quiet pertain to the gods, but with archangels there is an efficacy of order and quiet. With angels, the adorned and the tranquil are present, but not unattended with motion. Perturbation and disorder follow the daemoniacal phasmata, but spectacles attend the archons, conformable to each of the particulars which we have already mentioned. The material archons, indeed, being borne along tumultuously, but those of a leading characteristic presenting themselves to the view firmly established in themselves. The phasmata of heroes are subject to motion and mutation, but those of souls resemble indeed. Side note A. Morphe pertains to the color, figure, and magnitude of superficies. The heroic, but at the same time, are less than these. In addition also to these peculiarities, divine beauty indeed shines with an immense splendor, as it were, fixes the spectators in astonishment, imparts a divine joy, presents itself to the view with ineffable symmetry, and is exempt from all other species of pulchritude. But the blessed spectacles of archangels have indeed themselves the greatest beauty, yet are not so ineffable and admirable as those of the gods. Those of angels divide in a partible manner the beauty which they receive from archangels. But the demoniacal and heroical self-visive spirits have both of them beauty in definite forms, yet the former is adorned in reasons which define the essence, and the latter exhibits fortitude. The phasmata of archons may be divided in a twofold respect. For some of them exhibit a beauty which is spontaneous and of a ruling characteristic, but others an elegance of form which is fictitious and renovated. And the phasmata of souls are indeed adorned in definite reasons, but these reasons are more divided than those in heroes, are partably circumscribed, and are vanquished by one form. If, however, it be requisite to define all of them in common, I say that each participates of beauty according to its arrangement, the peculiar nature which it possesses, and its allotment. Chapter 4. Proceeding, therefore, to other peculiarities of them, we say that with the gods, indeed, there is acuteness and rapidity in the energies, which shine forth with greater celerity than those of intellect itself, though in themselves they are immovable and stable. With archangels, the celerities are, in a certain respect, mingled with efficacious energies. Those of angels partake of a certain motion, and do not similarly with archangels possess a power which is effective by speaking. The operations of daemons appear to be more rapid than they are in reality. In the motions of the heroic phasmata, a certain magnificence presents itself to the view, but in accomplishing what they wish to effect, their energies are not so rapid as those of daemons. In the phasmata of archons, the first energies appear to be most excellent and authoritative, but the second have a more abundant representation, yet in actions fall short of the end. And the phasmata of souls are seen to be more movable, yet are more imbecile than those of heroes. In addition to these things, also, the magnitude of the epiphanies, or manifestations in the gods, indeed, is so great as sometimes to conceal all heaven, the sun, and the moon, and the earth itself, as the gods descend, is no longer able to stand still. When archangels appear, certain parts of the world are moved, and a divided, forerunning light precedes them. But they exhibit a magnitude of light commensurate to the magnitude of their domination. The angelic light is less than the archangelic and more divided, but in daemons it is still more divided, and the magnitude of the manifestation is not always equal in them. The manifestation of heroes is still less than that of daemons, but exhibits more of an elevated condition. Again, the manifestation of such archons as preside over mundane forms presents itself to the view as above measure great, but such of them as are distributed about matter exhibit in their manifestations an abundance of pride and arrogance. Those of souls are not all of them seen to be equal, but appear to be less than those of heroes, and, in short, the magnitude of the manifestation is appropriately present in each of these according to the magnitude of their powers, and the amplitude of the empire through which they extend themselves, and in which they exercise their authority. After these things, therefore, we shall define the reasons of the self-apparent statues or images. Hence, in the forms of the gods, which are seen by the eyes, the most clear spectacles of truth itself are perceived, which are also accurately splendid, and shine forth with an evolved light. The images of archangels present themselves to the view true and perfect, but those of angels preserve indeed the same form, but fail in plenitude of indication. The images of daemons are obscure, and those of heroes are seen to be still inferior to these. With respect also to archons, the images of such as are mundane are clear, but of such as are material obscure. Both, however, are seen to be of an authoritative nature, and the images of souls appear to be of a shadowy form. In a similar manner, likewise, we must determine concerning the light of these powers. For the images of the gods, indeed, are replete with effulgent light. Those of archangels are full of supernatural light. Those of angels are luminous, but daemons present themselves to the view with a turbid fire. The light of heroes is mingled with many things, and, with respect to archons, the light of those that have the government of the world is more pure, but of those that preside over matter exhibits itself mingled from things of a dissimilar and contrary nature. And the light of souls manifests itself to be partably filled with many of the mixtures which exist in generation. Conformably also to what has been said, the fire of the gods, indeed, shines forth with an indivisible and ineffable light, and fills all the profundities of the world, in an empyrean but not in a mundane manner. But the fire of archangels is impartible indeed, but is seen to possess about itself an abundant multitude, either preceding or following after itself. The fire of angels is divided, except that it exhibits itself in the most perfect ideas. That of daemons is still more shortly circumscribed by a distribution into parts, is effable, and does not astonish the sight of those that have seen more excellent natures. The fire of heroes has, after a certain manner, the same things as that of daemons, but at the same time falls short of the most accurate similitude to it. Moreover, with respect to archons, the fire of those that are of a more elevated order is more pellucid, but of those that are material is more dark. And the fire of souls is seen to be much divided and multiform, and is commingled from many of the natures that are in the world. Again, the fire of the gods appears to be entirely stable. That of archangels is tranquil, but that of angels is stably moved. The fire of daemons is unstable, but that of heroes is, for the most part, rapidly moved. The fire of those archons that are of the first rank is tranquil, but of those that are of the last order is tumultuous. And the fire of souls is transmuted in a multitude of motions. Chapter 5. Moreover, that which purifies souls is perfect in the gods, but in archangels it is anagogic. Angels alone dissolve the bond of generation. Daemons draw souls down into nature, but heroes lead them to a providential attention to sensible works. Archons either deliver to them the government of mundane concerns or the inspection of material natures. And souls, when they become apparent, tend in a certain respect to generation. Farther still, consider this also, that you should attribute everything which is pure and stable in the visible image to the more excellent genera. Hence, you should ascribe to the gods that which in the image is transcendently splendid, and which is firmly established in itself. That which is splendid, but is established as in another thing, you should give to archangels, but that which remains in another to angels. To all these, therefore, you should oppose that which is rashly borne along, is unestablished and filled with foreign natures, the whole of which is adapted to inferior orders. These also may now be divided according to the difference of commixture, for mundane vapors are mingled with daemons and are unstably borne along, contrary to the motion of the world. Genesurgic compositions of pneumatic substances are mingled with heroes, about which substances also they are moved. The archons of the world remain invariably the same, exhibiting the mundane nature which they possess, but the archons of matter are full of material substances, and souls are filled with an abundance of stains and foreign spirits, together with which, when they become visible, each of these genera presents itself to the view. The following also will be no small indications to you of the difference of these powers. With the gods, matter is immediately consumed. With archangels, it is consumed in a short time. With angels, there is a solution of and elevation from matter. By daemons, matter is elegantly adorned. With heroes, there is a co-adaptation to it in appropriate measures, and a skillful providential attention to it. And with respect to archons, those that are the governors of the world are present with matter in a transcendent manner, and in this way unfold themselves into light. but those that are material exhibit themselves as entirely replete with matter. With respect to souls, also, those that are pure present themselves to the view out of matter, but those of a contrary description are seen surrounded with it. Chapter 6. Moreover, the gifts arising from the manifestations are not all of them equal, nor have the same fruits. But the presence of the gods indeed imparts to us health of body, virtue of soul, purity of intellect, and in one word, elevates everything in us to its proper principle. And that, indeed, in us which is cold and destructive it annihilates. That which is hot it increases and renders more powerful and predominant, and causes all things to accord with soul and intellect. It also emits a light, accompanied with intelligible harmony, and exhibits that which is not body as body to the eyes of the soul, through those of the body. The presence of archangels imparts likewise the same things, except that it does not impart them always, nor in all things, nor does it bestow goods, which are sufficient, perfect and incapable of being taken away. Nor is their appearance accompanied with a light equal to that of the gods. The presence of angels imparts divisibly still more partible goods, and the energy through which it becomes visible falls very short of comprehending in itself a perfect light. That of daemons renders the body, indeed, heavy, afflicts with diseases, draws down the soul to nature, does not depart from bodies, and the sense allied to bodies, and detains about this terrestrial place those who are hastening to divine fire, and does not liberate from the bonds of fate. The presence of heroes is in other respects similar to that of daemons, but is attended with this peculiarity, that it excites to certain generous and great undertakings. The appearance which is visible by itself of the mundane archons imparts mundane goods and everything pertaining to human life. But that of the material archons extends material benefits and such works as are terrestrial. Moreover, the vision of souls that are undefiled and established in the order of angels is anagogic, and the Savior of the soul is accompanied with sacred hope, and imparts those goods which sacred hope vindicates to itself. But the vision of other souls draws down to generation, corrupts the fruits of sacred hope, and fills the spectators with passions which fix them to body. Chapter 7. Moreover, in the manifestations there is an indication of the order which the powers that are seen possess. For the gods are surrounded by either gods or angels. But archangels have angels either preceding or co-arranged with them or following them behind, or are accompanied by a certain other multitude of angels who attend on them as guards. Angels exhibit, together with themselves, the peculiar works of the order to which they belong. Good daemons permit us to survey, in conjunction with themselves, their own works and the benefits which they impart. But avenging daemons exhibit the species of punishments which they inflict, and such other daemons as are depraved are surrounded by certain noxious, blood-devouring, and fierce wild beasts. Archons of the first rank exhibit, together with themselves, certain portions of the world. But other archons attract to themselves the inordination and confusion of matter. With respect to soul, if it ranks as a whole and does not belong to any particular species, it presents to the view a formless fire extended through the whole world, which is indicative of the total, one, indivisible, and formless soul of the universe. But a purified soul exhibits a fiery form, and a pure and unmingled fire. Then also the most inward light of it is seen, and an undefiled and stable form, and it most willingly and joyfully follows its elevating leader, and unfolds, by its works, its own appropriate order. But the soul which verges downward, draws along with it the signs of bonds and punishments, is heavy with material spirits, is detained by the anomalous tumults of matter, and exhibits before itself theurgic presiding daemons. And in short, all these genera exhibit their proper orders. Vis-a-vis, the aerial genera exhibit aerial fire, the terrestrial a terrestrial and blacker fire, and the celestial a more splendid fire. But in these three boundaries, all the genera are distributed according to a triple order of beginning, middle, and end. And the gods, indeed, exhibit the supreme and most pure causes of this triple order. But the genera of angels depend on those of archangels. The genera of daemons appear to be subservient to those of angels, and in a similar manner to these, the genera of heroes are ministrant. They are not, however, subservient to angels in the same way as daemons. Again, the genera of archons, whether they preside over the world or over matter, exhibit the order which is adapted to them. But all the genera of souls present themselves to the view as the last of more excellent natures. Hence, also, they exhibit places in conjunction with themselves, souls of the first rank primary, but those of the second rank secondary, places, and the rest conformably to their arrangement in each of these three genera. Chapter 8. Moreover, with respect to the tenuity and subtlety of light, the gods extend a light so subtle that corporeal eyes cannot sustain it, but are affected in the same manner as fishes when they are drawn upward from turbid and thick water into attenuated and diaphanous air. For men who survey divine fire are not able to breathe through the subtlety of it, but become languid as soon as they perceive it, and are deprived of the use of their connaissant spirit. Archangels also emit a light which is intolerable to respiration, yet their splendor is not equally pure with that of the gods, nor similarly overpowering. The presence of angels renders the temperature of the air tolerable, so that theurgists are capable of being united to it. But when daemons are present, the whole air is not at all affected, nor does the air which surrounds them become more attenuated, nor does a light precede them, in which, being previously received and preoccupied by the air, they unfold the form of themselves, nor are they surrounded by a certain splendor which diffuses its light everywhere. When heroes appear, certain parts of the earth are moved and sounds are heard around them, but, in short, the air does not become more attenuated, nor incommensurate to theurgists so as to render them unable to receive it. But when archons are present, an assemblage of many luminous appearances runs round them, difficult to be borne, whether these appearances are mundane or terrestrial. They have not, however, a supermundane tenuity, nor even that of the supreme elements, and to the psychical appearances the air is more allied, and, being suspended from them, receives in itself their circumscription. Chapter 9. In the last place, the dispositions of the soul of those that invoke the gods to appear receive, when they become visible, a liberation from the passions, a transcendent perfection, and an energy entirely more excellent and participate of divine love and an immense joy. But when archangels appear, these dispositions receive a pure condition of being, intellectual contemplation, and an immutable power. When angels appear, they participate of intellectual wisdom and truth, pure virtue, stable knowledge, and a commensurate order. But when daemons are seen, they receive the appetite of generation and a desire of nature, together with a wish to accomplish the works of fate, and a power effective of things of this kind. If heroes are seen, they derive from the vision other such like manners and many impulses, which contribute to the communion of souls. But when these dispositions come into contact with archons, mundane or material, motions are excited in conjunction with the soul, and, together with the vision of souls, the spectators derive genesiurgic tendencies and connaissant providential inspections, for the sake of paying attention to bodies, and such other peculiarities as are allied to these. In addition to these things, also, the manifestation of the gods imparts truth and power, rectitude of works, and gifts of the greatest goods, but the manifestation of other powers is appropriately accompanied by such things as are commensurate to their several orders. Thus the manifestation of archangels imparts truth, not simply about all things, but definitely of certain things, and this not always, but sometimes, nor indefinitely to all or everywhere, but with limitation, in a certain place, or to a certain individual. In like manner, it does not impart a power effective of all things, nor always without distinction, nor everywhere, but a power which is effective sometimes and in a certain place. But the manifestation of angels, in a still greater degree than that of archangels, divides in imparting good the circumscriptions which are always defined by them in more contracted boundaries. Again, the manifestation of daemons does not impart the goods of the soul, but either those of the body or goods pertaining to the body, and they impart these when the order of the world permits them. After the same manner, likewise, the manifestation of heroes imparts second and third goods, and regards, as its scope, the whole terrestrial and mundane polity of souls. With respect to archons, the manifestation of some of these imparts mundane benefits and all the goods of life. but that of others, of an inferior rank, imparts not a few of the prerogatives of material natures. And souls, when they appear, procure for those that behold them things which contribute to the benefit of human life. Thus, therefore, we have appropriately defined the gifts of these powers, conformably to the proper order of each, and the particulars and the manifestations about which you inquired have received a fit reply. And thus much for these questions. Chapter 10. What you introduce, however, for the purpose of obtaining a knowledge of these things, whether it be your own opinion or whether you have heard it from others, is neither true nor rightly asserted. For you say that to speak boastingly and to exhibit an adumbrative phantasm are common to gods and daemons and to all the more excellent genera of beings. But the thing is not as you apprehend it to be. For a god, an angel, and a good daemon instruct men in what their proper essence consists, and never use an addition in their language which transcends their power, or their appropriate good. For truth is coexistent with the gods, in the same manner as light with the sun, and, at the same time, we say, the divinity is not in want of any beauty or virtue which it is possible to add to him through language. Moreover, angels and daemons always receive truth from the gods, so that they never assert anything contrary to this, each of them being essentially perfect, nor can they add anything to it for the sake of commendation. When, therefore, does the deception mentioned by you of speakingly, boastingly take place? For when a certain error happens in the theurgic art, and not such autoptic, or self-visible, images are seen as ought to occur, but others, instead of these, then inferior powers, assume the form of the more venerable orders, and pretend to be those whose forms they assume. And hence, arrogant words are uttered by them, and such as exceed the authority which they possess. For, as it appears to me, if any fraud germinates from the first principle, much falsehood is derived from the perversion, which it is necessary the priest should learn from the whole order in the phasmata, and by the proper observation of which they are able to confute and reject the fictitious pretext of these inferior powers, as by no means pertaining to true and good spirits. Nor is it proper to introduce errors in the true judgment of things, for neither in other sciences or arts do we judge of their works from the aberrations which may happen to take place in them. You should not therefore here characterize things which are scarcely performed with rectitude through 10,000 labors, from the errors which may, through ignorance, befall them, but rather assert something else of them. For if the works which take place from the appearance of these powers are such as you say, vis-a-vis, if they are arrogant and false, yet the operations about fire of true spirits are genuine and true. For as in all other things, such as are principal primarily begin from themselves, and impart to themselves that which they give to others, as for instance, in essence, in life and in motion. Thus also the natures which supply all beings with truth, primarily proclaim the truth of themselves, and precedenteously unfold the essence of themselves to the spectators. Hence, likewise, they exhibit to theurgists a fire which is of itself visible. For it is not the province of heat to refrigerate, nor of light to darken or conceal anything, nor with any other nature which essentially performs a certain thing, is a power present of at the same time affecting the contrary. But things which do not possess a true nature, and which are contrary to things that exist essentially, these are able to receive contraries, and are adapted to fall into evil. We must say the same thing, therefore, concerning phantasms. For if these are not true, but other things are so which have a real existence, thus also in the appearances of spirits, they seem to be such as things which are true beings. At the same time, they participate of falsehood and deception, in the same manner as the forms which present themselves to the view in mirrors, and thus vainly attract the mind about things which never take place in any of the more excellent genera. These phantasms, likewise, will consist in deceptive perversions. For that which is an imitation of real being, and is an obscure assimilation, and becomes the cause of deception, pertains to no one of the true and clearly existing genera. But the gods indeed, and those powers that follow the gods, reveal true images of themselves, but by no means extend phantasms of themselves, such as exist in water, or in mirrors. For on what account should they exhibit these? Shall we say, as bringing with them an indication of their own essence and power. This, however, is by no means the case, for these phantasms become the cause of deception to those that believe in them, and withdraw the spectators from the true knowledge of the gods. Shall we say, then, that it is because they afford a certain utility to those that behold them? But what advantage can be derived from falsehood? If, therefore, this is not the case, may it not be natural to divinity to extend a phantasm from itself? But how can that which is firmly established in itself, and which is the cause of essence and truth, produce in a foreign seat a certain deceitful imitation of itself? By no means, therefore, does divinity either transform himself into phantasms, nor extend these from himself to other things, but emits by illumination true representations of himself in the true manners of souls. Conformably to this also, the attendants of the gods are emulous of the self-visible truth of the gods. But that which you now say, that it is common to gods and daemons and the rest of the more excellent genera to produce fictitious images, and to speak boastingly of themselves, confounds all the genera of superior beings in each other, and leaves no difference whatever between them. For thus all things will be common to them, and nothing singularly excellent will be given to transcendent natures. It will, therefore, be more just to ask, in opposition to you, in what will the genus of the gods be superior to that of daemons? These genera, however, have nothing in common, nor is the communion between them fantastic, nor is it fit from such natures as are last, and from the errors which take place in them, to estimate first essences, and the true impressions of forms which are in them. For by thus thinking concerning these essences, we shall think justly and in a way pleasing to the gods. Chapter 11. In what follows, in which you think that ignorance and deception about these things are impiety and impurity, and in which you exhort us to the true development of these particulars, is not indeed attended with any ambiguity, but is acknowledged by all men. For who will not grant that the science which apprehends real being is most adapted to a divine cause, but that ignorance which is hurried along to non-being, since it is most remote from a divine cause, falls off from truly existing forms? Since, however, what is said by you is not sufficient, I will add what is wanting. And because what you assert is rather philosophical and logical than conformable to the efficacious art of priests, on this account I think it is necessary to say something more theurgical about these particulars. For let ignorance and deception be error and impiety, yet it does not follow that on this account things which are offered to the gods and divine works are false. For a conception of the mind does not conjoin theurgists with the gods, since, if this were the case, what would hinder those who philosophize theoretically from having a theurgic union with the gods? Now, however, in reality this is not the case. For the perfect efficacy of ineffable works, which are divinely performed in a way surpassing all intelligence, and the power of inexplicable symbols, which are known only to the gods, impart theurgic union. Hence, we do not perform these things through intellectual perception, since if this were the case, the intellectual energy of them would be imparted by us, neither of which is true. For when we do not energize intellectually, the synthemata themselves perform by themselves their proper work, and the ineffable power of the gods itself knows, by itself, its own images. It does not, however, know them as if excited by our intelligence, for neither is it natural that things which comprehend should be excited by those that are comprehended, nor perfect by imperfect natures, nor wholes by parts. Hence, neither are divine causes precedenteously called into energy by our intellections, but it is requisite to consider these and all the best dispositions of the soul, and also the purity pertaining to us as certain concauses. The things which properly excite the divine will being divine synthemata themselves. And thus, things pertaining to the gods are moved by themselves, and do not receive from any inferior nature a certain principle in themselves of their own proper energy. I have, however, been thus prolix, in order that you may not think all the authority of the energy in theurgic operations is in our power, and that you may not suppose the true work of them consists in our conceptions, or the falsehood of them in our deception. For though we may know the peculiarities which are consequent to each genus, yet we may not obtain the truth which is in their works. Nevertheless, efficacious union with divine natures is not effected without knowledge. Yet knowledge does not possess a sameness with this union, so that neither is divine purity obtained through right knowledge, as neither is purity of body procured through health. But divine purity is more undefiled than knowledge, and is more transcendently united. Hence, neither this, nor anything of the like kind which is in us and is human, cooperates anything to the end of divine actions. Except therefore this, which is said indeed incidentally, but is a sufficient reply to the whole of your conception concerning the theurgic art. Those assertions also of yours pertain to the same thing, in which you say, that the science of the gods is sacred and useful, and call the ignorance of things honorable and beautiful darkness, but the knowledge of them light. And also add, that the ignorance of these things fills men with all evils through inerudition and audacity, but the knowledge of them is the cause of all good. For all these assertions tend to the same thing with the preceding, and obtain together with them an appropriate discussion. It is necessary, therefore, to omit them, and to pass on to the inquiries concerning divination, and concisely dissolve them. Section 3. Chapter 1. In the first place, therefore, you ask me to explain to you distinctly what that is which is effected in the foreknowledge of future events. Immediately, however, that which you endeavor to learn is impossible, for according to the meaning of your question, you think that foreknowledge is something which is generated or subsists in becoming to be, and pertains to things which have a natural subsistence. It is not, however, one of the things which have their existence in becoming to be, nor is it effected after the manner of physical mutation, nor is it invented and devised as something useful for the purposes of life. Nor, in short, is it a human work, but is divine and supernatural, and is supernally sent to us from the heavens. It is also unbegotten and eternal, and spontaneously has a precedaneous subsistence. The greatest remedy, therefore, for all such doubts is this, to know the principle of divination, that it neither originates from bodies, nor from the passions about bodies, nor from a certain nature, and the powers about nature, nor from any human apparatus, or the habits pertaining to it. But neither does it originate from a certain art, externally acquired, about a certain part of such things as are subservient to life. For the whole authority of it pertains to the gods, and is imparted by them. It is also affected by divine works or signs, and it possesses divine spectacles and scientific theorems. All other things, however, are subjected as instruments to the gift of foreknowledge transmitted from the gods. Visado such things as pertain to our soul and body, and such as are in the nature of the universe, or are inexistent in particular natures. But some things are previously subjacent, as in the order of matter, such as places, or certain other things of the like kind. If someone, however, dismissing primordial causes, should refer divination to secondary offices, such as the motions of bodies, or the mutations of passions, or certain other motions, or the energies of human life, or animal or physical reasons, and should think that in so doing he asserts something manifest. Or if, considering the symmetries of these with reference to each other as causes, he should apprehend that he can assign something accurate concerning divination, he wholly deviates from the truth. But the one right boundary and the one principle of all these particulars is by no means to produce without a cause the foreknowledge of futurity, from things which have no prescience in themselves, but to survey from the gods, who contain in themselves the terminations of all the knowledge of beings. Divination distributed about the whole world, and about all the natures that are separately contained in it. For such a cause as this is primordial, and is especially most common, containing in itself primarily those things which it gives to its participants, and particularly imparting truth, of which divination is in want, and antecedently comprehending the essence and cause of future events, from which foreknowledge necessarily and incessantly proceeds. Let such a principle as this, therefore, be the origin and common of all divination, from which it is possible to discover scientifically all the species of it, which we shall now unfold conformably to the questions proposed by you. Chapter 2. Concerning the divination, therefore, which takes place in sleep, you say as follows: We frequently obtain through dreams, when we are asleep, a knowledge of future events, not being in an ecstasy through which we are much agitated, for the body is quiet, but we do not apprehend what we see in the same clear manner as when we are awake. It is usual, however, for what you here say to happen in human dreams, and in dreams which are excited by the soul, or by some of our conceptions, or by reason, or by imaginations, or certain diurnal cares. And these, indeed, are sometimes true and sometimes false, and in some things they apprehend reality, but in many deviate from it. But the dreams which are denominated theopemptoi, or sent from God, do not subsist after the manner which you mention, but they take place either when sleep is leaving us, and we are beginning to awake, and then we hear a certain voice which concisely tells us what is to be done, or voices are heard by us between sleeping and waking, or when we are perfectly awake. And sometimes, indeed, an invisible and incorporeal spirit surrounds the recumbents, so as not to be perceived by the sight, but by a certain other co-sensation and intelligence. The entrance of the spirit also is accompanied with a noise, and he diffuses himself on all sides without any contact, and effects admirable works conducive to the liberation of the passions of the soul and body. But sometimes a bright and tranquil light shines forth, by which the sight of the eyes is detained, and which occasions them to become closed, though they were before open. The other senses, however, are in a vigilant state, and in a certain respect have a co-sensation of the light unfolded by the gods, and the recumbents hear what the gods say, and know, by a consecutive perception, what is then done by them. This, however, is beheld in a still more perfect manner, when the sight perceives, when intellect, being corroborated, follows what is performed, and this is accompanied with the motion of the spectators. Such, therefore, and so many being the differences of these dreams, no one of them is similar to human dreams. But wakefulness, a detention of the eyes, a similar oppression of the head, a condition between sleeping and waking, an instantaneous excitation, or perfect vigilance, are all of them divine indications, and are adapted to the reception of the gods. They are also sent by the gods, and a part of divine appearances antecedes according to things of this kind. Take away, therefore, from divine dreams, among which also divination is contained, the being asleep, and also the assertion that we do not apprehend what we see in sleep in the same clear manner as when we are awake. For the gods are no less clearly present with us in these dreams than when we are awake. And if it be requisite to speak the truth, the presence of the gods, in the former case, is necessarily clearer and more accurate, and produces a more perfect perception than in the latter. Some, therefore, not knowing these indications of prophetic dreams, and conceiving that they have something in common with human dreams, rarely and casually obtain a foreknowledge of futurity, and, in consequence of this, reasonably doubt how dreams contain any truth. And this, also, appears to me to disturb you, in consequence of your not knowing the true indications of dreams. It is necessary, however, that, admitting these to be the elements of the true knowledge of dreams, you should attend to the whole of the discussion concerning divination in sleep. Chapter 3. The wise, therefore, speak as follows: the soul having a twofold life, one being in conjunction with body, but the other being separate from all body. When we are awake, we employ, for the most part, the life which is common with the body, except when we separate ourselves entirely from it by pure intellectual and dianoetic energies. But when we are asleep, we are perfectly liberated, as it were, from certain surrounding bonds, and use a life separated from generation. Hence, this form of life, whether it be intellectual or divine, and whether these two are the same thing, or whether each is peculiarly of itself one thing, is then excited in us and energizes in a way conformable to its nature. Since, therefore, intellect surveys real beings, but the soul contains in itself the reasons of all generated natures, it very properly follows that, according to a cause which comprehends future events, it should have a foreknowledge of them, as arranged in their precedenious reasons. And it possesses a divination still more perfect than this, when it conjoins the portions of life and intellectual energy to the wholes from which it was separated. For then, it is filled from wholes with all scientific knowledge, so as for the most part to attain by its conceptions to the apprehension of everything which is affected in the world. Indeed, When it is united to the gods by a liberated energy of this kind, it then receives the most true plenitudes of intellections, from which it emits the true divination of divine dreams and derives the most genuine principles of knowledge. But if the soul connects its intellectual and divine part with more excellent natures, then its phantasms will be more pure, whether they are phantasms of the gods, or of beings essentially incorporeal, or, in short, of things contributing to the truth of intelligibles. If also it elevates the reasons of generated natures, contained in it to the gods, the causes of them, it receives power from them, and a knowledge which apprehends what has been and what will be. It likewise surveys the whole of time and the deeds which are accomplished in time, and is allotted the order of providentially attending to and correcting them in an appropriate manner. And bodies indeed that are diseased it heals, but properly disposes such things as subsist among men erroneously and disorderly. It likewise frequently delivers the discoveries of arts, the distributions of justice, and the establishment of legal institutions. Thus, in the temple of Aesculapius, diseases are healed through divine dreams, and through the order of nocturnal appearances, the medical art is obtained from sacred dreams. Thus, too, the whole army of Alexander was preserved, which would otherwise have been entirely destroyed in the night in consequence of Bacchus appearing in sleep and pointing out a solution of the most grievous calamities. The city of Phutis, likewise, when besieged by King Lysander, was saved through a dream sent to him by Jupiter Ammon. For afterwards he most rapidly withdrew his army from thence and immediately raised the siege. What occasion, however, is there to be prolix in mentioning every particular of things which happen daily, and which exhibit an energy superior to all language? What therefore has been said concerning divine divination in sleep is sufficient to show what it is, how it is effected, and what advantage it affords to mankind. Chapter 4. Afterwards also you say, that many, through enthusiasm and divine inspiration, predict future events, and that they are then in so wakeful a state as even to energize according to sense, and yet they are not conscious of the state they are in, or at least not so much as they were before. I wish therefore here to point out to you the signs by which those who are rightly possessed by the gods may be known. For they either subject the whole of their life as a vehicle or instrument to the inspiring gods, or they exchange the human for the divine life, or they energize with their own proper life about divinity. But they neither energize according to sense, nor are in such a vigilant state as those who have their senses excited from sleep, for neither do they apprehend future events, nor are they moved as those are who energize according to impulse, nor again are they conscious of the state they are in, neither as they were before, nor in any other way, nor, in short, do they convert to themselves their own intelligence, or exert any knowledge which is peculiarly their own. The greatest indication, however, of the truth of this is the following. Many, through divine inspiration, are not burned when fire is introduced to them, the inspiring influence preventing the fire from touching them. Many, also, though burned, do not apprehend that they are so, because they do not then live an animal life. And some, indeed, though transfixed with spits, do not perceive it. But others that are struck on the shoulders with axes, and others that have their arms cut with knives, are by no means conscious of what is done to them. Their energies, likewise, are not at all human. For inaccessible places become accessible to those that are divinely inspired. They are thrown into fire, and pass through fire, and over rivers, like the priest in Castabalus, without being injured. But from these things it is demonstrated that those who energize enthusiastically are not conscious of the state they are in, and that they neither live a human nor an animal life according to sense or impulse, but that they exchange this for a certain more divine life, by which they are inspired and perfectly possessed. Chapter 5. There are therefore many species of divine possession, and divine inspiration is multifariously excited, whence also the signs of it are many and different. For either the gods are different by whom we are inspired, and thus produce a different inspiration, or the mode of enthusiasms being various, produces a different afflatus. For either divinity possesses us, or we give up ourselves wholly to divinity, or we have a common energy with him. And sometimes, indeed, we participate of the last power of divinity, sometimes of his middle, and sometimes of his first power. Sometimes, also, there is a participation only, at other times, communion likewise, and sometimes a union of these divine inspirations. Again, either the soul alone enjoys the inspiration, or the soul receives it in conjunction with the body, or it is also participated by the common animal. From these things, therefore, the signs of those that are inspired are multiform. For the inspiration is indicated by the motions of the whole body, and of certain parts of it, by the perfect rest of the body, by harmonious orders and dances, and by elegant sounds, or the contraries of these. Either the body, likewise, is seen to be elevated or increased in bulk, or to be borne along sublimely in the air, or the contraries of these are seen to take place about it. An equability also of voice, according to magnitude, or a great variety of voice after intervals of silence may be observed. And again, sometimes the sounds have a musical intention and remission, and sometimes they are strained and relaxed after a different manner. Chapter 6. That, however, which is the greatest thing is this, that he who appears to draw down a certain divinity sees a spirit descending and entering into someone, recognizes its magnitude and quality, and is also mystically persuaded and governed by it. But a species of fire is seen by the recipient prior to the spirit being received, which sometimes becomes manifest to all the spectators, either when the divinity is descending or when he is departing. And from this spectacle the greatest truth and power of the god, and especially the order he possesses, as likewise about what particulars he is adapted to speak the truth, what the power is which he imparts, and what he is able to effect, become known to the scientific. Those, however, who, without these blessed spectacles, draw down spirits invisibly, are without vision, as if they were in the dark and know nothing of what they do, except some small signs which become visible through the body of him who is divinely inspired, and certain other things which are manifestly seen. But they are ignorant of all the most important particulars of divine inspiration, which are concealed from them in the invisible. But to return from this digression, if the presence of the fire of the gods, and a certain ineffable species of light, externally exceed to him who is possessed, and if they wholly fill him, have dominion over and circularly comprehend him on all sides, so that he is not able to exert any one proper energy, what sense or animadversion or appropriate projection of intellect can there be in him who receives a divine fire? What human motion, likewise, can then intervene, or what human reception of passion or ecstasy, or of aberration of the fantasy, or of anything else of the like kind, such as is apprehended by the multitude, can take place? Let such therefore be the divine indications of true inspiration from the gods, which he who attends to will not wander from a right knowledge concerning it. Chapter 7. It is not, however, sufficient to learn these things alone, nor will he who only knows these become perfect in divine science. But it is requisite also to know what enthusiasm is, and how it is produced. It is falsely, therefore, supposed to be a motion of dianoia, in conjunction with daemoniacal inspiration. For human dianoia is not moved if it is thus enthusiastically affected, nor is the inspiration produced by daemons, but by the gods. Neither is enthusiasm simply an ecstasy, for it is a re-elevation and transition to a more excellent condition of being. But delirium and ecstasy evince a perversion to that which is worse. Hence, he who is an advocate for the latter speaks indeed of things which happen to those that energize enthusiastically, yet does not teach that which is precedaneous. But this consists in being wholly possessed by divinity, which is afterwards followed by mental alienation. No one, therefore, can justly apprehend that enthusiasm is something pertaining to the soul, or to some one of its powers, or to intellect or energies, or to corporeal imbecility, or that it cannot subsist without the debility of the body. For neither is the work of divine inspiration human, nor does the whole of it depend on human powers and energies, but these, indeed, have the relation of a subject, and divinity uses them as instruments. He accomplishes, however, the whole work of divination through himself, and being separated in an unmingled manner from other things, neither the soul nor the body being at all moved, he energizes by himself. Hence, when divinations are rightly effected in the way which I have mentioned, then they subsist without falsehood. But when the soul has been previously disturbed, or is moved in the interim, or the body intervenes and confounds the divine harmony, then divinations become turbulent and false, and the enthusiasm is no longer true nor genuine. Chapter 8. If, therefore, true divination was a solution of the divine part of the soul from the other parts of it, or if it was a separation of intellect or a certain extension of it, or if it was a vehemence and extension of energy or passion, or an acuteness and motion of dianoia, or a fervor of intellect, then, since all such like particulars are excited by our soul, enthusiasm might be reasonably supposed to be the offspring of the soul. If, however, the body, on account of certain temperaments, whether they are such as are melancholic or any other, or to speak more particularly on account of heat, or cold, or moisture, or a certain specific quality of these, or the mixture or temperature of these in a certain proportion, or the pneumatic part of the soul, or the more and the less of these. If any one of these is established as the cause of enthusiastic alienation, in this case, the alienation will be a corporeal passion, and will be excited by physical motions. But if its excitation originates from both the soul and the body, so far as these coalesce with each other, a motion of this kind will be common to the animal, produced by the union of the two. The enthusiastic energy, however, is not the work either of the body or the soul, or of both conjoined. For these do not contain in themselves a certain cause of divine alienation, nor are things of a more excellent nature adapted to be generated by such as are less excellent. But it is necessary to investigate the causes of divine mania, and these are the illuminations proceeding from the gods, the spirits imparted by them, and the all-perfect domination of divinity, which comprehends indeed everything in us, but exterminates entirely our own proper consciousness and motion. This divine possession, also, emits words which are not understood by those that utter them, for they pronounce them, as it is said, with an insane mouth, and are wholly subservient and entirely yield themselves to the energy of the predominating God. The whole of enthusiasm is a thing of this kind, and is affected by these causes, though this must not be considered as asserted with consummate accuracy. Chapter 9. What you afterwards say is as follows: that some of those who suffer a mental alienation energize enthusiastically on hearing cymbals or drums, or a certain modulated sound, such as those who are corybantically inspired, those who are possessed by Sabazius, and those who are inspired by the Mother of the Gods. It is necessary, therefore, to discuss the causes of these things, and to show how they are definitely produced. That music, therefore, is of a motive nature, and is adapted to excite the affections, and that the melody of pipes produces or heals the disordered passions of the soul, changes the temperaments or dispositions of the body, and by some melodies causes a Bacchic fury, but by others occasions this fury to cease, and likewise how the differences of these accord with the several dispositions of the soul, and that an unstable and variable melody is adapted to ecstasies, such as are the melodies of Olympus, and others of the like kind. All these appear to me to be adduced in a way foreign to enthusiasm, for they are physical and human, and the work of our art. But nothing whatever of a divine nature in them presents itself to the view. We must rather therefore say that sounds and melodies are appropriately consecrated to the gods. There is also an alliance in these sounds and melodies to the proper orders and powers of the several gods, to the motions in the universe itself, and to the harmonious sounds which proceed from the motions. Conformably, therefore, to such like adaptations of melodies to the gods themselves become present. For there is not anything which intercepts, so that whatever has but a casual similitude to, directly participates of, them. A perfect possession likewise immediately takes place, and a plenitude of a more excellent essence and power. Not that the body and the soul are in each other and sympathize, and are copassive with the melodies, but because the inspiration of the gods is not separated from divine harmony, but is originally adapted and allied to it, on this account it is participated by it in appropriate measures. Hence also it is excited and restrained according to the several orders of the gods, but this inspiration must by no means be called an oblation, purgation, or medicine. For it is not primarily implanted in us from a certain disease, or excess, or redundance, but the whole principle and participation of it are supernally derived from the gods. Neither is it proper to say that the soul primarily consists of harmony and rhythm, for thus enthusiasm would be adapted to the soul alone. It is better, therefore, to deny this, and to assert that the soul, before she gave herself to body, was an auditor of divine harmony, and that hence, when she proceeded into body, and heard melodies of such a kind as especially preserved the divine vestigia of harmony, she embraced these, from them recollected divine harmony and tends, and is allied to it, and as much as possible participates of it. Hence the cause of divine divination may, after this manner, be assigned in common. Chapter 10. Let us, however, discuss what pertains to divination more particularly, not asserting this that nature leads each thing to its like. For the enthusiastic energy is not the work of nature, nor again asserting that the temperature of the air and of that which surrounds us produces also a different temperature in the body of those that energize enthusiastically, since inspiration, which is the work of the gods, is not changed by corporeal powers or temperaments. Nor must we say that the much celebrated inspiration of divinity is adapted to passions and generated natures. For the gift of the proper energy of the gods to men is impassive and superior to all generation. But since the power of the Corybantes is, in a certain respect, of a guardian and efficacious nature, and that of Sabazius appropriately pertains to Bacchic inspiration, the purifications of souls, and the solutions of ancient divine anger. On this account, the inspirations of them entirely differ from each other. With respect, however, to the mother of the gods, you, indeed, seem to think that those who are possessed by the goddess are males, for, conformably to this, you denominate them metrizantes. But the thing is not truly so, for those who are precedenteously inspired by the mother of the gods are women, but the males that are thus inspired are very few in number, and such as are more effeminate. This enthusiasm, however, has a vivific and replenishing power, on which account also it in a remarkable degree differs from all other mania. Proceeding therefore in this way in what remains of the present discussion, and fitly distinguishing the inspirations of the nymphs or of Pan, and the other differences of them according to the powers of the gods, we shall separate them conformably to their appropriate peculiarities. And we shall also be able to explain through what cause they leap and dwell in mountains, why some of them appear to be bound, and why they are worshipped through sacrifices. All these, likewise, we shall ascribe to divine causes, as containing in themselves all the authority of these particulars. But we shall not say that either a certain collected redundancy of body or soul requires to be purified, or that the periods of the seasons are the causes of such like passions, or that the reception of the similar and the ablation of the dissimilar bring with them a certain remedy for an excess of this kind. For all such like particulars are corporeal formed and are entirely separated from a divine and intellectual life. But each thing energizes conformably to its nature, so that the spirits which are excited by the gods, and which produce in men Bacchic inspiration, expel every other human and physical motion. And it is not proper to assimilate their energies to those which are usually exerted after our manner, but it is fit to refer them to perfectly different and primordial divine causes. One species, therefore, of divine inspiration is of this kind, and is after this manner produced. Chapter 11. Another species of divine divination, which is much celebrated, most manifest and manifold, is that of oracles, about which you say as follows: There are some who drink water, as the priest of Clarius in Colophon, but others are seated at the mouth of a cavern, as those who prophesy at Delphi, and others imbibe the vapor from water, as the prophetesses in Branchide. You have therefore made mention of these three oracles by name, not that there are only these, for there are many more which you have omitted, but as these are more celebrated than the rest, and at the same time, because through these you may be sufficiently instructed in the mode of divination sent to men from the gods, hence, as it appears to me, you were satisfied with these. We therefore likewise shall discuss these three, omitting to speak about the many other oracles that exist. It is acknowledged then by all men that the oracle in Colophon gives its answers through the medium of water. For there is a fountain in a subterranean dwelling from which the prophetess drinks, and on certain established nights, after many sacred rites have been previously performed, and she has drank of the fountain, she delivers oracles, but is not visible to those that are present. That this water, therefore, is prophetic is from hence manifest. But how it becomes so, this, according to the proverb, is not for every man to know. For it appears as if a certain prophetic spirit pervaded through the water. This is not, however, in reality the case. For divine nature does not pervade through its participants in this manner, according to interval and division, but comprehends, as it were, externally, and illuminates the fountain, and fills it from itself with a prophetic power. For the inspiration which the water affords is not the whole of that which proceeds from a divine power, but the water itself only prepares us and purifies our luciform spirit, so that we may be able to receive the divinity, while in the meantime there is a presence of divinity prior to this, and illuminating from on high. And this indeed is not absent from anyone, who through aptitude is capable of being united to it. But this divine illumination is immediately present and uses the prophetess as an instrument, she neither being any longer mistress of herself, nor capable of attending to what she says, nor perceiving where she is. Hence, after prediction, she is scarcely able to recover herself. And before she drinks the water, she abstains from food for a whole day and night, and retiring to certain sacred places, inaccessible to the multitude, begins to receive in them the enthusiastic energy. Through her departure, therefore, and separation from human concerns, she renders herself pure, and by this means adapted to the reception of divinity. And from hence she possesses the inspiration of the God, shining into the pure seat of her soul, becomes full of an unrestrained afflatus, and receives the divine presence in a perfect manner and without any impediment. But the prophetess in Delphi, whether she gives oracles to mankind through an attenuated and fiery spirit, bursting from the mouth of the cavern, or whether being seated in the adytum on a brazen tripod, or on a stool with 4 feet, she becomes sacred to the god. Whichsoever of these is the case, she entirely gives herself up to a divine spirit, and is illuminated with a ray of divine fire. And when, indeed, fire ascending from the mouth of the cavern circularly invests her in collected abundance, she becomes filled from it with a divine splendor. But when she places herself on the seat of the god, she becomes co-adapted to his stable prophetic power, and from both these preparatory operations she becomes wholly possessed by the god. And then, indeed, he is present with and illuminates her in a separate manner, and is different from the fire, the spirit, the proper seat, and, in short, from all the visible apparatus of the place, whether physical or sacred. The prophetic woman, too, in Branchidae, whether she holds in her hand a wand, which was at first received from some god, and becomes filled with a divine splendor, or whether seated on an axis. She predicts future events, or dips her feet or the border of her garment in the water, or receives the god by imbibing the vapor of the water. By all these she becomes adapted to partake externally of the god. But the multitude of sacrifices, the sacred law of the whole sanctimony, and such other things as are performed in a divine manner, prior to the prophetic inspiration, viz., the baths of the prophetess, her fasting for 3 whole days, her retiring into the Adita, and there receiving a divine light and rejoicing for a considerable time, all these evince that the god is entreated by prayer to approach, that he becomes externally present, and that the prophetess, before she comes to her accustomed place, is inspired in a wonderful manner. And that, in the spirit which rises from the fountain, another more ancient god, who is separate from the place, shines forth to the view, and who is also the cause of the place, of the country, and of the whole divination. Chapter 12. It appears, therefore, that the divination of oracles accords with all the hypotheses which we have before adduced concerning prediction. For if a power of this kind was inseparable from the nature of places, and of the bodies which are the subjects of it, or proceeded according to a motion defined by number, it would not be able to foreknow with invariable sameness things which exist everywhere and always. But being separate and liberated from places and things, which are measured by the numbers of time, and also from those which are detained in place, it is equally present with all things wherever they may be, and subsists simultaneously with all the natures that are produced according to time. It likewise comprehends in one the truth of all things through its separate and transcendent essence. Hence, if this is rightly asserted by us, the prophetic power of the gods is not partably comprehended by any place or partible human body, nor by the soul, which is detained in one certain species of divisible natures. But being separate and indivisible, it is wholly everywhere present with the natures which are capable of receiving it. It likewise externally illuminates and fills all things, pervades through all the elements, comprehends earth and air, fire and water, and leaves nothing destitute of itself, neither animals nor any of the productions of nature, but imparts from itself a certain portion of foreknowledge, to some things in a greater, and to others in a less degree. Moreover, existing itself prior to all things, by its own separate nature, it becomes sufficient to fill all things, so far as each is able to partake of it. Chapter 13. Let us therefore now direct our attention to another species of divination, which is not public, but of a private nature, concerning which you say, that some become enthusiastic by standing on characters as those that are filled from the intromission of spirits. This species, therefore, through those who badly use it, cannot easily be comprehended in one definition. But it is obvious and superficial and known to many, and employs a falsehood and deception which are not to be endured. Nor is it at all attended with the presence of a certain divinity, but it produces a certain motion of the soul, which is adverse to the gods, and attracts from them an obscure and adumbrative representation, which, through the evanescent nature of its power, is usually disturbed by demoniacal depraved spirits. That, however, which is truly a representation of the gods, is in other respects genuine and pure, immutable and true, and is inaccessible to and unimpeded by spirits of a contrary nature. For as darkness is not adapted to sustain the splendor of the glittering light of the sun, but suddenly becomes totally invisible, entirely recedes, and immediately vanishes. Thus, also, when the power of the gods, which fills all things with good, abundantly shines forth, no place is left for the tumult of evil spirits, nor can it present itself to the view. But, as if it was nothing, it departs into non-entity, not being able to be at all moved, when more excellent natures are present, or to disturb such natures in their illuminations. Since, therefore, these differ so greatly, I shall not use any other indications in order to distinguish them than those which are adduced by you. For when you say, some standing on characters, you seem to signify nothing else than the cause of all the evils pertaining to these things. For there are some who, neglecting the whole business of the telesurgic theory, both concerning the invoking, priest, and the inspector, apoptesu, and also despising the order of religion, and the most holy endurance of labors for a long time, and rejecting the sacred laws and ordinances, and other religious ceremonies, think that the standing on characters is alone sufficient, and that by doing this for 1 hour they can cause a certain spirit to enter. Though, how is it possible that anything beautiful or perfect can be affected by these? Or how, by ephemeral works, can a contact be produced with the eternal and true essence of the gods in sacred deeds? Through these things, therefore, it appears that such like rash men entirely err, and that they do not deserve to be ranked among diviners. Chapter 14. Concerning another kind of divination also you say as follows. Others who are conscious what they are doing in other respects are divinely inspired according to the fantastic part, some indeed receiving darkness for a cooperator, others certain potions, but others incantations and compositions. And some energize according to the imagination through water, others in a wall, others in the open air, and others in the light of the sun or some other celestial body. The whole, however, of this kind of divination of which you now speak, since it is multiform, may be comprehended in one power, which may be called the adduction of light. But this illuminates with divine light the ethereal and luciform vehicle with which the soul is surrounded, from which divine visions occupy our fantastic power, these visions being excited by the will of the gods. For the whole life of the soul and all the powers that are in it, being in subjection to the gods, are moved in such a way as the gods, the leaders of the soul, please. And this takes place in a twofold manner, either from the gods being present with the soul, or imparting to the soul from themselves a certain forerunning light. But, according to each of these modes, the divine presence and the illumination have a separate subsistence. The attentive power, therefore, and dianoia of the soul are conscious of what is affected, since the divine light does not come into contact with these. But the fantastic part is divinely inspired, because it is not excited to the modes of imaginations by itself, but by the gods, the fantasy being then entirely changed from human custom. Since, however, a contrary is receptive of a contrary, according to a mutation and departure from itself, and that which is allied to another thing and familiar with it through similitude is capable of receiving it, hence the illuminators. Receive darkness as a cooperator, and employ in illuminating the light of the sun or of the moon, or, in short, of the air. Sometimes, likewise, they use collocations of such things as are adapted to the gods that are about to descend, or they employ incantations or compositions, and these appropriately prepared for the reception, presence, and manifestation of the gods. And again, sometimes they introduce light through water, because this being diaphanous is aptly disposed to the reception of light. But at other times, they cause light to shine forth on a wall, having previously prepared the wall for the reception of light in the best manner by the sacred descriptions of characters, and, at the same time, they fix the light in a certain solid place, so that it may not be widely diffused. Many other modes also of introducing light might be mentioned, but all of them may be referred to one mode, that of irradiation, wherever it may be effected, and through whatever instruments the gods may illuminate. Since therefore this illumination exceeds externally, and has everything which it possesses subservient to the will and intelligence alone of the gods, and as the greatest thing pertaining to it, possesses a sacred irradiating light, either supernally derived from ether, or from the air, or the moon, or the sun, or from some other celestial sphere. This being the case, it is evident from all these particulars that such a mode of divination as this is unrestrained, primordial, and worthy of the gods. Chapter 15. Let us therefore pass on to the mode of divination which is effected through human art, and which possesses much of conjecture and opinion. But concerning this, you say as follows: Some also establish the art of the investigation of futurity through the viscera, through birds, and through the stars. And there are, indeed, many other arts of this kind, but the above are sufficient to exhibit the whole artificial species of divination. Universally, therefore, this art employs certain divine signs, which derive their completion from the gods, according to various modes. But from divine portents, according to an alliance of things to the signs which are exhibited, art in a certain respect decides, and from certain probabilities conjecturally predicts. The gods, therefore, produce the signs either through nature, which is subservient both generally and particularly to the generation of effects, or through genesiurgic daemons, who, presiding over the elements of the universe, partial bodies, and everything contained in the world, conduct with facility the phenomena conformably to the will of the gods. But these signs symbolically premanifest the decrees of divinity and of futurity, as Heraclitus says, neither speaking nor concealing, but signifying, because they express the mode of fabrication through pre-manifestation. As therefore the gods generate all things through forms, in a similar manner they signify all things through signs, impressed as it were by a seal, diasynthematon. Perhaps, likewise, they render by this mean our intelligence more acute. And thus, much has been said by us in common concerning the whole of this kind of human art. Chapter 16. Descending, however, to particulars, the soul of animals, the daemon who presides over them, the air, the motion of the air, and the circulation of the heavens, variously change the viscera, conformably to the will of the gods. But an indication that they are so changed is this, that they are frequently found without a heart, or deprived of the most principal parts, without which it is not at all possible for animals to be supplied with life. With respect to birds, likewise, the impulse of their proper soul moves them, and also the daemon who presides over animals, and together with these. The revolution of the air and the power of the heavens which descends into the air accord with the will of the gods, and consentaneously lead the birds to what the gods ordained from the first. Of this, the greatest indication is that birds frequently precipitate themselves to the earth and destroy themselves, which it is not natural for anything to do. But this is something supernatural, so that it is some other thing which produces these effects through birds. Moreover, the lations of the stars approximate to the eternal circulations of the heavens, not only locally, but also in powers and the irradiations of light. But these are moved conformably to the mandates of the celestial gods. For the most pure, agile, and supreme part of the air is adapted to be enkindled, i.e., is most inflammable, so that when the gods assent, it is immediately set on fire. And if someone thinks that certain effluxions of the celestial bodies are imparted to the air, his opinion will not be discordant with what is frequently effected by the divine art. The union, also, and sympathy of the universe, and the simultaneous motion of the most remote parts, as if they were near and belonged to one animal, cause these signs to be sent from the gods to men in the most luminous manner, primarily, indeed, through the heavens, but afterwards through the air. From all that has been said, therefore, this becomes manifest that the gods, employing many instruments as media, send indications to men, and that they also use the ministrant aid of daemons and souls, and the whole of nature and of everything in the world which is willingly obedient to them. They being the primordial leaders of all these, and transmitting the motion which descends from them wherever they please. Hence, they being separate from all things, and liberated from all habitude and co-arrangement with things in generation, lead all that generation and nature contains according to their own proper will. This explanation, therefore, of divination accords with the doctrine of the fabricative energy and providence of the gods. For it does not draw down the intellect of more excellent natures to sublunary concerns and to us, but this intellect being established in itself, converts to itself signs and the whole of divination, and discovers that these proceed from it. Chapter 17. In the next place, you inquire concerning the mode of divination, what it is, and what the quality is by which it is distinguished, which we have already explained, both generally and particularly. But you, in the first place, represent diviners as asserting that all of them obtain a foreknowledge of future events through gods or daemons, and that it is not possible for any others to know that which is future than those who are the lords of futurity. Afterwards you doubt whether divinity is so far subservient to men as not to be averse to some becoming diviners from meal. You do not, however, properly apprehend the abundance of the power of the gods, their transcendent goodness, and the cause which comprehends all things when you denominate their providential care and defense of us subserviency. And besides this, you are ignorant of the mode of divine energy, that it is not drawn down and converted to us, but that it has a separate precedency and gives itself, indeed, to its participants, yet neither departs from itself nor becomes diminished, nor is ministrant to those that receive it, but, on the contrary, uses all things as subservient to itself. The present doubt also appears to me to be erroneous in another respect, for supposing the works of the gods to be like those of men, it inquires how they are affected. For because we are converted to our works, and sometimes adhere to the passions of the things which we providentially attend to, on this account you badly conjecture that the power of the gods is subservient to the natures which are governed by them. But this power is never drawn down to its participants either in the production of the worlds, or in the providential inspection of the realms of generation, or in predicting concerning it. For it imparts to all things good, and renders all things similar to itself. It likewise benefits the subjects of its government most abundantly, and without envy, and by how much the more it abides in itself, by so much the more it is filled with its own proper perfection. And it does not itself, indeed, become anything belonging to its participants, but it causes the things which receive it to partake of its peculiarities, and preserves them in an all-perfect manner. It also abides at the same time perfectly in itself, and comprehends them at once in itself, but is neither vanquished nor comprehended by any one of them. In vain, therefore, are men disturbed by a suspicion of this kind, For divinity is not divided together with the above-mentioned modes of divination, but produces all of them impartibly. Nor does he affect different things at a different time, in a distributed manner, but produces all of them according to one energy, collectively and at once. Nor is he detained about signs, being comprehended in or divided about them, but contains them in himself and in one order, and comprehends them in unity, and produces them from himself according to one invariable will. If also the power of the gods proceeds in premanifestation as far as to things inanimate, such as pebblestones, rods, pieces of wood, stones, corn, or wheat, this very thing is most admirable in the presignification of divine prophecy, because it imparts soul to things inanimate, motion to things immovable, and makes all things to be clear and known, to partake of reason, and to be defined by the measures of intellection, though possessing no portion of reason from themselves. Another divine miracle also divinity appears to me to exhibit through signs in these things. For as he sometimes makes some stupid man to speak wisely, through which it becomes manifest to everyone, that this is not a certain human, but a divine work. Thus, also, he reveals through things which are deprived of knowledge, conceptions which precede all knowledge. And at the same time, he declares to men that the signs which are exhibited are worthy of belief, and that they are superior to nature, from which he is exempt. Thus he makes things to be known which are naturally unknown, and things which are without knowledge Gnostic. Through them also he inserts in us wisdom, and through everything which is in the world excites our intellect to the truth of real beings, of things which are in generation, and of future events. From these things, therefore, I think it is manifest that the mode of divination is perfectly contrary to what you suspected it to be. For it is of a ruling and primordial nature, of an unrestrained power, and transcendent nature, comprehending in itself all things, but not being comprehended by anything, nor enclosed by its participants. For it ascends into and rules over all things simultaneously and without circumscription, and collectively signifies future events. Hence, from what has been said, you may easily dissolve these vulgar doubts, which disturb most men, and may in a becoming manner elevate yourself to the intellectual, divine, and irreprehensible presignification of the gods from all things. Through this, therefore, we have evinced that divinity is not drawn down to the signs employed by divination. Chapter 18. Another contest, however, awaits us, not less than that in which we have been before engaged, and which you immediately announce concerning the causes of divination, whether a god, an angel, or a daemon, or some other power is present in manifestations, or divinations, or certain other sacred energies. But our reply to your question is simply this, that it is not possible for anything to be performed in a manner adapted to sacred concerns in divine works, without the presence of someone of the more excellent natures, as inspecting and giving completion to the sacred energy. And, where the felicitous operations are perfect, sufficient to themselves, and unindigent of these, the gods are the leaders. But where they are media, and in a small degree fall short of the extremes, they have angels as the powers that perfect and unfold them into light. And it is the province of daemons to effect those operations which rank as the last. But the right performance of actions which are effected in a divine manner is entirely to be ascribed to someone of the more excellent natures. For since it is not possible to speak rightly about the gods without the gods, much less can anyone perform works which are of an equal dignity with divinity, and obtain the foreknowledge of everything without the inspiring influence of the gods. For the human race is imbecile, and of small estimation, sees but a little, and possesses a connascent nothingness, and the only remedy of its inherent error, perturbation, and unstable mutation is its participation, as much as possible, of a certain portion of divine light. But he who excludes this does the same thing as those who attempt to produce soul from things inanimate, or to generate intellect from things unintelligent. For without the cooperation of a cause, he constitutes divine works from things which are not divine. Let it be granted, therefore, that a god, a daemon, or an angel gives completion to more excellent works, yet we must not on this account admit what you adduce as a thing acknowledged, that they effect these things, in consequence of being drawn through us by the necessities with which invocation is attended. For divinity is superior to necessity, and this is likewise the case with all the choir of more excellent natures that is suspended from him. Nor is he alone exempt from the necessity which is introduced by men, but also from that which comprehends in itself the world. Because it is not the province of an immaterial nature, and which does not receive any adventitious order, to be subservient to any necessity introduced from anything else. And in the next place, invocation and the things performed by a scientific operator exceed and are conjoined to more excellent natures through similitude and alliance, and do not accomplish their energies through violence. Hence, the effects which are seen to take place in diviners do not happen as you think from the scientific theurgist being passively affected, nor is divination thus affected through necessity, passion preoccupying the predictor. For these things are foreign from and incongruous to the essence of more excellent natures. Chapter 19. But neither does the cause of the energies of more excellent natures subsist as a certain middle instrument, nor does he who invokes operate through him who prophesies. For to assert these things is impious. And it is much more true to say that God is all things, is able to effect all things, and that he fills all things with himself and is alone worthy of sedulous attention, esteem, the energy of reason, and felicitous honor. That which is human being vile, of no account, and ludicrous, when compared with that which is divine. Hence I laugh when I hear it said that divinity is spontaneously present with certain persons or things, either through the period of generation, or through other causes. For thus, that which is unbegotten will no longer be more excellent if it is led by the period of generation, nor will it be primarily the cause of all things if it is co-arranged with certain things according to other causes. These assertions, therefore, are unworthy of the conceptions which we should frame of the gods, and foreign from the works which are effected in theurgy. But an investigation of this kind suffers the same thing as the multitude suffer about the fabrication of the universe and providence. For not being able to learn what the mode is in which these are effected, and refusing to ascribe human cares and reasonings to the gods, they wholly abolish the providential and fabricative energy of divinity. As therefore, we are accustomed to answer these that the divine mode of production and providential inspection is very different from that which is human, and which it is not proper wholly to reject through ignorance, as if it had not from the first any subsistence. Thus, also, it may be justly contended against you that all prediction and the performance of divine works are the works of the gods, as they are not effected through other and these human causes, but through such as are alone known to the gods. Chapter 20. Omitting, therefore, these things, we may reasonably adduce a second cause assigned by you of the above-mentioned particulars, viz., that the soul says and imagines these things, and that they are the passions of it, excited from small incentives. Neither, however, does nature possess these passions, nor does reason admit them. For everything which is generated from a certain cause, and that which is of a kindred nature derives its completion from a kindred nature. But a divine work is neither casual, for a thing of this kind is without a cause, and is not entirely arranged, nor is it produced by a human cause. For this is a thing foreign and subordinate, but that which is more perfect cannot be produced from the imperfect. All works, therefore, which have a similitude to divinity, germinate from a divine cause. For the human soul is contained by one form, and is on all sides darkened by body, which he who denominates the river of negligence, or the water of oblivion, or ignorance and delirium, or a bond through passions, or the privation of life, or some other evil, will not by such appellations sufficiently express its turpitude. How, therefore, is it possible that the soul, which is detained by so many evils, can ever become sufficient to an energy of this kind? It is, indeed, by no means reasonable to suppose that she can. For if at any time we appear to be capable of effecting this, it is alone through participating of and being illuminated by the gods that we enjoy the divine energy. Hence the soul does not participate of divine works so far as she possesses her own proper virtue and wisdom, though if works of this kind pertain to the soul, every soul would perform them, or that soul alone which possessed its proper perfection. Now, however, neither of these is sufficiently prepared for this purpose, but even the perfect soul is imperfect as with reference to divine energy. Theurgic energy, therefore, is a different thing, and the felicitous accomplishment of divine works is imparted by the gods alone. For if this were not the case, the worship of the gods would not, in short, be requisite, but divine goods might be present with us from ourselves, without the exercise of religion. If, therefore, these opinions are insane and stupid, it is proper to abandon an hypothesis of this kind as not affording a cause which deserves to be mentioned of the accomplishment of divine works. Chapter 21. Is therefore what you add in the third place more true, viz., that there is a certain mixed form of hypostasis, consisting of our soul and divine inspiration externally derived. Consider this then more accurately, lest we should be deceived by it, being impeded by its plausibility. For wherever one thing is effected from two, this one thing is wholly of a similar species, nature, and essence. Thus the elements which concur in the same thing produce one certain thing from many, and many souls coalesce in one total soul. That, however, which is perfectly exempt can never become one with that which departs from itself, so that neither will there be one certain form of hypostasis with the soul and divine inspiration. For if divinity is unmingled, the soul will not be mingled with it, and if he is immutable, he will not be changed through a concretion into that which is common from the simplicity of his subsistence. Some, therefore, prior to us, were of opinion that certain small sparks excite in us divine forms. It is impossible, however, that these sparks, whether they are physical or in some other way corporeal formed, should be transferred from things of a casual nature to things which are divine. But in what is now asserted by you, the soul is said to be a concause of the divine commixture, and it is evident, this being admitted, that the soul becomes of an equal dignity with the gods, that it gives a certain part to them and receives a part from them, and that it also affords a measure to natures more excellent than itself, and is itself bounded by them. That likewise follows, which is asserted by some, and is most dire, that the gods precedenteously subsisting in the order of elements are inherent in their effects, and there will be a certain thing produced in time, and from a mixture according to time, which will contain the gods in itself. What likewise is this commingled form of subsistence? For if it is both soul and divine inspiration externally derived, it will not be one thing consisting of two, but a certain composite and a co-aggravation from two things. But if it is as something different from both, eternal natures will be mutable, and divine natures will in no respect differ from physical substances in generation. And as it is absurd to admit that an eternal nature is produced through generation, it is still more absurd to suppose that anything which consists of eternal natures can be dissolved. Neither, therefore, is this opinion concerning divination by any means reasonable. And besides this, it is also paradoxical, whether it is considered as one supposition or as two. Chapter 22. You say, therefore, that the soul generates the power which has an imaginative perception of futurity through motions of this kind, or that the things which are adduced from matter constitute daemons through the powers that are inherent in them, and especially things adduced from the matter which is taken from animals. It appears to me, however, that what is now asserted by you exhibits a dire illegality with reference to the whole of theology and the theurgic energy. For one absurdity in it, and which is the first that presents itself to the view, is this, that it makes daemons to be generable and corruptible. And another, which is more dire than this, is that things which are prior will be produced from things which are posterior to themselves. For daemons exist prior to soul, and to the powers which are distributed about bodies. In addition to these things, also, how can the energies of a partible soul which is detained in body become essence and be by themselves separate out of soul? Or how can the powers which are divided about be separated from bodies, though they have their very being in bodies? And who is it that, liberating them from a corporeal condition of subsistence, again collects the corporeal dissolution, and causes it to coalesce in one thing? For thus, a thing of this kind will be a daemon, who will have an existence prior to his being constituted. This assertion, likewise, is attended with certain common doubts. For how can divination be produced from things which have no divining power? And how can soul be generated from things which are without soul? And, in short, how can things which are more perfect be the progeny of such as are more imperfect? The mode, likewise, of production appears to me to be impossible, for it is impossible that essence should be produced through the motions of the soul and through the powers which are in bodies. For from things which are without essence, it is impossible that essence should be generated. Whence, also, does the imagination, receiving from a certain thing a divining power, become prophetic of futurity? For we do not see that any one of the things which are sown through generation possess anything more than what is imparted to it by its first generating cause. But in the present instance, the imagination will receive a certain more excellent addition from that which has no existence. Unless someone should say that daemons preside over the matter which is derived from animals, and that when this matter is adduced, the presiding daemon is sympathetically moved towards it. According to this opinion, therefore, daemons are not generated from the powers in bodies, but preceding and having an existence prior to bodies, they are moved in conformity to them. Let it, however, be admitted that daemons are thus sympathetic, yet I do not see after what manner there will be something true respecting futurity. For the foreknowledge and pre-manifestation of futurity is not the province of a capacive and material power, which is detained in a certain place and body. But on the contrary, this pertains to a power which is liberated from all these. Such, therefore, are the corrections of this opinion. Chapter 23. The animadversions which are after this adduced at first indeed doubt about the mode of divination, but, as they proceed, endeavor entirely to subvert it. We shall, therefore, discuss both these. And in the first place, we shall begin to dissolve the former of these doubts. For in sleep, when we are not employed about anything, we sometimes obtain a knowledge of the future. Not that the cause of divination is derived both from us and externally, for in things the principle of which definitely subsists in us, and that which is consequent is externally derived. If these two have a co-arrangement and connection with each other, in this case the works of the two are definitely affected, and the things which are suspended from them follow their precedenious causes. But when the cause is independent of us and pre-exists by itself, the end is not defined on account of us, but the whole depends on things external to us. Now, therefore, since the truth which is in dreams does not entirely concur with our works, but frequently shines forth from itself, it shows that divination is externally derived from the gods, that it possesses an independent power, and that it benevolently unfolds futurity when it pleases, and in such a way as it pleases. These things, therefore, should have an answer of this kind. Chapter 24. In what follows, while you endeavor to unfold divination, you entirely subvert it. For if a passion of the soul is admitted to be the cause of it, what wise man will attribute to an unstable and stupid thing orderly and stable foreknowledge? Or how is it possible that the soul, which is in a sane and stable condition according to its better powers, viz., those that are intellectual and dianoetic, should be ignorant of futurity, but that the soul which suffers according to disorderly and tumultuous motions should have a knowledge of what is future? For what is passion in itself adapted to the theory of beings? And is it not rather an impediment to the more true intellection of things? Farther still, therefore, if the things contained in the world were constituted through passions, in this case passions through their similitude, would have a certain alliance to them. But if they are produced through reasons and through forms, there will be another foreknowledge of them, which is liberated from all passion. Again, passion alone perceives that which is present and which now has a subsistence, but foreknowledge apprehends things which do not yet exist. Hence, to foreknow is different from being passively affected. Let us, however, consider your arguments in support of this opinion. That the senses are occupied, therefore tends to the contrary to what you say, for it is an indication that no human phantasm is then excited. But the fumigations which are introduced have an alliance to divinity, but not to the soul of the spectator. And the invocations do not excite the inspiration of the reasoning power, or corporeal passions in the recipient, for they are perfectly unknown and arcane, and are alone known to the God whom they invoke. But that not all men, but those that are more simple and young, are more adapted to divination, manifests that such as these are more prepared for the reception of the externally exceeding and inspiring spirit. From these indications, however, you do not truly conjecture that enthusiasm is a passion, for it follows from these signs that the influx of it, in the same manner as the inspiration, is externally derived. In this way, therefore, these things subsist. Chapter 25. That which follows in the next place descends from a divine alienation of mind to an ecstasy of the reasoning power which leads it to a worse condition, and absurdly says that the cause of divination is the mania which happens in diseases. For as we may conjecture, it assimilates enthusiasm to the redundancy of the black bile, to the aberrations of intoxication, and to the fury which happens from mad dogs. It is necessary, therefore, from the beginning, to divide ecstasy into two species, one of which leads to a worse condition of being, and fills us with stupidity and folly, but the other imparts goods, which are more honorable than human temperance. One species also deviates to a disorderly, confused, and material motion, but the other gives itself to the cause which rules over the orderly distribution of things in the world. And the one, indeed, as being deprived of knowledge, wanders from wisdom, but the other conjoins with natures that transcend all our wisdom. The one likewise is unstable, but the other is immutable. The one is preternatural, but the other is above nature. The one draws down the soul, but the other elevates it. And the one entirely separates us from a divine allotment, but the other connects us with it. Why, therefore, does your assertion so much wander from the proposed hypothesis as to decline from things primary and good to the last evils of insanity? For in what is enthusiasm similar to melancholy, or intoxication, or any other delirium excited by the body? Or what prediction can ever be produced from diseases of the body? Is not a derivation of this kind a perfect corruption, but divine inspiration the perfection and salvation of the soul? And does not depraved enthusiasm take place through imbecility, but the enthusiasm which is more excellent through a plenitude of power? In short, the latter being quiescent according to its own proper life and intelligence, gives itself to be used by another power which is superior to itself, but the former, energizing according to its proper energies, renders these most depraved and turbulent. This, therefore, is a difference the most manifest of all others, because all the works of divine natures differ in a transcendent degree from the works of other beings. For as the more excellent genera are exempt from all others, thus also their energies do not resemble those of any other nature. Hence, when you speak of divine mania, immediately remove from it all human perversions. And if you ascribe a sacred sobriety and vigilance to divine natures, you must not consider human sobriety and vigilance as similar to it. But by no means compare the diseases of the body, such as suffusions, and the imaginations excited by diseases with divine imaginations. For what have the two in common with each other? Nor again must you compare an ambiguous state, such as that which takes place between a sober condition of mind and ecstasy, with sacred visions of the gods, which are defined by one energy. But neither must you compare the most manifest surveys of the gods with the imaginations artificially procured by enchantment. For the latter have neither the energy, nor the essence, nor the truth of the things that are seen, but extend mere phantasms as far as to appearances only. All such doubts as these, however, which are adduced foreign to the purpose, and tend from contraries to contraries, we do not consider as pertinent to the present hypothesis. Hence, as we have shown the unappropriateness of them, we do not think it requisite to discuss them any further, because they are contentiously introduced and not with philosophical investigation. Chapter 26. There are many other contentious innovations also, which may be the subject of wonder. But someone may justly be astonished at the contrariety of opinions produced by admitting either that the truth of divination is with enchanters, the whole of which subsists in mere appearances alone, but has no real existence, or that it is with those who are incited by passion or disease, since everything which they have the boldness to utter is fraudulently asserted. For what principle of truth, or what auxiliary of intelligence, either smaller or greater, can there be in those who are thus insane? It is necessary, however, not to receive truth of such a kind as that which may be fortuitous, for this, it is said, may happen to those that are rashly borne along. Nor must such truth be admitted as that which subsists between agents and patients, when they are concordantly homologous with each other. For truth of this kind is present with the senses and imaginations of animals. Hence this truth has nothing peculiar, or divine, or superior to common nature. But the truth of divination is established in energy with invariable sameness, has the whole knowledge of beings present with it, and is cognoscent with the essence of things. It likewise employs stable reasons, and perfectly, aptly, and definitely knows all things. This truth, therefore, is adapted to divination. Hence, it is very far from being a certain natural prescience, such as the preperception which is inherent in some animals of earthquakes and rain. For this arises from sympathy, when certain animals are moved in conjunction with certain parts and powers of the universe, or when, through the acuteness of a certain sense, they antecedently perceive things which happen in the air, before they accede to places about the earth. If therefore these assertions are true, though we derive from nature impressions by which we obtain a knowledge of things, or come into contact with futurity, it is not proper to consider an impression of this kind as prophetic foreknowledge. But it is indeed similar to this knowledge, yet falls short of it in stability and truth, is conversant with that which frequently, but not always, happens, and apprehends the truth in certain, but not in all things. Hence, if there is a discipline which foresees the future in the arts, as for instance in the piloting or medical art, this does not all pertain to divine foreknowledge, for it conjectures the future by certain signs, and these, such as are not always credible, nor such as have that of which they are the signs, connected with them with invariable sameness. But with divine providence, a stable knowledge of the future proceeds, and this is attended with an immutable faith suspended from causes, an indissoluble comprehension of all things in all, and a perpetually abiding and invariable knowledge of all things as present and definite. Chapter 27. Moreover, neither is it sufficient to assert that nature, art, and the sympathy of things in the universe, as if they were the parts of one animal, contain pre-manifestations of certain things with reference to each other, nor that bodies are so prepared that there is a pre-signification of some by others. For these things, which are very clearly seen, exhibit a certain divulsed vestige of divine prediction in a greater or less degree, since it is not possible for anything to be perfectly destitute of divine divination. But as in all things, the image of good exhibits a similitude of divinity. Thus, likewise, in all things, a certain obscure or more manifest image of divine prediction shines forth to the view. Nevertheless, no one of these is such as the divine species of divination, nor must the one divine and unmingled form of it be characterized from the many phantasms which proceed from it into generation. Nor, if there are certain other false and deceitful resemblances, which are still more remote from reality, is it fit to adduce these in forming a judgment of it. But the divine form or species of divination is to be apprehended according to one intelligible and immutable truth, and the mutation which subsists differently at different times is to be rejected as unstable and unadapted to the gods. If, therefore, that which is truly divination is a thing of this kind, that is a divine work, who would not blush to ascribe it to nature, which produces its effects without reason and intellect, as if nature elaborated in us a certain prophetic apparatus, and inserted this aptitude in some things in a greater, but in others in a less degree. For in those things in which men receive auxiliaries from nature in the attainment of their proper perfection, in these also certain aptitudes of nature proceed. But in things in which no human work is proposed to be effected, in these neither does the end pertain to us. And when a certain good, which is more ancient than our nature, has a prior arrangement, it is not possible in this case that a certain natural excellence should become the prepared subject of it. For in those things, of which there are perfections, in these imperfect preparations are ingenerated. But both these are the habits of men, and not of gods. Hence, of those things which are not present with us, so far as we are men, there will not be a preparative from nature. There is not, therefore, a natural seed in us of divine prediction. If someone, however, should in a more general way assert that there is a certain human divination, of this there will be a certain physical preparation. But with respect to that which may be truly denominated divination, and which pertains to the gods, it is not proper to think that this is engrafted by nature. For both other things, and also the indefinite, according to the more and the less, are the attendants on this. Hence, it is separated from divine divination, which abides in stable boundaries. On this account also, it is requisite strenuously to contend against him who asserts that divination originates from us. You likewise adduce clear indications of this from the works performed in predicting what is future. For you say that those who invoke the divinities for the purposes of divination have about them stones and herbs, bind certain sacred bonds, which they also dissolve, open places that are shut, and change the deliberate intentions of the recipients so as to render them worthy, though they were before depraved. All these particulars, therefore, signify that the inspiration exceeds externally. It is requisite, however, not only to preassume this, but also to define what the inspiration of divine origin is, which produces divine divination. For if this is not done, we shall not previously know what its peculiarity is, in consequence of not attributing to it its proper character, and adapting this to it as a certain seal. And this, indeed, has been accurately done by us a little before. Chapter 28. You adduce, however, as a thing by no means to be despised, the artificers of efficacious images. But I should wonder if these were admitted by any one of the theurgists who survey the true forms of the gods. For why should anyone exchange truly existing beings for images, and descend from the first to the last of things? Or do we not know that all things affected by an adumbration of this kind have an obscure subsistence, are the phantasms only of that which is true and appear to be good, but in no respect are so? Other things also of this kind that exceed are borne along in a flowing condition of being, but obtain nothing genuine or perfect or manifest. But this is evident from the mode of their production, for not divinity, but man is the maker of them. Nor are they produced from uniform and intelligible essences, but from matter, which is assumed for this purpose. What good, therefore, can germinate from matter, and from the material and corporeal formed powers which are in bodies? Or is not that which derives its subsistence from human art more imbecile than men themselves, who impart existence to it? By what kind of art, likewise, is this image fashioned? For it is said, indeed, to be fashioned by demiurgic art, but this is effective of true essences and not of certain images. Hence the image-producing art is distant by a great interval from the seminal production of realities. Besides, neither does it preserve a certain analogy with divine fabrication. For divinity does not fabricate all things, either through the celestial physical motions or through a partial matter, or through powers thus divided, but he produces the worlds by conceptions, will, and immaterial forms, and through an eternal and supermundane soul. The maker of images, however, is said to elaborate them through the revolving stars, but the thing does not in reality subsist so as it appears to do. For since there are certain infinite powers in the celestial gods, the last genus of all the powers in them is physical. But again, of this power one portion being inherent in spermatic reasons or productive powers, and prior to these reasons being established in immovable natures, essentially precedes generation. But another portion, being inherent in sensible and visible motions and powers, and in celestial effluxions and qualities, has dominion over the whole visible order of things. This last power, therefore, in all these rules over the circumterrestrial manifest generation in places about the earth. Many other arts, however, as for instance the medical and gymnastic, use this power, which has dominion over visible generation, and the qualities of the effluxions sent from the heavens employ it, and likewise all such arts as in their operations communicate with nature. And moreover, the image-making art attracts a certain very obscure genesiurgic portion from the celestial effluxions. Such, therefore, as the truth is, such also it is requisite to unfold it to others. It must be said, then, that the maker of images neither uses the celestial circulations nor the powers which are inherent in them, nor those powers which are naturally established about them. Nor, in short, is it possible to come into contact with them. But he artificially, and not theurgically, applies himself to the last effluxions which openly proceed from the nature of them about the last part of the universe. For these effluxions, I think, being mingled with a partial matter, are capable of being changed and transformed differently at different times. They likewise receive the transposition, from some things to others, of the powers which are in partial natures. The variety, however, of such like energies, and the composition of a multitude of material powers, are not only entirely separated from divine fabrication, but also from natural production. For nature produces her proper works collectively and at once, and accomplishes all things by simple and incomposite energies. Hence it remains that a commixture of this kind about the last and manifest celestial effluxion, and about the things which are moved by a celestial nature, is artificial. Chapter 29. Why therefore does the maker of images, who effects these things, desert himself, though he is better than these images, and consists of things of a more excellent nature, and confide in inanimate idols which are inspired with the representation alone of life, contain a renovated harmony, and which is externally multiform, and are in reality diurnal? Shall we say that something genuine and true is inherent in them? Nothing, however, which is fashioned by human art is genuine and pure. But you will say that simplicity and uniformity of energy predominate in the whole of their composition. This is very far from being the case, for the idol, according to its visible composition, is mingled from all various and contrary qualities. Shall we say then that a certain pure and perfect power is manifest in them? By no means. For a thing of this kind possesses an adventitious multitude of effluxions, collected from many places, and which shows itself to be imbecile and evanescent. But if these particulars, which we have enumerated, are not found to take place in images, is stability present with them, as it is said to be by the patrons of these images? By no means, likewise, is this the case. For these idols are extinguished with much greater rapidity than the images which are seen in mirrors. For they are immediately formed by the accession of fumigations from exhaling vapors. But when the fumigation is mingled with and diffused through the whole air, then the idol is likewise immediately dissolved, and is not naturally adapted to remain for the smallest portion of time. Why, therefore, should the man who is a lover of truth pay attention to these useless delusions? I, indeed, do not think them to be of any value. For if the makers of these images know that the fictions about which they are busily employed are nothing more than the formations of passive matter, the evil arising from an attention to them will be simple. But in addition to this, these idol makers are similar to the images in which they confide. And if they pay attention to these idols as if they were gods, the absurdity will be so great as neither to be effable by words, nor to be endured in deeds. For a certain divine splendor never illuminates a soul of this kind, because it is not adapted to be imparted to things which are entirely repugnant to it. Neither have those things which are detained by dark phantasms a place for its reception. This delusive formation, therefore, of phantasms will be conversant with shadows, which are very remote from the truth. Chapter 30. You say, however, that the makers of images observe the motion of the celestial bodies and can tell from the concurrence of what star, with a certain star or stars, predictions will be true or false, and also whether the things that are performed will be inanities or significant and efficacious. But neither will these phantasms, on this account, possess anything divine. For the last of the things which are in generation are moved in conjunction with the celestial courses, and are copassive with the effluxions which descend from the heavenly bodies. Moreover, if anyone considers these things accurately, he will find that they demonstrate the contrary to what is here asserted. For how is it possible that things which are in every respect mutable, and this with facility, and which are all variously turned by external motions, so as to become inefficacious, or prophetic, or significant, or effective, or at different times different, should contain in themselves, by participation, any portion, however small, of divine power? What then are the powers which are inherent in matter, the elements of daemons? By no means, for no partial sensible bodies generate daemons. But much more are these generated and guarded by daemons. Neither is any man able to fashion, as by a machine, certain forms of daemons, but, on the contrary, He is rather fashioned and fabricated by them, so far as he participates of a sensible body. But neither is a certain demoniacal multitude generated from the elements of sensibles, since, on the contrary, this multitude is simple, and energizes uniformly about composite natures. Hence, neither will it have sensibles more ancient or more stable than itself, but being itself more excellent than sensibles both in dignity and power, it imparts to them the permanency which they are able to receive. Unless, indeed, you denominate idols daemons, not rightly employing an appellation of this kind. For the nature of daemons is one thing, and that of idols another. The order of each, likewise, is very different. Moreover, the leader of idols is different from the great leader of daemons, and this also you admit. For you say that no god or daemon is drawn down by idols. What therefore will be the worth of a sacred deed, or of the foreknowledge of what is future, if it is entirely destitute of divinity and a daemon, so that it is requisite to know what the nature is of this wonder-working art, but by no means to use or confide in it. Chapter 31. Again, therefore, still worse than this is the explanation of sacred operations, which assigns as the cause of divination a certain genus of daemons, which is naturally fraudulent, omniform, and various, and which assumes the appearance of gods and daemons and the souls of the deceased. I shall, therefore, relate to you, in answer to this, what I once heard from the prophets of the Chaldeans. Such gods as are truly divinities are alone the givers of good, alone associate with good men, and with those that are purified by the sacerdotal art, and from these amputate all vice and every passion. When these also impart their light, that which is evil, and at the same time demoniacal, vanishes from before more excellent natures, in the same manner as darkness when light is present. Nor is it able to disturb theurgists in the smallest degree, who receive from this light every virtue, obtain worthy manners, become orderly and elegant in their actions, are liberated from passions, and purified from every disorderly motion, and from atheistical and unholy conduct. But those who are themselves flagitious, and who leap, as it were, to things of a divine nature in an illegal and disorderly manner, these, through the imbecility of their proper energy, or through indigence of inherent power, are not able to associate with the gods, because, likewise, they are excluded, through certain defilements, from an association with pure spirits. They become connected with evil spirits, are filled from them with the worst kind of inspiration, are rendered depraved and unholy, become replete with intemperate pleasures and every kind of vice, are emulous of manners foreign to the gods, and, in short, become similar to the depraved daemons with whom they are conversant. These, therefore, being full of passions and vice, attract to themselves, through alliance, depraved spirits, and are excited by them to every kind of iniquity. They are also increased in wickedness by each other, like a circle conjoining the beginning to the end, and similarly making an equal compensation. Hence deeds, which are the nefarious offenses of impiety, which are introduced into sacred works in a disorderly manner, and which are also confusedly performed by those who betake themselves to such works, and at one time, as it seems, cause one divinity to be present instead of another, and again introduce depraved daemons instead of gods, whom they call equal to the gods, antitheus. Such deeds as these you should never adduce in a discourse concerning sacerdotal divination. For good is more contrary to evil than to that which is not good. As therefore, the sacrilegious are in the most eminent degree hostile to the religious cultivation of the gods. Thus, also, those who are conversant with daemons who are fraudulent and the causes of intemperance are undoubtedly hostile to theurgists. For from these every depraved spirit departs, and when they are present is entirely subverted. Every vice, too, and every passion are by these perfectly amputated. For a pure participation of good is present with the pure, and they are supernally filled with truth from a divine fire. These, therefore, suffer no impediment from evil spirits, nor are these spirits any obstacles to the goods of their souls. Nor are theurgists disturbed by pride, or flattery, or the enjoyment of exhalations, or any violence. But all these, as if struck by lightning, yield and recede, without touching the theurgist or being able to approach to them. Hence, this genus of divination is undefiled and sacerdotal, and is truly divine. This, also, does not, as you say it does, require me, or any other as an arbiter, in order that I may prefer it to a multitude of other things. But it is itself exempt from all things, is supernatural, and has an eternal pre-existence, neither receiving a certain opposition, nor a certain transcendency, which has a prearrangement in many things, because it is of itself liberated, and uniformly precedes all things. And to this it is requisite that you, and everyone who is a genuine lover of the gods, should give himself wholly, since by this mean irreprehensible truth will be obtained in divinations and perfect virtue in souls. And through both these, an ascent will be afforded to theurgists to intelligible fire, which ought to be pre-established as the end of all foreknowledge, and of every theurgic operation. Hence, you in vain adduce the opinion of those who think that divination is effected by an evil daemon, since these do not deserve to be mentioned in speculations concerning the gods. At the same time, likewise, they are ignorant of the means of distinguishing truth from falsehood, because they are from the beginning nourished in darkness, and are wholly incapable of knowing the principles from which these are produced. Here, therefore, we shall terminate our discussion concerning the mode of divination. Section 4. Chapter 1. Let us then, in the next place, consider the opposing arguments, what they are, and what reason they possess. And if we should discuss some things a little more abundantly, in consequence of speaking freely and at leisure, it is requisite that you should promptly attend to and endure what we say. For it is necessary that great labor should be bestowed on the greatest disciplines, and that they should be accurately explored for a long time, if you intend to know them perfectly. Do you, therefore, conformably to the present hypothesis, propose the arguments which occasion the doubt, and I will answer you. Say then, it very much perplexes me to understand how superior beings, when invoked, are commanded by those that invoke them, as if they were their inferiors. But I will unfold to you the whole division, which is worthy of regard, concerning the powers that are invoked, from which you will be able clearly to define what is possible and what is impossible, in the subjects of your investigation. For the gods indeed, and the natures that are more excellent than we, through the wish of what is beautiful, and from an unenvying and exuberant fullness of good, benevolently impart to those that are worthy such things as are fit for them, commiserating the labors of sacerdotal men, but being delighted with those that they have begotten, nourished, and instructed. But the middle genere are the inspective guardians of judgment. These inform us what ought to be done, and from what it is fit to abstain. They also give assistance to just works, but impede such as are unjust. And as many endeavor to take away unjustly the property of others, or basely to injure or destroy someone, they cause these to suffer the same things as they have done to others. But there is, likewise, another most irrational genus of daemons, which is without judgment, and is allotted only one power, through an arrangement by which each of these daemons presides over one work alone. Therefore, it is the province of a sword to cut, and to do nothing else than this, thus also of the spirits which are distributed in the universe, according to the partible necessity of nature. One kind divides, but another collects things which are generated. This, however, is known from the phenomena. For the Coronian spiracles, as they are called, emit from themselves a certain spirit, which is able to corrupt promiscuously everything that falls into them. Thus, therefore, of certain invisible spirits, each is allotted a different power, and is alone adapted to do that which it is ordained to perform. He, therefore, who turns from their natural course things which contribute to the universe in an orderly manner, and illegitimately performs a certain thing, in this case receives the injury arising from that which he uses badly. This, however, pertains to another mode of discussion. Chapter 2. But we sometimes see that take place which is now proposed to be considered. For it happens that spirits are commanded to do this or that, who do not use a reason of their own and have not the principle of judgment. Nor does this occur irrationally. For our dianoia, naturally possessing the power of reasoning about and judging of things as they are, and comprehending in itself many powers of life, is accustomed to command the most irrational spirits, and such as derive their perfection from one energy alone. Hence, it invokes these as more excellent natures, because it endeavors to attract to particulars from the whole world, in which we are contained, things which contribute to wholes. And it commands them as inferior natures, because frequently certain parts of things in the world, such as our reasoning power, are more pure and perfect than things which extend themselves to the whole world. Thus, for instance, if one thing is intellectual, as is the case with our dianoia, but another is wholly inanimate or physical, then that which proceeds to a less extent has a more principal power than that which is more extended, though the former falls far short of the latter in magnitude and multitude of domination. For these things, also, another reason may be assigned, and which is as follows. In all theurgical operations, the priest sustains a twofold character. One, indeed, as man, and which preserves the order possessed by our nature in the universe. But the other, which is corroborated by divine signs, and through these is conjoined to more excellent natures, and is elevated to their order by an elegant circumduction, this is deservedly capable of being surrounded with the external form of the gods. Conformably, therefore, to a difference of this kind, the priest very properly invokes as more excellent natures the powers derived from the universe so far as he who invokes is a man. And again, he commands these powers because through arcane symbols he, in a certain respect, is invested with the sacred form of the gods. Chapter 3. Dissolving, however, the doubts in a way still more true, we think it requisite, in invoking superior natures, to take away the evocations which appear to be directed to them as to men, and also the mandates in the performance of works, which are given with great earnestness. For if the communion of concordant friendship and a certain indissoluble connection of union are the bonds of sacerdotal operations, in order that these operations may be truly divine and may transcend every common action known to men, no human work will be adapted to them. Nor will the invocations of the priest resemble the manner in which we draw to ourselves things that are distant. Nor are his mandates directed as to things separated from him, in the way in which we transfer one thing from others. But the energy of divine fire shines forth voluntarily, and in common, and being self-invoked and self-energetic, energizes through all things with invariable sameness, both through the natures which impart and those that are able to receive its light. This mode of solution, therefore, is far superior, which does not suppose that divine works are effected through contrariety or discrepance, in the way in which generated natures are usually produced, but asserts that every such work is rightly accomplished through sameness, union, and consent. Hence, if we separate from each other that which invokes and that which is invoked, that which commands and that which is commanded, that which is more and that which is less excellent, we shall, in a certain respect, transfer the contrariety of generations to the unbegotten goods of the gods. But if we despise all such things, as it is just we should, as of an earth-born nature, and ascribe that which is common and simple, as being more honorable, to the powers, who transcend the variety which is in the realms of generation, the first hypothesis of these questions will be immediately subverted, so that no reasonable doubt concerning them will be left. Chapter 4. What then shall we say concerning the next inquiry to this, viz., why the powers who are invoked think it requisite that he who worships them should be just, but they, when called upon to act unjustly, do not refuse so to act? To this I reply that I am dubious with respect to what you call acting justly, and am of opinion that what appears to us to be an accurate definition of justice does not also appear to be so to the gods. For we, looking to that which is most brief, direct our attention to things present and to this momentary life, and the manner in which it subsists. But the powers that are superior to us know the whole life of the soul and all its former lives, and in consequence of this, if they inflict a certain punishment from the prayer of those that invoke them, they do not inflict it without justice, but looking to the offenses committed by souls in former lives, which men, not perceiving, think that they unjustly fall into the calamities which they suffer. Chapter 5. The multitude also are accustomed to doubt in common the very same thing concerning providence, viz., why certain persons are afflicted undeservedly, as they have not done anything unjustly prior to their being thus afflicted. For neither here is it possible to understand perfectly what the soul is and its whole life, how many offenses it has committed in former lives, and whether it now suffers from its former guilt. In this life also, many unjust actions are concealed from human knowledge, but are known to the gods, since neither is the same scope of justice proposed to them as to men. For men, indeed, define justice to be the soul's performance of its own proper business and the distribution of desert, conformably to the established laws and the prevailing polity. But the gods, looking to the whole orderly arrangement of the world, and to the subserviency of souls to the gods, form a judgment of what is just. Hence, the judgment of just actions with the gods is different from what it is with us, nor is it wonderful if we are unable in most things to arrive at the supreme and most perfect judgment of more excellent natures. What also hinders, but that to each thing by itself, and in conjunction with the whole alliance of souls, justice may in a very transcendent manner be decreed by the gods. For if a communion of the same nature in souls, both when they are in and when they are out of bodies, produces a certain identical connection and common order with the life of the world, it is likewise necessary that a fulfillment of justice should be required by wholes, and especially when the magnitude of the unjust deeds, antecedently committed by one soul, transcends the infliction of one punishment due to the offenses. But if anyone should add other definitions, through which he can show that what is just subsists with the gods, in a way different from that in which it is known by us, from these also our design will be facilitated. For me, however, the before-mentioned canons are alone sufficient for the purpose of manifesting the universal genus, and which comprehends everything pertaining to the medicinal punishments inflicted by divine justice. Chapter 6. In order, therefore, that from an abundance of arguments we may contend against the objection which is now adduced, we will grant, if you please, the contrary to what we have asserted, viz., that certain unjust things are performed in this business of invocations. That the gods, however, are not to be accused as the causes of these is immediately manifest. For those that are good are the causes of good, and the gods possess good essentially. They do nothing, therefore, that is unjust. Hence, other causes of guilty deeds must be investigated, and if we are not able to discover these causes, it is not proper to throw away the true conception respecting the gods, nor on account of the doubts whether these unjust deeds are performed and how they are effected, to depart from notions concerning the gods which are truly clear. For it is much better to acknowledge the insufficiency of our power to explain how unjust actions are perpetrated than to admit anything impossible and false respecting the gods, since all the Greeks and barbarians truly opine the contrary to be the case with divine natures. After this manner, therefore, the truth respecting these particulars subsists. Chapter 7. Moreover, it is necessary to add the causes whence evils sometimes arise, and to show how many and of what kind they are. For the form of them is not simple, but, being various, is the leader of the generation of various evils. For if what we a little before said concerning images and evil daemons who assume the appearance of gods and good daemons is true, an abundant evil-producing tribe, about which a contrariety of this kind usually happens, will from hence appear to flow. For an evil daemon requires that his worshipper should be just, because he assumes the appearance of one belonging to the divine genus. But he is subservient to what is unjust, because he is depraved. The same thing likewise, that is said of good and evil may be asserted of the true and the false. As therefore in divinations we attribute true predictions to the gods alone, but when we detect any falsehood in predictions we refer this to another genus of cause, viz. That of daemons. Thus, also, in things just and unjust, the beautiful and the just are to be alone ascribed to gods and good daemons. But such daemons as are naturally depraved perpetrate what is unjust and base, and that, indeed, which consents and accords with itself and always subsists with invariable sameness pertains to more excellent natures. But that which is hostile to itself, which is discordant and never the same, is the peculiarity in the most eminent degree of daemoniacal dissension, about which it is not at all wonderful that things of an opposing nature should subsist. But perhaps the very contrary, that this should not be the case, would be more wonderful. Chapter 8. We may, however, beginning from another hypothesis, demonstrate the same thing. We must admit that the corporeal parts of the universe are neither sluggish nor destitute of power, but as much as they excel our concerns in perfection, beauty, and magnitude, by so much also is the power which is present with them greater. Each, likewise, by itself is capable of affecting different things, and produces certain different energies. They are also capable of affecting things much more numerous on each other. And besides this, a certain multiform production extends to parts from wholes, partly from sympathy, through similitude of powers, and partly from the aptitude of the agent to the patient. If therefore certain evils and destructions happen to parts, they are salutary and good, as with reference to wholes and the harmony of the universe, but to parts they introduce a necessary corruption, either from not being able to bear the energies of wholes, or from a certain other commixture and temperament of their own imbecility, or, in the third place, from the privation of symmetry in the parts to each other. Chapter 9. After the body of the universe also, many things are generated by the nature of it. For the concord of similars and the contrariety of dissimilars affect not a few things. Farther still, the assemblage of many things into the one animal of the universe, and the powers in the world, whatever the number and quality of them may be, affect, in short, one thing in wholes and another in parts, on account of the divided imbecility of parts. Thus, for instance, the friendship, love, and contention which subsist in energy in the universe become passions in the partial natures by which they are participated. Those things, likewise, that are pre-established in forms and pure reasons in the nature of wholes, participate of a certain material indigence and privation of morphe in things which subsist according to a part. And things which are conjoined to each other in wholes are separated in parts. Hence, partible natures, which participate of wholes in conjunction with matter, degenerate from them in all things, and also from what is beautiful and perfect. But some parts are corrupted, in order that wholes may be preserved in a condition conformable to nature. Sometimes, likewise, parts are compressed and weighed down, though at the same time wholes remain impassive to a molestation of this kind. Chapter 10. We shall collect, therefore, what happens from these conclusions. For if certain invocators employ the physical or corporeal powers of the universe, an involuntary gift of energy from these powers, and which is without vice, takes place. He, likewise, who uses this gift, sometimes perverts it to things of a contrary nature and to base purposes. And the gift, indeed, is moved contrarily together with the passions, and sympathetically through similitude. But he who uses the thing which is imparted deliberately draws it contrary to justice to what is evil and base. And the gift, indeed, causes things which are most remote to cooperate through the one harmony of the world. But if someone understanding this to be the case should iniquitously endeavor to draw certain portions of the universe to other parts, these parts are not the cause of the evil that ensues, but the audacity of men and the transgression of the order in the world pervert things that are beautiful and legal. Hence, neither do the gods affect what appears to be base, but this is accomplished by the natures and bodies that proceed from them. Nor do these very natures and bodies impart improbity from themselves as it is thought they do, but they send their proper effluxions to places about the earth, for the salvation of wholes, and those who receive them transmute them by their commixture and perversion, and transfer what is given to a purpose different from that for which it was imparted. From all these particulars, therefore, it is demonstrated that a divine nature is not the cause of evils and unjust deeds. Chapter 11. Moreover, you inquire, and at the same time doubt, how it comes to pass that the gods do not hear him who invokes them, if he is impure from venereal connections, but, at the same time, they do not refuse to lead anyone to illegal venery. You have, indeed, a clear solution of these things from what has been before said. If they are done contrary to human laws, but are effected according to another order, and cause more excellent than laws. Or if it happens that things of this kind are conformable to the mundane harmony and friendship, yet produce a conflict in parts through a certain sympathy. Or if the communication of good, which is beautifully imparted, is perverted by those that receive it to the contrary. Chapter 12. It is necessary, however, to discuss these things particularly, and to show how they subsist and what reason they possess. It is requisite, therefore, to understand that the universe is one animal, and that the parts in it are indeed separated by places, but through the possession of one nature hasten to each other. The whole collective power, however, and the cause of mixture, spontaneously draws the parts to a mingling with each other. But it is also possible for this spontaneous attraction to be excited and extended by art more than is fit. The cause itself, therefore, of this mixture extending from itself to the whole world is good and the source of plenitude, has the power of harmonically procuring communion, consent, and symmetry, and inserts by union the indissoluble principle of love, which principle retains and preserves both things that are in existence and such as are becoming to be. But in the parts, through their separation from each other and from wholes, and because, from their own proper nature, they are imperfect, indigent, and imbecile, their mutual connection is accompanied with passion, by which, in most of them, desire and a connaissant appetite are inherent. Art, therefore, perceiving this innate desire thus implanted by nature and distributed about it, art itself also being multiformly distributed about nature, variously attracts and derives it as through a channel. Hence it transfers that which in itself is orderly and arranged into the privation of order, and fills that which is beautiful and commensurate with deformity. But the venerable end in each particular thing, which is connaissant with union, it transfers to another indecorous plenitude, which is an assemblage of different things according to a common passion. It likewise imparts a matter from itself, which is unadapted to the whole generation of what is beautiful, either because it does not entirely receive it, or because it transfers it to other things. It also mingles many different physical powers, which it manages as it pleases for the purposes of generation. Hence we have universally shown that the apparatus of a venereal connection of this kind proceeds from a certain human art, and not from a certain demoniacal or divine necessity. Chapter 13. Consider therefore also another genus of causes, how a stone or herb frequently possess from themselves a nature corruptive or, again, collective of generated natures. For this is not only the case with these, but this physical power is also in greater natures and greater things, which those who are not able to infer by a reasoning process will perhaps transfer the works and energies of nature to more excellent beings, i.e. to gods, angels, and daemons. Now, therefore, it is acknowledged that the tribe of evil daemons has a very extended power in generation, in human affairs, and in such things as subsist about the earth. Hence, why is it wonderful that a tribe of this kind should effect such works as these? For every man is not able to distinguish a good from an evil daemon, or by what peculiarities the one is separated from the other. Hence those who are not able to perceive the difference between the two, absurdly reason concerning the cause of them, and refer this cause to genera superior to nature and the demoniacal order. If also certain powers of a partial soul are assumed in order to effect these things, whether such a soul is detained in body, or has left the testaceous and terrestrial body, but wanders about the places of generation in a turbid and humid spirit. This, indeed, will be a true opinion, but separates the cause of these things at the greatest distance from more excellent natures. By no means, therefore, is that which is divine, or any good daemon, subservient to the illegal desires of men in venereal concerns. For of these things there are many other causes. Section 5. Chapter 1. The doubt mentioned by you in the next place is, as I may say, an inquiry which is made in common both by the learned and the unlearned, I mean concerning sacrifices, what utility or power they possess in the universe and with the gods, and on what account they are performed, appropriately indeed to the powers who are honored by them, but usefully to those by whom the gifts are offered. In the same place also, another objection occurs, viz., that the interpreters of prophecies and oracles ought to abstain from animals, lest the gods should be polluted by the vapors arising from them. For this is contrary to the assertion that the gods are especially allured by the vapors of animals. Chapter 2. The hostile opposition, therefore, in the things that are now proposed, may be easily dissolved by demonstrating the dignity of wholes with respect to parts, and by recalling to your recollection the exempt transcendency of the gods above men. But what I mean is this, that the soul, which ranks as a whole, presides over all the mundane body, and that the celestial gods ascend, as into a vehicle, into a celestial body, neither receiving any injury from thence, nor any impediment in their intellections. But to a partial soul, the communion with body is noxious in both these respects. If therefore someone perceiving this should nevertheless introduce such a doubt as the following, that if the body is a bond to our soul, it will also be a bond to the soul of the universe, and that if a partial soul is converted to the body on account of generation, in a similar manner the power of the gods is converted to generation. In answer to this, everyone may reply that he who thus doubts does not know how much superior beings transcend men and wholes parts. Since therefore the objections pertain to things different from each other, they do not produce any ambiguity. Chapter 3. Here, therefore, the same reasoning is likewise sufficient. For with us the enjoyment of bodies, which once were united to soul, impresses in us heaviness and defilement, ingenerates in us voluptuousness, and produces many other diseases in the soul. But with the gods, and with mundane and total causes, this is by no means the case. For the exhalation which ascends after a divine manner from animals that are sacrificed, as it is comprehended by, and does not comprehend the gods, and as it is also connected with the universe, but does not conjoin wholes and the gods to itself, is in consequence of this co-adapted to superior beings and to total causes, but does not restrain them and co-adapt them to itself. Chapter 4. Nor is that which so greatly disturbs you, and for which you so strenuously contend, attended with any difficulty. I mean, abstinence from animals, if it is rightly understood. For those who worship the gods do not abstain from animals, lest the gods should be defiled by the vapors arising from them. For what exhalation from bodies can approach those who, before anything material can come into contact with their power, intangibly amputate matter? Nor is it the power of the gods only that abolishes all bodies and causes them to vanish without any approximation to them. But a celestial body, also, is unmingled with all the material elements, nor does it receive into itself anything extraneous, nor impart any portion of itself to things of a foreign nature. How, therefore, can any terrestrial vapor, which is not elevated 5 stadia from the earth before it again flows down to the earth, either nourish a circulating and immaterial body, or, in short, produce in it a certain defilement or any other passion? For it is acknowledged that an ethereal body is void of all contrariety, is liberated from all mutation, is entirely pure from the possibility of being transmuted into anything else, and is perfectly free from a tendency to and from the middle, because it is either without any tendency or is convolved in a circle. Hence, it is not possible that bodies, which consist of different powers and motions, which are all variously changed and are moved either upwards or downwards, should have any communion of nature or power with celestial bodies, or that any exhalation of the former should be mingled with the latter. As the former, therefore, are entirely separated from the latter, they will not affect anything in them. For celestial bodies, being unbegotten, are not capable of receiving any mutation from generated natures. How, therefore, can the gods be defiled by such like vapors, who suddenly, as I may say at one stroke, amputate the vapors ascending from all matter and material bodies? This, therefore, it is not fit to suspect of the gods, viz., that they can be defiled by vapors, but it is much more requisite to think that things of this kind are foreign to us and to our nature. For things which are divided, and also material and kindred natures, are able to have a certain communion with each other in acting and suffering, but things which are essentially different, and such as are entirely transcendent, and which employ other natures and powers, these cannot act on or receive anything from each other. The defilement, therefore, produced by material natures, falls on things which are detained by a material body, and from these it is necessary those should be purified who are capable of being defiled by matter. But how can those beings be defiled by material essences, who neither have a divisible nature nor possess the power of receiving in themselves the passions of matter? How, likewise, can divinity, who has nothing in common with us, in consequence of antecedently existing superior to human imbecility, be polluted by my passions or by those of any other man? Neither of these, therefore, at all pertains to the gods. Neither our being filled with material bodies, for there is nothing in short of this kind with them, nor are they defiled by our stains, since they are entirely pure and incorruptible. Nor if there are certain material vapors of bodies, which are emitted about the earth. For these vapors are most remote from the essence and power of the gods. Hence the whole hypothesis of contrariety is subverted if no part of it pertains to the gods. For how, in short, can that which is not possess in itself a certain contest with anything? You in vain, therefore, suspect things of this kind to be absurd, and you adduce doubts unworthy of the gods, since they cannot be reasonably applied even to good men. For no man who possesses intellect and is free from passion would ever permit himself to be allured by the exhalation of vapors, and much less would any one of the beings more excellent than man suffer himself to be thus allured. These things, however, will be discussed shortly after. But now, since this contrariety is, through many solutions, subverted, we shall here finish what we have to say about the first doubt. Chapter 5. Your next inquiry is of greater consequence, and is concerning things of a greater nature. How, therefore, shall I be able, briefly and sufficiently, to give you an answer to a question which is extremely difficult and requires a long explanation? Nevertheless, I will answer it, and without failing in alacrity. I will also endeavor to follow what you have concisely indicated and tacitly signified. But I will unfold to you my dogma concerning sacrifices, which is as follows. It is by no means requisite that sacrifices should be offered for the sake of honor alone, in the same manner as we honor benefactors, nor for the sake of returning thanks for the goods imparted to us by the gods, nor yet for the sake of first fruits, or as a remuneration by certain gifts of more venerable goods bestowed on us by the gods. For these things are also common to men, and are assumed from the common polity of mankind, but by no means preserve the transcendency of the gods, and the order of them as exempt causes. Chapter 6. But the greatest thing in sacrifices, viz., their efficacious power, and why especially they are so very beneficial, that without them we are neither liberated from pestilence, nor famine, nor sterility of fruits, nor obtain seasonable showers of rain, nor things of much greater consequence than these. I mean such as contribute to the purification of the soul, or an emancipation from generation. These are not at all indicated by such modes of sacrifices as you adduce. Hence no one can justly approve of them because they assign a cause of the works performed in sacrifices unadapted to their dignity. And if someone should approve of them, it will be only in a secondary way and as suspended from primary, more ancient and venerable causes. Chapter 7. The discussion therefore requires that we should show what it is through which sacrifices are effective of things and are suspended from the gods, the precedenious causes of effects. If then we say that the communion of similar powers, or the dissension of contraries, or a certain aptitude of the agent to the patient in the universe, as in one animal, everywhere possessing one and the same life, coexcites adapted similars, pervading with invariable sameness according to one sympathy and existing most near in things most remote. If we should say this, we should thus assert something of what is true, and which necessarily accompanies sacrifices, yet we should not demonstrate the true mode of their subsistence. For the essence of the gods is not placed in nature and in physical necessities, so as to be coexcited by physical passions, or by the powers which extend through all nature. But independently of these, it is defined by itself, having nothing in common with them, neither according to essence, nor according to power, nor anything else. Chapter 8. The same absurdities likewise happen from assigning, as the causes of what is effected by sacrifices, either certain numbers that are with us, such, for instance, as assuming the number 60 in the crocodile, as adapted to the sun, or physical reasons as the powers and energies of animals, for instance, of the dog, the cynocephalus, and the weasel, these being common to the moon, or material forms, such as are seen in sacred animals according to the colors and all the forms of the body, or anything else pertaining to the bodies of animals, or of other things which are offered, or a certain member, as the heart of a cock, or other things of the like kind which are surveyed about nature, if they are considered as the causes of the efficacy in sacrifices. For from these things the gods are not demonstrated to be supernatural causes, nor as such to be excited by sacrifices. But they are considered as physical causes detained by matter, and as physically involved in bodies, and co-excited and becoming quiescent together with them, these things also existing about nature. If, therefore, anything of this kind takes place in sacrifices, it follows as a concause, and as having the relation of that without which a thing is not affected, and thus it is suspended from precedenteous causes. Chapter 9. It is better, therefore, to assign as the cause of the efficacy of sacrifices friendship and familiarity, and a habitude which binds fabricators to the things fabricated, and generators to the things generated. Hence, when, this common principle proceeding, we take a certain animal or anything which germinates in the earth and which genuinely and purely preserves the will of its maker, then, through a thing of this kind, we appropriately move the demiurgic cause, which presides over it in an undefiled manner. But these causes, being many, and some, as the daemoniacal causes, having approximate arrangement, but others, as divine causes, being arranged above these, and farther still, one most ancient and venerable cause being the leader of these. All the causes are moved in conjunction by a perfect sacrifice. Each thing, likewise, is in a kindred manner adapted to the sacrifice according to the order which it is allotted. But if any sacrifice is imperfect, it proceeds to a certain extent, but is not capable of proceeding any further. Hence, many are of opinion that sacrifices are to be offered to good daemons, many to the last powers of the gods, and many to the mundane or terrestrial powers of daemons or gods. These things, therefore, as being a part of sacrifices, are not falsely asserted, but they do not comprehend the whole of the power of sacrifice and all the goods it contains, which extend to everything divine. Chapter 10. We, however, admit all these assertions, physical essences, indeed, being co-excited as in one animal according to aptitude or sympathy, as in another respect being subjects and following and being subservient to the cause of the efficacy of sacrifices, but daemons and terrene or mundane divine powers being primarily familiarized to our order. Nevertheless, we must say that the most perfect and leading cause of the efficacy of sacrifices is to be conjoined to demiurgic and the most perfect powers. But since these comprehend in themselves all the causes of sacrifice, we say that all the effective causes of it are at once co-excited together with these. And from all these a common utility is imparted to the whole of generation, sometimes through cities and people, or all various nations or circumscriptions more or less extended than these, but at other times through houses, or an individual. These causes impart good with an unenvying and exuberant will, unaccompanied with passion, conferring their benefits with an impassive intellect according to adaptation and alliance. One friendship at the same time, which connectedly contains all things, producing this bond through a certain ineffable communion. For these assertions are much more true and more characteristic of the essence and power of the gods than what you suspect to be the case, viz., that the gods are especially allured by the vapors produced in the sacrifices of animals. For if daemons are invested with a certain body, which some think is nourished by sacrifices, yet this body is immutable and impassive, luciform and unindigent, so that neither does anything flow from it, nor is it in want of any influx externally introduced. And if someone should admit that there is this influx, yet since the world and the air contained in it have a never-failing abundance of exhalations from terrene places, an efflux of this kind being equally diffused on all sides, what use can there be of sacrifices to daemons? But neither do the influxions equally and commensurately fill the place of the effluxions, so as that neither excess should at any time predominate, nor deficiency be produced, but that there should be a perfect equality and similitude of the bodies of daemons, and this invariably the same. For the demiurgus of the universe has not provided abundant nutriment, and which may be easily obtained, for all the animals in the earth and the sea, but has made the beings superior to us to be in want of it, Nor has he imparted to other animals a native abundance of what is daily requisite, but given to daemons nutriment which is adcititious and procured by use men. So that if we through indolence or some other pretext should neglect an offering of this kind, the bodies of daemons would be in want of food, and would participate of incommensuration and disorder. Why, therefore, do not the authors of these assertions subvert the whole order of things, so as to make us to be in a better and more powerful class of beings? For if we supply daemons with nutriment, we shall much more be the causes of their existence. For everything receives nutriment and perfection from that by which it was generated. And this, indeed, may be seen in the visible generations of things, but it may also be surveyed in the heavens and the earth. For terrestrial are nourished by celestial natures. But this becomes most eminently manifest in invisible causes. For soul indeed is perfected by intellect, but nature by soul. And other things are in a similar manner nourished by their causes. If therefore it is impossible that we should be the primordial causes of daemons, it is, for the same reason, impossible that we should be the causes of their nutriment. Chapter 11. It appears to me also that the present question errs in another respect. For it is ignorant that the offering of sacrifices through fire has the power of consuming and destroying the matter of them in a greater degree, that it assimilates this matter to itself, but is not itself assimilated to the matter, and that it elevates to divine, celestial, and immaterial fire, but does not tend downwards to matter and generation. For if the enjoyment of the vapors from matter allured daemons, it would be requisite that the matter should be pure and entire, since thus there would be a more abundant efflux from it to its participants. But now all the matter is enkindled and consumed, and is changed into the purity and tenuity of fire, which is itself a clear indication of the contrary to what you assert. For superior beings, i.e. daemons, are impassive, and they are delighted to amputate matter through fire, and render us impassive. They likewise assimilate whatever is in us to the gods, in the same manner as fire assimilates all solid and resisting substances to luminous and attenuated bodies. And they elevate us through sacrifices, and the sacrifice fire to the fire of the gods, in the same manner as fire elevates to fire, and draws upward gravitating and resisting substances to divine and celestial natures. Chapter 12. For in short, the vehicle which is subservient to daemons neither consists of matter, nor of the elements, nor of any other of the bodies known to us. What perfect supply of food, therefore, can there be from one essence to another, specifically different? Or what enjoyment can exceed from foreign to foreign natures? There cannot be any. But much more, as the gods, by the fire of lightning divide matter, and separate from it things which are essentially immaterial, but which are vanquished and bound by it, and render them impassive from being passive. Thus, also, the fire that is with us, imitating the energy of divine fire, destroys everything which is material in sacrifices, purifies the things which are offered, liberates them from the bonds of matter, and renders them, through purity of nature, adapted to the communion of the gods. It likewise liberates us after the same manner from the bonds of generation, assimilates us to the gods, causes us to be adapted to their friendship, and conducts our material nature to an immaterial essence. Chapter 13. Subverting, therefore, in this manner the common absurd opinions concerning sacrifices, we shall introduce in their place true conceptions about them, omitting the particular discussion of each species of sacrifice, which the peculiar and distinct consideration of sacrifices requires, because this pertains to another inquiry, and because, at the same time, everyone who is intelligent may be able to accomplish this from what has been already said, and from one thing may extend his reasoning power to many, and may easily know what is omitted from what has been discussed. And I, indeed, think that these things have been sufficiently explained, both in other respects, and because the explanation pays attention, in a becoming manner, to the purity of the gods. Because, however, it may perhaps appear to others to be incredible, and not sufficiently manifest, and the veracity of it may be suspected, as not exciting the discursive energy of reason, I wish to consider these things a little more fully, and, if possible, to add arguments more evident than those which have been adduced. Chapter 14. We shall begin, however, the elucidation of this subject in the best possible manner if we demonstrate that the sacred law of sacrifices is connected with the order of the gods. In the first place, therefore, we say that of the gods some are material, but others immaterial. And the material indeed are those that comprehend matter in themselves and adorn it, but the immaterial are those that are perfectly exempt from and transcend matter. But, according to the sacrifice art, it is requisite to begin sacred operations from the material gods, for the ascent to the immaterial gods will not otherwise be effected. The material gods, therefore, have a certain communion with matter so far as they preside over it. Hence, they have dominion over things which happen about matter, such as the division, percussion, repercussion, mutation, generation, and corruption of all material bodies. He, therefore, who wishes to worship these theurgically, in a manner adapted to them and to the dominion which they are allotted, should, as they are material, employ a material mode of worship. For thus we shall be wholly led to a familiarity with them, and worship them in an allied and appropriate manner. Dead bodies, therefore, and things deprived of life, the slaying of animals, and the consumption of victims, and, in short, the mutation of the matter which is offered pertain to these gods, not by themselves, but on account of the matter over which they preside. For though they are in the most eminent degree separate from it, yet at the same time they are present with it. And though they comprehend matter in an immaterial power, yet they are coexistent with it. Things that are governed also are not foreign from their governors, and things which are subservient as instruments are not unadapted to those that use them. Hence, it is foreign to the immaterial gods to offer matter to them through sacrifices, but this is most adapted to all the material gods. Chapter 15. Let us then, in the next place, direct our attention to that which accords with what has been before said, and with our twofold condition of being. For there is a time when we become wholly soul, are out of the body, and sublimely revolve on high, in conjunction with all the immaterial gods. And there is also a time when we are bound in the testaceous body, are detained by matter, and are of a corporeal formed nature. Again, therefore, there will be a twofold mode of worship. For one mode, indeed, will be simple, incorporeal, and pure from all generation, and this mode pertains to undefiled souls. But the other is filled with bodies, and everything of a material nature, and is adapted to souls which are neither pure nor liberated from all generation. We must admit, therefore, that there are twofold species of sacrifices, one kind, indeed, pertaining to men who are entirely purified, which, as Heraclitus says, rarely happens to one man, or to a certain easily to be numbered few of mankind. But the other kind, being material and corporeal formed, and consisting in mutation, is adapted to souls that are still detained by the body. Hence, to cities and people not yet liberated from genesiurgic fate and the impeding communion of bodies, if such a mode of sacrifice as this latter is not permitted, they will wander both from immaterial and material good, for they will not be able to receive the former, and to the latter they will not offer what is appropriate. At the same time, likewise, everyone in sacrificing performs the sacrifice with reference to what he is, and not with reference to what he is not. It is not proper, therefore, that the sacrifice should transcend the proper measure of him by whom it is offered. The same thing will also be said by me concerning the connection which appropriately co-adapts the men who worship and the powers that are worshipped. For this connection requires that a mode of worship should be chosen adapted to itself, viz., an immaterial connection, a mode of worship immaterially mingled and purely conjoining by pure incorporeal powers, incorporeal natures to themselves, but a corporeal formed connection, a corporeal formed mode which depends on bodies and is mingled with the essences that preside over bodies. Chapter 16. Farther still, therefore, we must not disdain to add what follows, that we frequently perform something to the gods, who are the inspective guardians of body, and to good daemons for the sake of the necessary use of the body. As, for instance, when by sacrifices we purify it from ancient stains, or liberate it from diseases, and fill it with health, or remove from it heaviness and torpor, or procure for it any other good. In this case, therefore, we evidently must not busy ourselves with the body in an intellectual and incorporeal manner. For the body is not adapted to participate of modes of this kind, but obtaining things which are allied to itself, it is meliorated and purified by bodies. The rites of sacrifices, therefore, will necessarily, for a purpose of this kind, be corporeal formed, partly cutting off what is superfluous in us, partly supplying us with that of which we are in want, and partly leading into symmetry and order such things in us as are immoderately disturbed. We also frequently engage in sacred operations, entreating superior beings to grant us such things as are adapted to the wants of human life. And these are such as preserve the body in health, or pertain to those things which we procure for the sake of the body. Chapter 17. What therefore shall we derive from the gods, who are entirely exempt from all human generation, with respect to sterility, or abundance, or anything else pertaining to the mortal life? Nothing whatever. For it is not the province of those who are liberated from all things to meddle with gifts of this kind. But if someone should say that the perfectly immaterial comprehend in themselves the material gods, and that through this they also contain in themselves their gifts according to one first cause, such a one will also say that in consequence of this, an abundance of divine gifts descend from the immaterial gods. It must not, however, be granted to anyone to say that the immaterial gods bestow these gifts by proximately interfering with the actions of human life. For such an administration of our affairs is partible, is accomplished with a certain conversion to the subjects of its care, is not entirely separate from bodies, and is incapable of receiving a pure and undefiled domination. Will not, therefore, that mode of sacrifice in works of this kind be most appropriate, which is mingled with bodies, and adheres to generation, and not that which is entirely immaterial and incorporeal? For the pure mode of sacrifice is perfectly transcendent and incommensurate with our concerns. But the mode which employs bodies, and the powers that subsist through bodies, is in the most eminent degree allied to human affairs. It is also capable of producing a certain prosperous condition of things, and of imparting symmetry and temperament to the mortal race. Chapter 18. According to another division, therefore, the numerous herd, or the great mass of men, is arranged under nature, is governed by physical powers, looks downward to the works of nature, gives completion to the administration of fate, and to things pertaining to fate, because it belongs to the order of it, and always employs practical reasoning about such particulars alone as subsist according to nature. But there are a certain few who, by employing a certain supernatural power of intellect, are removed indeed from nature, but are conducted to a separate and unmingled intellect, and these, at the same time, become superior to physical powers. Others again, who are the media between these, tend to things which subsist between nature and a pure intellect. And of these, some indeed equally follow both nature and an immaculate intellect. Others embrace a life which is mingled from both. And others are liberated from things subordinate, and betake themselves to such as are more excellent. This division, therefore, being made, that which follows will most manifestly take place. For those who are governed by the nature of the universe, who lived conformably to this and employ the powers of nature, these should embrace a mode of worship adapted to nature and to the bodies that are moved by nature, and should choose for this purpose appropriate places, air, matter, the powers of matter, bodies, and the habits of bodies, qualities, and proper motions, the mutations of things in generation, and other things connected with these, both in other parts of piety, and in that part of it which pertains to sacrifice. But those who live conformably to intellect alone, and to the life of intellect, and are liberated from the bonds of nature, these should exercise in all the parts of theurgy the intellectual and incorporeal mode of worship. And those who are the media between these should labor differently in the paths of piety, conformably to the differences of this middle condition of life, either by embracing both modes of piety, or separating themselves from one of the modes and adhering to the other, or receiving both these modes as the foundation of things of a more honorable nature. For without these, they never can arrive at things supereminent, or, in some other way, they should thus, in a becoming manner, labor in the paths of sanctity. Chapter 19. On this subject, however, there is also the following division. Of divine essences and powers, Some have a genesiurgic soul and nature subject and ministrant to their fabrications whenever they wish to use them. But others are entirely separate from soul and nature, I mean from a divine, and not only from a mundane and genesiurgic soul and nature. And others are the media between these and afford, to the extremes, a communion with each other, either according to an exuberant participation of greater good, or according to an unimpeded reception of less good, or according to a concord which binds together both the extremes. When, therefore, we worship the gods who reign over soul and nature, it is not foreign to these to offer to them physical powers and bodies which are governed by nature. For all the works of nature are subservient to them and contribute to their government. But when we undertake to honor those gods who are essentially uniform, then it is requisite to venerate them with liberated honors. Hence, intellectual gifts are adapted to these, and things which pertain to an incorporeal life, together with the fruits of virtue and wisdom, and whatever perfect and total goods of the soul there may be. Moreover, to the gods who subsist as media, and who are the leaders of goods of a middle nature, sometimes twofold gifts will be adapted, and sometimes such as have a communication with both these, or such as are separated from inferiors and pertain to more elevated natures. Or, in short, such as in one of the modes give completion to the medium. Chapter 20. Being impelled, therefore, from another principle, viz. From the world and the mundane gods, from the arrangement of the four elements in the world, and the association of the elements according to appropriate measures, and also from the orderly circulation of bodies about centers, we shall have an easy assent to the truth of the piety respecting sacrifices. For if we are in the world, are contained as parts in the universe, are primarily produced by it, and perfected by the total powers that are in it, and if we consist of its elements and receive from it a certain portion of life and nature. If this be the case, it is not proper to pass beyond the world and the mundane orders. We must admit, therefore, that in each part of the world there is this visible body, and that there are also incorporeal powers, which are divided about bodies. Hence, the law of religion distributes similars to similars, and thus extends from on high through wholes, as far as to the last of things, assigning indeed incorporeals to incorporeals, but bodies to bodies, and this commensurately to the nature of each. If, however, some theurgist should participate of the supermundane gods, which is the rarest of all things, he indeed, in the worship of the gods, will transcend both bodies and matter, being united to the gods by a supermundane power. But that which happens to one person with difficulty and late, and at the end of the sacerdotal office, ought not to be promulgated as common to all men, nor ought it to be made a thing common to those who are commencing theurgic operations, nor to those who have made a middle proficiency in it. For these, after a manner, pay a corporeal formed attention to sanctity. Chapter 21. I think, therefore, that all who are lovers of the contemplation of theurgic truth will acknowledge this, that the piety which pertains to divine natures ought not to be exercised towards them partially or imperfectly. Hence, since prior to the appearance of the gods, all such powers as are presubjacent to them are moved, and when the gods are about to descend to the earth, precede them as in a solemn procession. He who does not distribute to all these powers that which is adapted to them, and does not honor each in an appropriate manner, will depart imperfect and destitute of the participation of the gods. But he who propitiates all of them, and offers to each acceptable gifts, and such as are to the utmost of his power adapted to them, will always remain secure and irreprehensible, giving completion in a proper manner to the perfect and entire receptacle of the divine choir. Since this, therefore, is the case, whether is it necessary that the mode of sanctity should be simple and consist of a certain few things, or that it should be multiform and all harmonic, and mingled, as I may say, from everything contained in the world. If indeed the power which is invoked and is excited in the performance of sacred rites was simple, the mode of sacrifice should necessarily be simple. But if the multitude of powers which are excited when the gods descend and are moved is not to be comprehended by anyone, except theurgists alone, who accurately know this through experience in sacred operations. If this be the case, They alone are capable of knowing what the perfection is of the sacrifice art. And they also know that the omission, though of a few things, subverts the whole work of religion. Just as in harmony from the bursting of one chord, the whole becomes dissonant and incommensurate. As therefore in the visible descents of the gods, a manifest injury is sustained by those who leave someone of the more excellent genera unhonored, thus also in the invisible appearances of the gods in sacrifices, it is not proper to honor one of them and not honor another, but it is entirely requisite to honor each of them according to the order which he is allotted. But he who leaves someone of them unhonored confounds the whole work of piety, and divulses the one and whole orderly distribution of it, not, in so doing as someone may think, imperfectly receiving the gods, but entirely subverting all the ceremonies of religion. Chapter 22. What then, it may be said, does not the summit of the sacrifice art recur to the most principal one of the whole multitude of gods, and at one and the same time worship the many essences and principles that are rooted and concentrate in it? Entirely so, but this happens at the latest period, and to a very few, and we must be satisfied if it takes place when the sun of life is setting. Our present discussion, however, does not ordain laws for a man of this kind, for he is superior to all law, but it promulgates a law such as that of which we are now speaking, to those who are in want of a certain divine legislation. It says, therefore, that as the world has one co-arrangement from many orders, thus also it is necessary that the consummation of sacrifices, being never failing and entire, should be conjoined to the whole order of more excellent natures. If, however, the world is multiform and all perfect and is united from many orders, it is also necessary that sacred operations should imitate its omniform variety through the whole of the powers which they employ. Hence, in a similar manner, since the things which surround us are all various, it is not fit that we should be connected with the divine causes that preside over them, from a certain part which they contain. Nor is it proper that we should ascend imperfectly to the primordial causes of them. Chapter 23. The various mode, therefore, of sanctity and sacred operations partly purifies and partly perfects some one of the things that are in us or about us, and some things, indeed, it restores to symmetry and order, but others it liberates from mortal-formed error. But it renders all things familiar and friendly to all the natures that are superior to us. Moreover, when divine causes and human preparations which are assimilated to them conspire in one and the same, then the perfection of sacred operations imparts all the perfect and great benefits of sacrifice. It will not be amiss also to add such particulars as the following, in order to the accurate comprehension of these things. An exuberance of power is always present with the highest causes, and at the same time that this power transcends all things, it is equally present with all with unimpeded energy. Hence, conformably to this, the first illuminate the last of things, and immaterial are present with material natures immaterially. Nor should it be considered by anyone as wonderful if we say that there is a certain pure and divine matter. For matter being generated by the Father and Demiurgus of wholes receives a perfection adapted to itself in order to its becoming the receptacle of the gods. At the same time, nothing prevents more excellent beings from being able to impart their light to subordinate natures. Neither, therefore, is matter separated from the participation of better causes, so that such matter as is perfect, pure, and boniform is not unadapted to the reception of the gods. For since it is requisite that terrestrial natures should by no means be destitute of divine communion, the earth also receives a certain divine portion from it, sufficient for the participation of the gods. The theurgic art, therefore, perceiving this to be the case, and thus having discovered in common appropriate receptacles, conformably to the peculiarity of each of the gods, it frequently connects together stones, herbs, animals, aromatics, and other sacred, perfect, and deiform substances of the like kind. And afterwards, from all these, it produces an entire and pure receptacle. For it is not proper to despise all matter, but that alone which is foreign from the gods. But that matter is to be chosen which is adapted to them, as being able to accord with the edifices of the gods, the dedication of statues, and the sacred operations of sacrifices. For no otherwise can a participation of superior beings be obtained by places in the earth or by men that dwell in it, unless a foundation of this kind is first established. It is also requisite to be persuaded by arcane assertions that a certain matter is imparted by the gods, through blessed visions. This matter, therefore, is doubtless connoissant with those by whom it is imparted. Hence, does it not follow that the sacrifice of a matter of this kind excites the gods to present themselves to the view, immediately calls forth the participation of them, receives them when they exceed, and perfectly unfolds them into light? Chapter 24. The same things also may be learned from the distribution of the gods according to places, and from this, and the partible dominion over each particular thing, it may be seen how many allotments greater or less superior beings are assigned according to their different orders. For it is evident that to the gods, who preside over certain places, the things produced by them are most appropriately offered in sacrifice, and that what pertains to the governed is most adapted to be sacrificed to the governors. For always to makers their own works are particularly grateful, and to those who primarily produce certain things, such things are primarily acceptable. Whether, therefore, certain animals or plants, or any other productions of the earth are governed by superior beings, at one and the same time, they participate of their respective care, and impart to us an indivisible communion with the gods. Some things, therefore, of this kind, if they are carefully preserved, increase the familiarity of those that retain them with the gods, and these are such as, by remaining entire, preserve the communion between gods and men. Of this kind are some of the animals in Egypt, and man, who is everywhere sacred. But some things, when consecrated, produce a more manifest familiarity, and these are such as, by an analysis into the principle of the first elements, effect an alliance more sacredly adapted to superior causes. For the more perfect this alliance is, the more perfect always is the good which is imparted by it. Chapter 25. If, therefore, these things were human customs alone, and derived their authority through our legal institutions, it might be said that the worship of the gods was the invention of our conceptions. Now, however, divinity is the leader of it, who is thus invoked by sacrifices, and who is surrounded by a numerous multitude of gods and angels. Under him, likewise, a certain common presiding power is allotted dominion according to each nation of the earth, and a peculiar presiding power is allotted to each temple. Of the sacrifices also which are performed to the gods, the inspective guardian is a god, but an angel of those which are performed to angels, and a daemon of such as are performed to daemons. After the same manner also in other sacred operations, the presiding power is allotted dominion over each, in a way allied to his proper genus. When, therefore, we offer sacrifices to the gods, accompanied by the presiding gods, who give completion to sacred operations, then, at the same time, it is necessary in sacrifices to venerate the sacred law of divine sanctity. And at the same time, also, we ought to be confident as sacrificing under the gods who are the rulers of such works. We ought likewise to be very cautious, lest we should offer any gift unworthy of or foreign from the gods. And, as the last admonition, we should, in a manner entirely perfect, pay attention to all that surrounds us, and to the gods, angels, and daemons that are distributed according to genera in the universe. And to all these, in a similar manner, an acceptable sacrifice should be offered, for thus alone sanctity can be preserved in a way worthy of the gods who preside over it. Chapter 26. Since, however, prayers are not the smallest, but on the contrary a very great part of sacrifices, especially give completion to them, and through these the whole operation of them is corroborated and effected. And since besides this they afford a common utility to religion, and produce an indissoluble and sacred communion with the gods, it will not be improper to discuss a few particulars concerning prayer. For this is of itself a thing worthy to be known, and renders more perfect the science concerning the gods. I say therefore that the first species of prayer is collective, and that it is also the leader of contact with and a knowledge of divinity. The second species is the bond of concordant communion, calling forth prior to the energy of speech the gifts imparted by the gods, and perfecting the whole of our operations prior to our intellectual conceptions. And the third and most perfect species of prayer is the seal of ineffable union with the divinities, in whom it establishes all the power and authority of prayer, and thus causes the soul to repose in the gods, as in a never-failing port. But from these three terms, in which all the divine measures are contained, suppliant adoration not only conciliates to us the friendship of the gods, but supernally extends to us three fruits, being, as it were, three Hesperian apples of gold. The first of these pertains to illumination, the second to a communion of operation. But through the energy of the third, we receive a perfect plenitude of divine fire. And sometimes, indeed, supplication proceeds, like a precursor preparing the way before the sacrifice appears, but sometimes it intercedes as a mediator, and sometimes accomplishes the end of sacrificing. No operation, however, in sacred concerns can succeed without the intervention of prayer. Lastly, the continual exercise of prayer nourishes the vigor of our intellect and renders the receptacles of the soul far more capacious for the communications of the gods. It likewise is the divine key, which opens to men the penetralia of the gods, accustoms us to the splendid rivers of supernal light, in a short time perfects our inmost recesses, and disposes them for the ineffable embrace and contact of the gods, and does not desist till it raises us to the summit of all. It also gradually and silently draws upward the manners of our soul, by divesting them of everything foreign to a divine nature, and clothes us with the perfections of the gods. Besides this, it produces an indissoluble communion and friendship with divinity, nourishes a divine love, and inflames the divine part of the soul. Whatever is of an opposing and contrary nature in the soul, it expiates and purifies, expels whatever is prone to generation, and retains anything of the dregs of mortality in its ethereal and splendid spirit, perfects a good hope and faith concerning the reception of divine light, and, in one word, renders those by whom it is employed the familiars and domestics of the gods. If such, then, are the advantages of prayer, and such its connection with sacrifice, does it not appear from hence that the end of sacrifice is a conjunction with the demiurgus of the world? And the benefit of prayer is of the same extent with the good, which is conferred by the demiurgic causes on the race of mortals. Again, from hence, the anagogic, perfective, and replenishing power of prayer appears. Likewise, how it becomes efficacious and unific, and how it possesses a common bond imparted by the gods. And in the third and last place, it may easily be conceived from hence how prayer and sacrifice mutually corroborate and confer on each other a sacred and perfect power in divine concerns. Hence, since it appears that there is a perfect conspiration and cooperation of the sacerdotal discipline with itself, and that the parts of it are more connascent than those of any animal, being entirely conjoined through one connection. This being the case, it is not by any means proper to neglect this concord, nor to admit some of its parts and reject others. But it is fit that all of them should be exercised in a similar manner, and that those should be perfected through all of them who wish to be genuinely conjoined to the gods. These things, therefore, cannot subsist otherwise. Section 6. Chapter 1. It is now, however, time for me to pass on to the next doubt which you propose, viz., why it is requisite that the inspector who presides over sacred rites ought not to touch a dead body, though most sacred operations are performed through dead bodies? Again, therefore, that we may dissolve this doubt, we shall direct our attention to this apparent opposition, for there is not in reality any, but these things alone seem to subsist contrarily. For if the laws of sacred rites ordered that the same dead bodies should not be touched and should be touched, this would be a thing contrary to itself. But if they order that some dead bodies should be abstained from as impure, but that others, which are consecrated, should be touched, this is not attended with any contrariety. Farther still, it is not lawful to touch human bodies when the soul has left them, since a certain vestige, image, or representation of divine life is extinguished in the body by death. But it is no longer unholy to touch other dead bodies, because they did not, when living, participate of a more divine life. To other gods, therefore, who are pure from matter, our not touching dead bodies is adapted, but to those gods who preside over animals and are proximately connected with them, invocation through animals is properly made. According to this, therefore, no contrariety takes place. Chapter 2. After another manner also this doubt may be dissolved. For in men indeed, who are detained in matter, bodies deprived of life produce a certain stain, because that which is not alive inserts a certain defilement in that which is living, in the same manner as the impure in that which is pure, and that which is in privation in that which is in habit. And also because that which is dead produces a certain pollution through a physical aptitude to a worse condition in consequence of having possessed the power of dying. But a dead body cannot produce any defilement in a daemon who is perfectly incorporeal and does not receive any corruption. For it is necessary that he should transcend a corruptible body and not participate of any representation of corruption from it. And thus, much in answer to the contrariety of the doubt. Chapter 3. In the next place we shall explain how divination is effected through sacred animals, such, for instance, as hawks. We must never say, therefore, that the gods exceed through bodies that are thus procured, being employed. For they do not preside over animals, either partably or proximately or materially, or with a certain habitude towards them. But to daemons, and these, such as are very much divided, to different orders of whom different animals are allotted, and who proximately exercise a government of this kind, and do not obtain their proper dominion in a way perfectly independent and immaterial. Such a contact with the organs of divination must be ascribed. Or, if someone is willing so to admit, a seat must be attributed to them, through which we may be able to associate with and employ them. It is necessary, therefore, to think that this seat should be pure from bodies. For there can be no communion whatever between the pure and its contrary. But it is reasonable to admit that this seat is conjoined with men through the soul of animals. For this soul has a certain alliance to men through homogeneity of life. But it is allied to daemons because, being liberated from body, it has in a certain respect a separate subsistence. Hence, being a medium between both, it is subservient to its presiding daemon, but announces to those who are yet detained in body that which its prefect commands, and it imparts to both these a common bond with each other. Chapter 4. It is necessary, however, to think that the soul which uses divination of this kind not only becomes an auditor of the prediction, but also contributes in no small degree from itself to the consummation of it, and of what pertains to its operations. For this soul is co-excited and cooperates, and, at the same time, foreknows through a certain necessary sympathy. Such a mode, therefore, of divination as this is entirely different from the divine and true mode, being alone able to predict respecting small and diurnal concerns, viz., respecting such as being placed in a divided nature, are borne along about generation, and which impart motions from themselves to those things that are able to receive them, and produce multiform passions in things which are naturally adapted to be copassive. Perfect foreknowledge, however, can never be effected through passion. For that which is itself especially immutable, immaterial, and entirely pure, is accustomed to apprehend the future, but that which is mingled with the most irrational and dark nature of a corporeal formed and material essence is filled with abundant ignorance. An artificial apparatus, therefore, of this kind does not deserve to be called divination, nor is it proper to bestow much attention upon it, nor to believe in any other person who uses it as if it possessed in itself a certain clear and known indication of truth. And thus much concerning divination of this kind. Chapter 5. Let us, therefore, now discuss another species of doubts, the cause of which is occult, and which, as you say, is accompanied with violent threats. But it is variously divided about the multitude of threats, for it threatens either to burst the heavens, or to unfold the secrets of Isis, or to point out the arcanum in the adytum, or to stop Baris, or to scatter the members of Osiris to Typhon, or to do something else of the like kind. Men do not, however, as you think, threaten by such words as these the sun or the moon, or any of the celestial gods, for if they did, more dire absurdities would ensue than those which you lament. But, as we before observed, there is a certain genus of powers in the world which is partible, inconsiderate, and most irrational. and which receives reason from another, and is obedient to it, neither itself employing a proper intelligence, nor distinguishing what is true and false, or what is possible or impossible. A genus, therefore, of this kind, when threatenings are extended, is immediately coexcited and astonished, because, as it appears to me, it is naturally adapted to be led by representations and to allure other things through an astounded and unstable fantasy. Chapter 6. These things also admit of another explanation of the following kind. The theurgist, through the power of arcane signatures, commands mundane natures no longer as man nor as employing a human soul, but as existing superior to them in the order of the gods. He makes use of greater mandates than pertain to himself, so far as he is human. This, however, does not take place as if he effected everything which he vehemently threatens to accomplish. But he teaches us by such a use of words the magnitude and quality of the power which he possesses through a union with the gods, and which he obtains from the knowledge of arcane symbols. This, likewise, may be said, that the daemons who are distributed according to parts, and who guard the parts of the universe, pay so much attention to the parts over which they preside, that they cannot endure a word contrary to the safety of these, but they preserve the permanency of mundane natures immutable. They preserve this permanency, therefore, in an unchanged condition, because the order of the gods remains invariably the same. Hence, they cannot endure even to hear the threatened, in which the aerial and terrestrial daemons have their existence. Chapter 7. Or this thing may likewise be explained as follows. Daemons preside with a guardian power over arcane mysteries, and this in so remarkable a degree because the orderly distribution of things in the universe is primarily contained in daemons. For the parts of the universe remain in order, because the beneficent power of Osiris continues sacred and undefiled, and is not mingled with any opposing error and perturbation. The life of all things likewise remains pure and incorruptible, because the occult vivific beauties of the productive principles in Isis do not descend into body which is borne along, and is the object of sight. But all things continue immovable and perpetual, because the course of the sun is never stopped, and all things remain perfect and entire, because the arcana in the adytum are never disclosed. Hence, in those particulars in which the whole of things possesses its safety, I mean in arcana being always preserved occult, and in the ineffable essence of the gods, never receiving a contrary condition. In these, terrestrial daemons cannot endure, even in words, to hear that they subsist otherwise than they do, or that they become profaned. And on this account threatening language has a certain power when employed against them. No one, however, threatens the gods, nor is such a mode of invocation addressed to them. Hence, with the Chaldeans, by whom words used to the gods alone are preserved distinct and pure, no threats are employed. But the Egyptians, mingling daemoniacal words with divine signatures, sometimes employ threats. You have, therefore, an answer to these doubts, concise indeed, but I think sufficiently free from error. Section 7. Chapter 1. The doubts also that follow in the next place require for their solution the assistance of the same divinely wise muse. But I am desirous, previous to this, to unfold to you the peculiarity of the theology of the Egyptians. For they, imitating the nature of the universe and the fabricative energy of the gods, exhibit certain images through symbols of mystic, occult, and invisible intellections. Just as nature, after a certain manner, expresses invisible reasons or productive powers through visible forms. But the fabricative energy of the gods delineates the truth of forms through visible images. Hence the Egyptians, perceiving that all superior natures rejoice in the similitude to them of inferior beings, and thus wishing to fill the latter with good, through the greatest possible imitation of the former, very properly exhibit a mode of theologizing adapted to the mystic doctrine concealed in the symbols. Chapter 2. Here, therefore, the intellectual interpretation of symbols, according to the conceptions of the Egyptians, at the same time removing from your imagination and your ears the image of things symbolical, but elevating yourself to intellectual truth. By mire, therefore, understand everything corporeal formed and material, or that which is nutritive and prolific, or such as the material species of nature is, which is borne along in conjunction with the unstable flux of matter, or a thing of such a kind as that which the river of generation receives, and which subsides together with it, or the primordial cause of the elements, and of all the powers distributed about the elements, and which must be antecedently conceived to exist analogous to a foundation. Being therefore a thing of this kind, the God who is the cause of generation, of all nature, and of all the powers in the elements as transcending these, and as being immaterial, incorporeal, and supernatural, unbegotten and impartible, wholly derived from himself and concealed in himself. This God precedes all things and comprehends all things in himself. And because, indeed, he comprehends all things and imparts himself to all mundane natures, he is from these unfolded into light. Because, however, he transcends all things and is by himself expanded above them, on this account he presents himself to the view as separate, exempt, elevated, and expanded by himself above the powers and elements in the world. The following symbol likewise testifies the truth of this. For by the God sitting above the lotus, a transcendency and strength which by no means come into contact with the mire are obscurely signified, and also indicate his intellectual and empyrean empire. For everything belonging to the lotus is seen to be circular, viz., both the form of the leaves and the fruit, and circulation is alone allied to the motion of the intellect which energizes with invariable sameness in one order and according to one reason. But the God is established by himself, and above a dominion and energy of this kind, venerable and holy, super-expanded and abiding in himself, which his being seated is intended to signify. When the God also is represented as sailing in a ship, it exhibits to us the power which governs the world. As therefore the pilot being separate from the ship presides over the rudder of it, thus the sun having a separate subsistence governs the helm of the whole world. And as the pilot directs all things from the stem, giving from himself a small principle of motion to the vessel. Thus, also, by a much greater priority, the God indivisibly imparts supernally from the first principles of nature the primordial causes of motions. These particulars, therefore, and still more than these, are indicated by the God sailing in a ship. Chapter 3. Since, however, every part of the heavens, every sign of the zodiac, all the motion of the heavens, every period of time according to which the world is moved, and all things contained in the holes of the universe, receive the powers which descend from the sun, some of which are complicated with these holes, but others transcend a commixture with them. The symbolical mode of signification represents these also, indicating that the sun is diversified according to the signs of the zodiac, and that every hour he changes his form. At the same time, also, it indicates his immutable, stable, never-failing, and, at once, collected communication of good to the whole world. But since the recipients of the impartible gift of the God are variously affected towards it, and receive multiform powers from the sun, according to their peculiar motions, hence the symbolical doctrine evinces through the multitude of the gifts that the God is one, and exhibits his one power through multiform powers. Hence likewise, it says that he is one and the same, but that the vicissitudes of his form and his configurations must be admitted to exist in the recipients. On this account, it asserts that he is changed every hour according to the signs of the zodiac, in consequence of these being variously changed about the God according to the many modes by which they receive him. The Egyptians use prayers to the sun, conformable to these assertions, not only in visions which are seen by the bodily eyes, but also in their more common supplications, all which have such a meaning as this, and are offered to the God conformably to a symbolic and mystic doctrine of this kind. Hence, it would not be reasonable in anyone to undertake a defense of them. Chapter 4. But the inquiries which follow in the next place require a more abundant doctrine in order to their elucidation. At the same time, however, it is necessary to discuss the truth concerning them with brevity. For you inquire what efficacy there is in names that are not significant. They are not, however, as you think, without signification, but let them be indeed unknown to us, though some of them are known to us, the explications of which we receive from the gods. Yet, to the gods, all of them are significant, though not according to an effable mode. nor in such a way as that which is significant and indicative with men through imaginations, but either intellectually, conformably to the divine intellect which is in us, or ineffably and in a way more excellent and simple, and conformably to the intellect which is united to the gods. It is requisite, therefore, to take away all conceptions derived by an abstraction from sensibles, and all logical evolutions from divine names, and likewise the connascent physical similitudes of language to things which exist in nature. But the intellectual and divine symbolical character of divine similitude must be admitted to have a subsistence in names, and moreover, though it should be unknown to us, yet this very circumstance is that which is most venerable in it, for it is too excellent to be divided into knowledge. But in those names which we can scientifically analyze, we possess a knowledge of the whole divine essence, power, and order comprehended in the name. And farther still, we preserve in the soul collectively the mystic and arcane image of the gods, and through this we elevate the soul to the gods, and when elevated conjoin it as much as possible with them. But you ask, why of significant names we prefer such as are barbaric to our own? Of this also there is a mystic reason. For because the gods have shown that the whole dialect of sacred nations, such as those of the Egyptians and Assyrians, is adapted to sacred concerns, on this account we ought to think it necessary that our conference with the gods should be in a language allied to them, because likewise such a mode of speech is the first and most ancient, and especially because those who first learned the names of the gods, having mingled them with their own proper tongue, delivered them to us, that we might always preserve immovable the sacred law of tradition, in a language peculiar and adapted to them. For if any other thing pertains to the gods, it is evident that the eternal and immutable must be allied to them. Chapter 5. You object, however, that he who hears words looks to their signification, so that it is sufficient the conception remains the same, whatever the words may be that are used. But the thing is not such as you suspect it to be. For if names subsisted through compact, it would be of no consequence whether some were used instead of others. But if they are suspended from the nature of things, those names which are more adapted to it will also be more dear to the gods. From this, therefore, it is evident that the language of sacred nations is very reasonably preferred to that of other men. To which may be added that names do not entirely preserve the same meaning when translated into another language. But there are certain idioms in each nation which cannot be signified by language to another nation. And in the next place, though it should be possible to translate them, yet they no longer preserve the same power when translated. Barbarous names likewise have much emphasis, great conciseness, and participate of less ambiguity, variety, and multitude. Hence, on all these accounts they are adapted to more excellent natures. Take away, therefore, entirely those suspicions of yours which fall off from the truth, viz., if he who is invoked is either an Egyptian or uses the Egyptian language. But rather think that as the Egyptians were the first of men who were allotted the participation of the gods, when invoked, rejoice in the Egyptian rites. Again, however, if all these were the fraudulent devices of enchanters, how is it possible that things which are in the most eminent degree united to the gods, which also can join us with them and have powers all but equal to those of superior beings, should be fantastic devices, though without them no sacred operation can be effected? But neither do these veils, by which arcana are concealed, originate from our passions, which rumor ascribes to a divine nature. For beginning, not from our passions, but, on the contrary, from things allied to the gods, we make use of words adapted to them. Nor do we frame conceptions of a divine nature contrary to its real mode of subsistence, but conformably to the nature which it possesses, and to the truth concerning it, which those obtained who first established the laws of sacred religion, we persevere in our conceptions of divinity. For if anything else in religious legal institutions is adapted to the gods, this must certainly be immutability. And it is necessary that ancient prayers, like sacred Asila, should be preserved invariably the same, neither taking anything from them, nor adding anything to them which is elsewhere derived. For this is nearly the cause at present that both names and prayers have lost their efficacy, because they are continually changed through the innovation and illegality of the Greeks. For the Greeks are naturally studious of novelty and are carried about everywhere by their volatility, neither possessing any stability themselves, nor preserving what they have received from others, but rapidly relinquishing this, they transform everything through an unstable desire of discovering something new. But the barbarians are stable in their manners and firmly continue to employ the same words. Hence, they are dear to the gods, and proffer words which are grateful to them, but which it is not lawful for any man by any means to change. And thus much we have said in answer to you concerning names, which, though they are inexplicable and are called barbaric, yet are adapted to sacred concerns. Section 8. Chapter 1. Leaving, therefore, these particulars, you wish in the next place that I would unfold to you what the Egyptians conceive the first cause to be, whether intellect or above intellect, whether alone or subsisting with some other or others, whether incorporeal, of corporeal, and whether it is the same with the demiurgus or is prior to the demiurgus. Likewise, whether all things are from one principle or from many principles, whether they have a knowledge of matter or of primary corporeal qualities, and whether they admit matter to be unbegotten or to be generated. I, therefore, will in the first place relate to you the cause why in the books of the ancient writers of sacred concerns many and various opinions concerning these things are circulated, and also why among those that are still living and are renowned for their wisdom, the opinion on this subject is not simple, and one. I say then, that as there are many essences, and these differing from each other, the all various multitude of the principles of these, and which have different orders, were delivered by different ancient priests. As Seleucus narrates, therefore, Hermes described the principles that rank as wholes in 2 myriads of books, or, as we are informed by Manetho, he perfectly unfolded these principles in 3 myriads 6,525 volumes. But different ancient writers differently explain the partial principles of essences. It is necessary, however, by investigation to discover the truth about all these principles, and concisely to unfold it to you as much as possible. And, in the first place, hear concerning that which is the first subject of your inquiry. Chapter 2. Prior to truly existing beings and total principles, or principles that rank as wholes, there is one God. Prior to that deity, who is generally believed to be the first God and King, immovable and abiding in the solitude of his own unity. For neither is the intelligible connected with him nor anything else, but he is established as the paradigm of the God who is the Father of himself, is self-begotten, is Father alone, and is truly good. For he is something even greater, and prior to this is the fountain of all things, and the root of the first intelligible forms. But from this one deity, the God who is sufficient to himself unfolds himself into light. For this divinity also is the principle and God of gods, a monad from the one, prior to essence and the principle of essence. For from him entity and essence are derived, and hence also he is denominated the principle of intelligibles. These therefore are the most ancient principles of all things, which Hermes arranges prior to the ethereal, empyrean, and celestial gods. He likewise delivered to us the history of the empyrean gods in 100 books, of the ethereal in an equal number, and of the celestial in 1,000 books. Chapter 3. According to another order, however, he arranges the god MF prior to, and as the leader of, the celestial gods. And he says that this god is an intellect itself, intellectually perceiving itself and converting intellections to itself. But prior to this, he arranges the impartible one, which he says is the first paradigm, and which he denominates Ichton. In this also is contained that which is first intellective and the first intelligible, and which is to be worshipped through silence alone. Besides these, also, other leaders preside over the fabrication of visible natures. For the demiurgic intellect, who is the curator of truth and wisdom, descending into generation, and leading the power of occult reasons into light, is called in the Egyptian tongue Amun. But in consequence of perfecting all things with veracity and artificially, he is called Putha. The Greeks, however, assume Ptah for Vulcan, solely directing their attention to the artificial peculiarity of the god. So far also as he is effective of good, he is called Osiris, and he has other appellations through other powers and energies. With the Egyptians, therefore, there is another domination of the whole elements in generation, and of the powers contained in them. 4 of these powers being male and 4 female, which they attribute to the sun. And there is likewise another government of the whole of nature about generation, which they assign to the moon. But dividing the heavens into 2, or 4, or 12, or 6 and 30 parts, or the doubles of these, they give to the parts a greater or less number of rulers, and over all these they place one ruler, who transcends all the rest. Thus, therefore, the doctrine of the Egyptians concerning principles, proceeding from on high as far as to the last of things, begins from one principle and descends to a multitude which is governed by this one. And everywhere an indefinite nature is under the dominion of a certain definite measure and of the supreme unical cause of all things. But God produced matter by dividing materiality from essentiality, and this being vital, the demiurgus receiving fabricated from it the simple and impassive spheres. But he distributed in an orderly manner the last of it into generable and corruptible bodies. Chapter 4. These things, therefore, having been accurately discussed, the solution of the doubts which you have met with in certain books will be manifest. For the books which are circulated under the name of Hermes contain Hermaic opinions, though they frequently employ the language of the philosophers, for they were translated from the Egyptian tongue by men who were not unskilled in philosophy. But Chaeremon and any others, who have at all discussed the first causes of mundane natures, have unfolded the last rulers of these. And such as have written concerning the planets, the zodiac, the deacons' horoscopes, and what are called powerful and leading planets, these have unfolded the partible distributions of the rulers. The particulars also contained in the calendars comprehend a certain very small part of the Hermaic arrangements, and the causes of such things as pertain to the phases or occultations of the stars, or to the increments and decrements of the moon, are assigned by the Egyptians the last of all. The Egyptians, likewise, do not say that all things are physical, for they separate the life of the soul and the intellectual life from nature, not only in the universe, but also in us. And admitting intellect and reason to subsist by themselves, they say that generated essences were thus fabricated. They likewise arrange the demiurgus as the primary father of things in generation, and they acknowledge the existence of a vital power prior to the heavens and subsisting in the heavens. They also establish a pure intellect above the world, and one impartible intellect in the whole world, and another which is distributed into all the spheres. And these things they do not survey by mere reason alone, but through the sacerdotal theurgy. They announce that they are able to ascend to more elevated and universal essences, and to those that are established above fate, vis-a-vis to God and the demiurgus, neither employing matter, nor assuming any other thing besides, except the observation of a suitable time. Chapter 5. This deific and anagogic path. Hermes indeed narrated, but Bidis, the prophet of King Ammon, explained it, having found it in the Edita of Sais in Egypt, written in hieroglyphics, and the same prophet also delivered the name of God, which pervades through the whole world. But there are likewise many other co-arrangements of the same things, so that you do not appear to me to act rightly in referring all things with the Egyptians to physical causes. For there are, according to them, many principles and many essences, and also supermundane powers, which they worship through sacerdotal sanctimony. To me, therefore, these things appear to afford common auxiliaries to the solution of all the remaining inquiries. But since it is necessary not to leave any one of them uninvestigated, we shall add them to these problems and examine them on all sides, in order that we may see where there is anything futile in your opinions. Chapter 6. You say, therefore, that according to many of the Egyptians, that which is in our power depends on the motion of the stars. What the truth, however, is respecting this, it is necessary to unfold to you from the Hermaic conceptions. For man, as these writings say, has two souls, and one, indeed, is derived from the first intelligible, and participates of the power of the demiurgus, but the other is imparted from the circulation of the celestial bodies, to which the soul that sees God returns. These things, therefore, thus subsisting, The soul that descends to us from the worlds follows the periods of the worlds, but that which is intelligibly present from the intelligible transcends the genesiurgic motion, and through this a liberation from fate and the ascent to the intelligible gods are effected. Such theurgy, likewise, as leads to an unbegotten nature, is perfected conformably to a life of this kind. Chapter 7. Hence, that of which you are dubious is not true, that all things are bound with the indissoluble bonds of necessity, which we call fate. For the soul has a proper principle of circumduction to the intelligible, and of a separation from generated natures, and also of a contact with real being and that which is divine. Nor must we ascribe fate to the gods, whom we worship in temples and statues as the dissolvers of fate. For the gods indeed dissolve fate, but the last natures which proceed from them, and are complicated with the generation of the world and with body, give completion to fate. Hence, we very properly worship the gods with all possible sanctity and the observance of all religious rites, in order that they may liberate us from the evils impending from fate, as they alone rule over necessity through intellectual persuasion. But neither are all things comprehended in the nature of fate, but there is another principle of the soul, which is superior to all nature and generation, and through which we are capable of being united to the gods, of transcending the mundane order, and of participating eternal life and the energy of the supercelestial gods. Through this principle, therefore, we are able to liberate ourselves from fate. For when the more excellent parts of us energize, and the soul is elevated to natures better than itself, then it is entirely separated from things which detain it in generation, departs from subordinate natures, exchanges the present for another life, and gives itself to another order of things, entirely abandoning the former order with which it was connected. Chapter 8. What then, is it not possible for a man to liberate himself from fate through the gods that revolve in the heavens, and to consider the same as the leaders of fate, and yet as those that bind our lives with indissoluble bonds? Perhaps nothing prevents this from being the case. For if the gods comprehend in themselves many essences and powers, there are also in them other immense differences and contrarieties. Moreover, this also may be said that in each of the gods, though such as are visible, there are certain intelligible principles through which a liberation to souls from mundane generation is effected. But if someone leaves only two genera of gods, viz., the mundane and supermundane, the liberation to souls will be effected through the supermundane gods. These things, therefore, are more accurately discussed in our treatise concerning the gods, in which it is shown who are the anagogic gods, and according to what kind of powers they are so, how they liberate from fate, and through what sacred regressions, and what the order is of mundane nature, and how the most perfect intellectual energy rules over this. So that what you add from Homer, that the gods are flexible, it is not wholly to assert. For the works of the sacred ceremonies of religion have long since been defined by pure and intellectual laws. Subordinate natures also are liberated through a greater order and power. And when we abandon inferior natures, we are transferred into a more excellent allotment. This, however, is not effected contrary to any original sacred law, so as to cause the gods to be changed, through a sacred operation being afterwards performed, but from the first divinity sent souls hither in order that they might again return to him. Neither, therefore, is any mutation produced through a reascent of this kind, nor do the descents and ascents of souls oppose each other. For as generation and this universe are suspended from an intellectual essence, thus also, in the orderly distribution of souls, the liberation from generation accords with the care employed by them about generation. Section 9, Chapter 1. Let us now, therefore, to the utmost of our power, endeavor to discuss the manifold doubt concerning the peculiar daemon, and which also is subject to various objections. Since, however, to speak summarily, the consideration of the peculiar daemon is twofold, the one being theurgic, but the other artificial, and the one drawing this daemon down from supernal causes, but the other from the visible periods in generation, and the one making no use whatever of the calculation of nativities, but the other meddling with methods of this kind, and the one worshipping this daemon in a way more universal and supernatural, but the other partably conformable to nature. This being the case, you appear to me to have absurdly transferred a more perfect sacred operation to one that is human, and in this to have exercised your inquiries. Chapter 2. In the next place, here also you appear to me to have cut off only a certain small part of the discussion concerning the peculiar daemon. For since it is usual with those who artificially operate about nature to invoke this daemon in an orderly manner from the decans, from the dispensators of influxes, from the signs of the zodiac, the stars, the sun and moon, from the greater and lesser bear, from the whole elements, and from the world, this being the case, you do not act rightly in assuming one, and that the smallest part of all these, viz. The Lord of the geniture, and making your inquiries about this alone. Here, likewise, again, from one of the things proposed to be considered, you inquire how the Lord of the geniture gives the peculiar daemon, and according to what kind of efflux, or life, or power it descends to us from him. You also speak concerning the calculation of nativities, and ask whether there is any reality in it or not, and likewise concerning the invention of the Lord of the geniture, whether it is impossible to be found or possible. In what respect, however, do these things pertain to the domination of the daemon? For it is evident that our knowledge of the manner in which he subsists contributes nothing to his essence and the cause of his existence. For in things which belong to the empire of nature, such as are generated in the universe, have a proper stability of their own essence, though we should be ignorant how they are produced. In this way, therefore, we reply in common to your doubts. But directing our attention particularly to the subjects of your inquiry, we shall endeavor to give you solutions of them. Chapter 3. You say, then, that he is happy who, having learned the scheme of his nativity and knowing his proper daemon, is thus liberated from fate. To me, however, you appear to assert these things in a way neither consonant to themselves nor to truth. For if our proper daemon is distributed to us from the scheme of our nativity, and from thence we are able to discover him, how can we be liberated from fate through a knowledge of the daemon imparted to us by fate? But if, as you say, we are truly liberated from necessity through this daemon, how is he allotted to us by fate? Thus, therefore, what is now said by you opposes what you before asserted, and is also discordant with truth. For the proper daemon of everyone does not entirely exceed from the scheme of the peculiar nativity. But his origin is more ancient than this, which we shall hereafter discuss. To which may be added, that if the descending daemon was to be alone surveyed from hence, he will not be happy who obtains the knowledge of his genesurgic daemon, and who would willingly receive this daemon as his leader to a liberation from fate, if he was given to him for this purpose, that he might accomplish the distributions of fate. Farther still, this appears to me to be only a certain and the last part of the theory pertaining to this daemon, and that the whole theory of his essence is omitted by a method of this kind. But these things, indeed, though they are falsely asserted, yet at the same time are not utterly foreign from the purpose. The doubts, however, adduced by you in the next place, concerning the enumeration of the canons and the genetheliological science, as they are inscrutable, are not attended with any ambiguity in the present discussion. For whether these arts are known or are incomprehensible, yet, at the same time, the efflux from the stars distributes to us the daemon, whether we know it or not. But divine divination is able to teach us concerning the stars in a way which is most true, and, when we are in possession of this, we are not entirely in want of the enumeration of canons or of the divining art. Chapter 4. If, however, it be necessary, dismissing these particulars, to speak what appears to me to be the truth, you do not rightly infer that a knowledge of this mathematical science cannot be obtained because there is much dissonance concerning it, or because Karaman or some other has written against it. For if this reason were admitted, all things will be incomprehensible. For all sciences have 10,000 controvertists, and the doubts with which they are attended are innumerable. As therefore we are accustomed to say in opposition to the contentious, that contraries in things that are true are naturally discordant, and that it is not falsities alone that are hostile to each other. Thus, also, we say respecting this mathematical science that it is indeed true, but that those who wander from the scope of it, being ignorant of the truth, contradict it. This, however, happens not in this science alone, but likewise in all the sciences which are imparted by the gods to men. For time always proceeding, The divine mode of knowledge becomes evanescent through being frequently mingled and contaminated with much of what is mortal. This divine mode is indeed in astrology also, and a certain clear indication of truth, though it is but small, is at the same time preserved in it. For it places before our eyes manifest signs of the mensuration of the divine periods, when it predicts the eclipses of the sun and moon, and the concursions of the moon with the fixed stars, and when the experience of the sight is seen to accord with the prediction. Moreover, the observations of the celestial bodies through the whole of time, both by the Chaldeans and by us, testify that this science is true. Indications also, more known than these, might be adduced, if the present discussion was precedenteously about these particulars. But as they are superfluous, and do not pertain to the knowledge of the peculiar daemon, I shall, as it is fit so to do, omit them, and pass on to things more appropriate than these. Chapter 5. You say then, in your epistle, that the discovery of the Lord or lords of the geniture, if there are more than one in a nativity, can scarcely be obtained, and by astrologers themselves is confessed to be unattainable. And yet they say that the peculiar daemon is from thence to be known. But how can astrologers confess that the knowledge of the Lord of the geniture is not to be obtained by them, when they deliver clear methods for the discovery of it and teach us rules by which we may discover the doubts, some, indeed, giving us 5, others more, and others less than 5 rules? Omitting this, however, let us direct our attention to a thing of greater consequence, viz., the accidents pertaining to both these. For if it is possible to discover the Lord of the geniture, the daemon imparted by him will be known. But if this knowledge is unattainable, we shall be ignorant of the Lord of the geniture according to this hypothesis, and yet, nevertheless, he will have an existence, and also the daemon imparted by him. What therefore hinders, but that the discovery of him may be difficult through prediction from the nativity, and yet through sacred divination or theurgy, there may be a great abundance of scientific knowledge on this subject. In short, the daemon is not alone imparted by the Lord of the geniture, but there are many other principles of it more universal than this. And farther still, a method of this kind introduces a certain artificial and human disquisition concerning the peculiar daemon. Hence, in these doubts of yours, there is nothing sane. Chapter 6. If, however, it be requisite to unfold to you the truth concerning the peculiar daemon, we must say that he is not distributed to us from one part of the heavens, or from some one of the visible elements, but that, from the whole world, the all-various life contained in it, and the all-various body through which the soul descends into generation, a certain peculiar portion is distributed to each of the parts in us according to a peculiar prefecture. This daemon, therefore, is established in the paradigm before the soul descends into generation. And when the soul has received him as its leader, the daemon immediately presides over the soul, gives completion to its lives, and binds it to body when it descends. He likewise governs the common animal of the soul, directs its peculiar life, and imparts to us the principles of all our thoughts and reasonings. We also perform such things as he suggests to our intellect, and he continues to govern us till, through sacerdotal theurgy, we obtain a god for the inspective guardian and leader of the soul. For then the daemon either yields or delivers his government to a more excellent nature, or is subjected to him as contributing to his guardianship, or in some other way is ministrant to him as to his lord. Chapter 7. From these things, therefore, it is easy to answer your next question. For the peculiar daemon does not rule over one of the parts in us, but in short over all the parts at once, and extends to every principle within us in the same manner as he was distributed to us from the total orders in the universe. For that which it appears to you proper to add, as an indication that daemons preside over the parts of our body, so that one is the guardian of health, another of the form of the body, and another of the corporeal habits, and that there is one daemon who presides in common over all these. This you should consider as an argument that there is one daemon who is the guardian and governor of everything that is in us. You must not, therefore, distribute one daemon to the body, but another to the soul, and another to intellect. For it is absurd that the animal should be one, but the daemon that presides over it multiform. For everywhere the natures that govern are more simple than the natures that are governed. and it will be still more absurd if the many daemons that rule over the parts are not connascent, but separated from each other. But you also make contrariety among them, for you speak as if some of them were good, but others bad. Evil daemons, however, have nowhere a ruling allotment, nor are they oppositely divided to such as are good with equal authority and power. Chapter 8. Afterwards, abandoning these particulars, you pass on to the opinion of philosophy. But you subvert the whole hypothesis concerning the peculiar daemon, for if, as you say, this daemon is a part of the soul, such, for instance, as the intellectual part, and he is happy who is in possession of a wise intellect, there will no longer be any other more excellent or daemoniacal order presiding over as transcending the human soul. But certain parts of the soul, or a certain divided power, will have dominion over many of the forms of life that are in us, and will rule over these, not connascently, but as naturally exempt and as transcending the whole of our composition. Chapter 9. After this, therefore, you also mention another disquisition concerning the peculiar daemon, which represents some as worshipping 2, but others 3, daemons of this kind. The whole of this, however, is erroneous, for it is a false mode of proceeding to divide the causes that preside over us and not refer them to one, since this wanders from the union which has dominion over all things. The opinion, likewise, which distributes this daemon into body and the government of body, draws down his domination to a certain most minute part, so that what necessity is there for those who embrace this opinion to direct their attention to sacred operations, the first principle of them being futile? There is, therefore, of each of us one peculiar presiding daemon, but it is not proper to think that this daemon is common to all men, nor again that he is common, but is peculiarly present with each individual. For division, according to species and difference of matter, do not receive the communion and sameness of things essentially incorporeal. Why, then, you say, is the peculiar daemon invoked by a common mode by all men? Because the invocation of him is effected through one God, who is the Lord of daemons, who from the first defined to everyone his peculiar daemon, and who, in sacred operations, unfolds to everyone his proper daemon, according to his own proper will. For always in the theurgic order, secondary are invoked through primary natures. Among daemons, therefore, one common leader of the cosmocrators about generation sends to each of us his peculiar daemon. Hence, when the peculiar daemon is present with each of us, he then unfolds the worship which is proper to be paid to him and his name, and likewise delivers the proper mode of invoking him. Chapter 10. And this order is adapted to daemons, one part of it being allied to those that are invoked, another being derived from more ancient causes, and the third part effecting a common completion from both the others. Do not, therefore, assimilate divine invocations to such as are human, nor those that are ineffable to those that are effable, nor compare those that are prior to every boundary and every indefinite mode to those that are defined by men or to indefinite actions. For our concerns have nothing in common with theirs, whose whole genus and whole order transcend and govern the whole of our essence and nature. But here especially the greatest errors happen to men when from human imbecility they infer anything concerning the domination of daemons, and from things which are small, of no worth, and distributed into parts, form a conjecture of great, excellent, and perfect natures. And thus much in answer to you concerning the peculiar daemon, in addition to what has been before said. Section 10. Chapter 1. It now remains in the last place that we should speak concerning felicity, about which you make various inquiries, first of all proposing objections, afterwards doubting, and then interrogating. Adducing, therefore, all that is said by you, we shall answer it appropriately. You inquire, then, whether there is not some other latent way to felicity. But how, in that path which recedes from the gods, is it probable there can be an ascent to felicity? For if the essence and perfection of all good are comprehended in the gods, and the first and ancient power of them is with us priests, and if, by those who similarly adhere to more excellent natures, and genuinely obtain a union with them, the beginning and end of all good is earnestly pursued. If this be the case, Here the contemplation of truth and the possession of intellectual science are to be found. And a knowledge of the gods is accompanied with a conversion to and the knowledge of ourselves. Chapter 2. Hence you in vain doubt that it is not proper to look to human opinions. For what leisure can he have whose intellect is directed to the gods, to look downward to the praises of men? Nor do you rightly doubt in what follows, viz., that the soul devises great things from casual circumstances. For what principal of fictions can there be in truly existing beings? Is it not the fantastic power in us which is the maker of images? But the fantasy is never excited when the intellectual life energizes perfectly. And is not truth essentially coexistent with the gods? Is it not, likewise, concordantly established in intelligibles? It is in vain, therefore, that things of this kind are disseminated by you and others. But neither do those things for which certain futile and arrogant men calumniate the worshippers of the gods, the like to which have been asserted by you, at all pertain to true theology and theurgy. And if certain things of this kind germinate in the sciences of divine concerns, as in other arts, evil arts blossom forth. These are doubtless more contrary to such sciences than to anything else. For evil is more hostile to good than to that which is not good. Chapter 3. I wish, in the next place, to reply to such assertions as calumniate divine prediction, for you compare with it certain other methods which are conversant with the prediction of future events. To me, however, it does not appear to be anything honorable if a certain natural aptitude is ingenerated in us to the indication of the future, just as in animals there is a foreknowledge of earthquakes, or winds, or tempests. For an innate presage of this kind is the consequence of acuteness of sensation, or sympathy, or some other conjoint motion of the physical powers, and is not attended with anything venerable and supernatural. Nor if someone, by human reasoning or artificial observation, conjectures from signs those things of which the signs are indicative, as physicians foreknow that a fever will take place from the systole and torpor of the pulse, neither does he appear to me to possess anything honorable and good. For he conjectures after a human manner, and concludes from our reasoning power about things which are acknowledged to be affected naturally, and forms a judgment not very remote from the corporeal formed order. Hence, if there is in us a certain natural presentiment of the future, in the same manner as in all other animals, this power is clearly seen to energize. This presentiment does not in reality possess anything which is most blessed. For what is there among the things which are implanted in us by nature in the realms of generation that is a genuine, perfect, and eternal good? Chapter 4. Divine divination, therefore, which is conjoined with the gods, alone truly imparts to us a divine life, since it participates of divine foreknowledge and divine intellections and renders us in reality divine. It likewise causes us to be genuine participants of the good, because the most blessed intellectual perception of the gods is filled with all good. Hence, those who possess this divination do not, as you conjecture, foresee future events and are nevertheless unhappy. For all divine foreknowledge is boniform, nor do they foresee indeed what is future, but do not know how to use this knowledge properly. For together with the foreknowledge they receive the beautiful itself, and true and appropriate order. And utility is also present with it. For the gods, in conjunction with it, deliver a transcendent power of defense against the inconveniences which exceed from nature. And when it is necessary to exercise virtue, and the ignorance of future events contributes to this, then the gods conceal what will be for the sake of rendering the soul better. But when the ignorance of what is future does not at all contribute to this, and foreknowledge is advantageous to souls for the sake of their salvation and reascent to divinity, then the gods insert the foreknowledge which pertains to divination in the penetralia of the essences of souls. Chapter 5. But why am I prolix about these particulars? For I have abundantly shown, in what has been before said, the transcendency of divine above human divination. It is better, therefore, in compliance with your request, to point out to you the way to felicity and show you in what the essence of it is placed. For from this the truth will be discovered, and at the same time all the doubts may be easily dissolved. I say therefore that the more divine intelligible man, who was formerly united to the gods by the vision of them, afterwards entered into another soul, which is co-adapted to the human form, and through this became fettered with the bonds of necessity and fate. Hence, it is requisite to consider how he may be liberated from these bonds. There is, therefore, no other dissolution of them than the knowledge of the gods. For to know scientifically the good is the idea of felicity, just as the oblivion of good and deception about evil happen to be the idea of evil. The former, therefore, is present with divinity. But the latter, which is an inferior destiny, is inseparable from the mortal nature. And the former, indeed, measures the essences of intelligibles by sacred ways, but the latter, abandoning principles, gives itself up to the measurement of the idea of body. The former is a knowledge of the Father, but the latter is a departure from him and an oblivion of the God, who is a superessential Father and sufficient to himself. The former, likewise, preserves the true life of the soul and leads it back to its Father. But the latter draws down the generation ruling man as far as to that which is never permanent but is always flowing. You must understand, therefore, that this is the first path to felicity, affording to souls an intellectual plenitude of divine union. But the sacerdotal and theurgic gift of felicity is called, indeed, the gate to the demiurgus of wholes, or the seat or palace of the good. In the first place, likewise, it possesses a power of purifying the soul, much more perfect than the power which purifies the body. Afterwards, it causes a coaptation of the reasoning power to the participation in vision of the good, and a liberation from everything of a contrary nature. And in the last place, produces a union with the gods, who are the givers of every good. Chapter 6. Moreover, after it has conjoined the soul to the several parts of the universe, and to the total divine powers which pass through it, then it leads the soul to and deposits it in the whole demiurgus, and causes it to be independent of all matter, and to be counited with the eternal reason alone. But my meaning is that it peculiarly connects the soul with the self-begotten and self-moved God, and with the all-sustaining, intellectual, and all-adorning powers of the God, and likewise with that power of him which elevates to truth, and with his self-perfect, effective, and other demiurgic powers, so that the theurgic soul becomes perfectly established in the energies and demiurgic intellections of these powers. Then, also, it inserts the soul in the whole demiurgic God, and this is the end with the Egyptians of the sacerdotal elevation of the soul to divinity. Chapter 7. With respect to the good, likewise, they conceive that one kind is divine, and this is the God who is prior to the intelligible, but that the other is human and is a union with the former. And these two kinds of good Baites has unfolded from the Hermaic books. This part, therefore, is not, as you suspect, omitted by the Egyptians, but is divinely delivered by them. Nor do theurgists disturb the divine intellect about trifling concerns. But they consult it about things which pertain to the purification, liberation, and salvation of the soul. Neither do they studiously employ themselves in things which are indeed difficult, yet useless to mankind. But, on the contrary, they direct their attention to things which are of all others most beneficial to the soul. Nor, in the last place, are they deceived by a certain fraudulent daemon, who, having vanquished a fallacious and demoniacal nature, ascend to an intelligible and divine essence. Chapter 8. And thus we have answered to the utmost of our ability your inquiries concerning divination and theurgy. It remains, therefore, at the end of this discussion, that I should beseech the gods to afford me an immutable guard of true conceptions, to insert in me truth eternally, and to supply me abundantly with the participation of more perfect conceptions of the gods, in which the most blessed end of our good is posited, and the confirmation of our concordant friendship with each other. The end.